Hello everyone, my name is Kronos. I'm here to walk you through the highlights of Week 1 of MPL LATAM. Let's get to it. This season was kicked off by Corinthians and Entity 7 in an entertaining series that Entity 7 took for themselves 2-1. The next match was DreamMax and Alpha 7, where a diversion play by Rainbow caught Alpha 7 by surprise and secured Vitu a triple kill and getting them the series. The next match, Influence Rage versus Malvinas Gaming. Malvinas Gaming was backed into a corner, securing Influence Rage a 2-0 dominating victory. And for the last match of round 1, we had Infinity versus 9Z Globant, where 9Z Globant went for back-to-back victories against the Peruvian Giants. Round 2 was filled with exciting draws for teams to get ahead in the Swiss format. The first match, Corinthians finally secured their first W against Malvinas Gaming, while Alpha 7 are still looking for their first victory, losing out against Infinity 2-0. In the third match, 9Z Globant beat DreamMax 2-0, keeping their dominant win streak alive in this season of MPL LATAM. For the final match, of course, we had Influence Rage, who faced a setback against Entity 7, but still came out on top in a 2-1 fashion. Looking at this Gatut Gacha play, that was the highlight in that match. While the next patch is around the corner, make sure you catch the action by following all the socials of MPL LATAM. This is Kronos. I'll see you there soon.
Hello everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill. then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters. For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with phone-in gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine curves are prominent. For the village on Solari Isle, we aimed to recreate Southeast Asia's floating markets, while the sea creatures were made to reflect the vibrant colors of the Vonitas Sea.
How do you give a 16-year-old girl a sense of strength in her splash art? That question stumped me for a long time. Then I realized Clea's power comes from her Great Serpent ancestry, not from external forces or weapons, so it should be reflected on her body. I settled on metal accents on her arms and water patterns to highlight her hand-to-hand combat style and water abilities. Her main scream pose also conveys her strength and readiness to fight.
She may only be 159 centimeters tall, but she holds power far beyond her stature. Kalea excels in close combat and can heal just by attacking, but this mechanic proved challenging to implement. Her kit had to be designed to flow seamlessly. Her passive works by creating and absorbing water zones to enhance her attacks with the power of the Great Serpent, allowing her to heal herself or ally with the lowest HP for self-sustain and team support.
Clea is a straightforward girl, and that trait is evident in her fighting style. She uses her fists and tail head-on without tricks or deceit. Her animations and effects emphasize the power of the Great Serpent, such as her healing appearing as little serpents. Her first skill's Water Zone has elements of both rock and water, to highlight her bond with Badang and Kadita.
Since Kalea's ultimate has her body-slamming enemies like a high-flying wrestler, we explored various ways to make the move more impactful and dramatic. In designing Kalea's in-match animations, we used big water splash effects to enhance the impact of her tail strikes and highlight the dynamic motion of her tail and the power of her punches. The scenery in her main interface background visualizes the iconic ocean waves, like giant ocean waves repeatedly crashing into the cliff, carving it over time, as another symbol of Kalea's strength.
We wanted Kalea's healing and power to feel rooted in her island home and her mentors, Badang and Kadita. Though blessed with a lineage of the Great Serpent, Kalea is also a teenager trying to find herself. Her journey includes a rebellious phase, rejecting her human form, followed by a powerful awakening through self-acceptance. In her animated trailer, we highlight her journey of self-discovery with 3 key moments when she looks at her hands, from rejection to acceptance to fully embracing herself to unlock her true power. Throughout the trailer, we used many first-person shots to give players a better sense of immersion. The final scene with the sea monster has multiple layers of significance. Through Kalea's perspective, stylized visuals show that she's not just defeating the sea monster, but also overcoming her nightmare of never becoming the Great Serpent.
For Kalea's theme song, it had to capture her personality. The music arrangement portrays her growth, starting with flowing melodies that depict her carefreeness in the Vonitas Sea. The orchestral section symbolizes her inner development and the harmony she achieves as she masters her power. And that is Kalea's unique charm.
We hope to explore more fascinating cultures in MLBB's future hero designs. We hope you enjoy Kalea, the descendant of the Great Serpent, and use her power to protect your allies just as she does. After all, with the power to smash into enemy lines and peel attackers off your carry, what can't she do?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today we're thrilled to showcase a ton of new content coming in the new update, so let's jump right in. New hero, Kalea! This descendant of the Great Serpent from the Vonitas Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This patch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We're committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it...
Kalea!
A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the Great Serpent's name.
So the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Jesus, you're always with me.
Hello everyone, my name is Kronos. I'm here to walk you through the highlights of week 1 of MPL LATAM. Let's get to it. This season was kicked off by Corinthians and Entity 7 in an entertaining series that Entity 7 took for themselves 2-1. The next match was DreamMax and Alpha 7, where a diversion play by Rainbow caught Alpha 7 by surprise and secured Vitu a triple kill and getting them the series. The next match, Influence Rage versus Malvinas Gaming. Malvinas Gaming was backed into a corner, securing Influence Rage a 2-0 dominating victory. And for the last match of round 1, we had Infinity versus 9Z Globant, where 9Z Globant went for back-to-back victories against the Peruvian Giants. Round 2 was filled with exciting draws for teams to get ahead in the Swiss format. The first match, Corinthians finally secured their first W against Malvinas Gaming, while Alpha 7 are still looking for their first victory, losing out against Infinity 2-0. In the third match, 9Z Globant beat DreamMax 2-0, keeping their dominant win streak alive in this season of MPL LATAM. For the final match, of course, we had Influence Rage, who faced a setback against Entity 7, but still came out on top in a 2-1 fashion. Looking at this Gatut Gacha play, that was the highlight in that match. While the next patch is around the corner, make sure you catch the action by following all the...
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doom. We set them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions.
Make it or break it today, because that's the title for day number 4 in MPL LATAM Season 3. We're looking at exciting matches with 2 best of 5 series for today, and of course, we are reporting for duty with me, Faye, as your anchor, and Gabriel and Kronos here with me too as our analyst and also play-by-play for today.
Hey folks,
Yeah.
what's up? Glad to have you all here. I'm Gabriel, your analyst for today. I'm here with Vey and Kronos. Nice to meet you, my man.
Hey, thank you so much, Gabriel. Thank you so much. Way excited, of course, to bring you the action, what's in store right now. And we have some exciting games for us. And of course, let's not forget, right? Am I correct? I think it's a BO5. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's a
Yeah.
BO5, right, Way?
Yeah, it is a best of 5 series, and we are going to see the highlight of the day, the title that I just brought up to you guys, make it or break it, because these 4 teams that are competing today, it's either you're going to relegation for this, or you're going to break someone's win streak matches. So it's either those both things that we're going to see with a hot match today. And of course, as we see before today's schedule, our first match is Malvinas Gaming's against Alpha 7. On the other hand, we have match number 2. It's 9Z Globan versus Influence Rage. For first match of the day, Malvinas Gaming's and also Alpha 7, they kind of have it rough in the first week though. What do you think about it, Gabriel, between these 2 teams?
Yeah, we have the Brazilian Alpha 7 with change on the lineup. We can talk better in the future, but I think it's a game that no one wants to lose. Kingzilla, the jungle of Alpha 7, will have a rush time against the Owls, the jungle of Malvinas Gaming. Both teams are really strong, both teams don't want to lose, and it has everything to be one of the best matches of the season so far.
And on the other hand, 9Z Globand and also going up against Influence Rage. No win streak has been broken yet by our top dog here. So would really like to see how 9Z Globand perform today, because will they still continue that streak in the Swiss stage brackets, or will our friends from Influence Rage finally break it too?
Yeah,
I
and
think
one thing that's... Oh, sorry.
No, you're all right. I was just gonna say, I think Influence Rage definitely have something going on their side, but of course 9Z Globan have been dominant, right, Gabriel?
Yes, and one fun fact, it's the 9Z Globan didn't even lost a game. Influence Rage lost a game against the Entity 7. It was 2-1. And so far, all the games of the 9Z Globan was 2-0. They don't know what's to lose in this championship yet.
Quite interesting to see. We've seen some cheese picks also, though, from week number 1, dragging along to day number 1 from week number 2 yesterday. And do you think that those cheese picks will probably pop up maybe different heroes other than the Alice that will be picked up even after the patch updates?
If
Oh,
you
it's
ask
for me, it's
me,
for Kronos.
about to say both
for
of us
either one of you. Yeah, because like we're thinking which. Okay, Kronos first.
I think after the patch updates, we did see a little bit of changes last night, but I think at the moment they definitely got to keep that Zushin in the ban section. We not really sure if the Alice would still be great. Nothing really great to her, but we can, I think, expect to see a lot more burst potential come out from both teams.
How about Gabriel? What do you think about it?
And actually, I agree with Kronos. I think Selena also can be able to use it at the mid lane or the roamer. It fits on both lanes. And Forsha is the burst power. Zuxin, the most banned hero so far. It will continue get banned because the little buff it got became really stronger than it used to be. So probably Forza will be the preferred pick on the mid lane, going with Selena.
And for any of the priorities heroes that we are going to discuss later on, but for all of you who are watching right now in MPL LATAM Season 3, you guys are waiting for a prize and we are also eyeing for it. So guys, don't forget to see the lucky draw for diamonds, because the more viewers who are coming in to the stream will add more diamonds for the giveaway. And this only appears on the MPL Brazil channel. So for any Brazilian or probably in the both channels from that can watch and also redeem on the diamonds. But if you guys are watching here in the English stream, you guys can wait for a skin code that will pop up in between probably matches or probably in games. So that's why you gotta keep your eyes out for it. So of course, don't forget to tune in on either one of your streams. You guys are not missing out because there will be a lot of prizes waiting for you.
Wow.
Okay, quite well to see, because all of this couldn't even happen if we weren't supported so well by Bonox.com. Of course, you guys, other than getting free skins, other than racking up diamonds later in the MPL Brazil channel, you guys can also recharge and redeem your diamonds with a 5% discount with the BNX MPL tree code just on Bonox.com. And this is a limited time code, guys, so all are able to open as long you are in the Latin American region. You can just reach in, open the website, and every time you want to buy those crazy skins that are just coming out, like the KOF skins, like the Selena Zenith skin, and I'm looking at the golden diamond events, so you guys can actually get those diamonds plus a little bit of something with the normal diamonds, and you guys can probably get an epic skin on a discount. When are you just getting that yet?
Yes, and also we have other huge sponsor that it's the Community Gaming. Community Gaming is the ultimate platform offering sports competitions, professional and automated payment solutions for communities. You can host your tournaments of all types of game, especially Mobile Legends. So they provide the tools, full support to organize your esport event, whether you want to compete or host your own tournament. Just need to visit communitygaming.io right now and go, man. Do your championship, play the championship, have fun, because community gaming provides you all of that.
Wowee! After discount, getting skins, you're ready to test out your skills on community gaming. But of course, let's not forget that we are going to see our professional players who are going to test out their skills also in day number 4 for today, going up against the first match. I'm actually curious to see who will be the main lineup for Alpha 7 and also Malvinus Gaming, because we're going to see the team head-to-head. Can you break it down for us, Gabriel?
Sure, we have the both roamers of the teams, Malvinas Gaming roamer Keith, and also Vagin for the Alpha 7. Fun fact, Vagin used it to be, since MPL Brazil Season 1, a professional player who used it to play for DreamHack. He also played for the DreamHack Ice, the BTR, and now he is on Alpha 7. Keith so far have been in Malvinas Gaming since 2024 and is really a key player of the roamer of both teams. Kronos, what do you expect for this match?
Hey, if you ask me, Gabriel, Vagin has the experience, right? He has the experience. He's been here since MPL Brazil Season 1. He's not just been playing for one team, he's been around the block. And a mid laner's job, as you know, coach, is to kind of get everything under control. in the game. You're the ones trying to shot call. You're the one trying to garner your team. You're the one trying to lead your team to victory and trying to set the pace of the game. So Vagin's experience definitely gonna be a game changer in this one. Not just the fact that he's played for so many teams or for such a long time. He has so many different teammates as well. So that's definitely something that I'm looking out for, to see how he can get the team on his back and lead them to victory.
Knowing that one of the pillars are quite strong, usually it just roams around the roamer, the jungle, and also the mid laner. The trio mid is the priority of the team. As long as you have those strong pillars in your team, you are good to go. But let's not forget that during the meta shift, that you know that you're focusing on the jungle very much, you're focusing on fast rotations. Let's not forget you gotta have a semi roamer who will going to be your either moment maker or either your backup roamer. So let's see how it goes for Alpha 7, because I hear they have an imported player going up against them. Alpha 7 for today, there's Doms, Kingzilla, Syndra, Vaguin, and also Gusta Lagusta. New pillar for Alpha 7. A new moment maker from Blacklist International. MPLPH just got in for the new lineup for week 2 in the first match of day number 2. So fun to see for all of these people coming in to the LATAM region. You got Jesus yesterday. You got to see Doms also yesterday for today. How about the player stats? What do you think of the new player, Gabriel?
Yeah, we know that Doms used it to be a Blacklist MPL PH player. He also played on a lot of teams like the Bleed Sports on the MPL Singapore the first season. We know that he really likes to use Hilda, Gatokacha. He used it to play really well with Lapu Lapu. So it's a new player. The teams don't have a lot of information of Doms in this season, so it could be a brilliant surprise for Alpha 7 squad. We also know that Kingzilla, Syndra, Vagin, and Gusta Lagusta used to be one of the top players of the last season. Kingzilla and Gusta Lagusta were on the RRQ Akira. Syndra and Vagin were playing on the BTR. So, another fun fact, Vagin and Gusta Lagusta played together in MPL Brazil Season 1 by Coda Solid squad. So they have a really good synergy. And other fun fact, Vagin and Gusta Lagusta defeated Syndra's team that used to be Sons of Anarchy on the MPL Season 1, the quarterfinals. So all of the players know each other really well, and I'm really looking forward to see how they adapt their games to play with Doms.
Oh, okay. Once enemies and now brothers in the same team. Let's see these veterans, how they will perform today with the new addition on Dom. But let's not forget, they have an opposing team to go head to head. For today, we're going to see Malvinus Gaming's official lineup from Field, Alls, Definite, Keith, and Niyashino. No one is changed yet from the first week. Still a solid lineup for today. Going up against Alpha 7, what do you think? Will any drafts or unique picks from these players on Malvinus Gaming will make a difference for today's game?
We already saw Alls and Niazinho doing great games, being important pieces, important players to the Argentinian squad. But we want to see more of Definite, the mid laner, and Keith, the roamer, because they are. I'm not sure if they are shy, if they are not keeping on with Alls and Niazinho, but we know those players can do better, and today they need to do better because it's a really important to win this match against Alpha 7. It's a tough game. It will be really hard for them to improve their abilities and their game for this match, but that's what they need to do, right, Kronos?
Hey, that's what they gotta do. They definitely need to improve, and they're looking to make a stand here. They want to get ahead. They do not want to go into the relegation phase, of course, and that's gonna be the most important thing going on to this BO5. The best part about a BO5, you can always make a comeback. If it takes it to all the 5 games, that would be the best thing possible for the viewers, for us as casters as well. And the players will be tired, but I think they will be looking focused. But what I want to see a little bit more of is Feel going up against Doms. Because let's not forget, he is a gold medalist in the 30s in the SEA Games. For Philippines, having the experience of having played with Blacklist, understanding the style, I think that might be slight bit of a difference maker.
Okay, of course, it will be one of the keys to victories right here to see how Dom will actually perform even after being a gold medalist in the 31st SEA Games championships and also being in Blacklist, plus having the advantage of actually going to Singapore also because in that region you get unique picks that you don't get to see in other regions because they experimented a lot. Most of the teams there, they don't have coaches. So like a lot of players, they just like, let's go brainstorming, let's go explore. So I'm really hoping that probably those one of the highlights that you can bring up in MPL LATAM here. Because both of these teams, as you said before, Kronos and also Gabriel, they need this win. They need this W right now. And the best of 5 series is the best way to test it. It's not just about strategies, it's not just about wits, but it's also about the stamina and proving they are pro players and they are worthy of a place here in MPL LATAM because both Malvinas Gamings and also Alpha 7 Esports, so far, they don't really have advantage yet during the first week coming on to here. Because in Alpha 7 Esports, they are lucky enough to actually push through a best of 3 series and unlocking the 3rd game. But so far, no winning matches yet because they only won 2 games so far. But on the other hand, Malvinas Gamings, they managed to secure 4 games throughout the day, but no wins yet. And we're going into the drafting phase, and as you said before, Gabriel, I remember during the drafting phase, it will be a determination that will this team win just by the draft. So far, it's just 60% of it. Because don't get outdrafted, because actually it will make an impact on how you play later on.
Yes, and also we know that Alpha 7 coach named Cabral, he let the players do the drafting because, for example, he of course gives his opinion, but the players, okay, what do you feel comfortable of bringing? You know what you need to do. You know the game. So what you want to play with. So he advises the team, but the final decision is with the player himself. So it's a different line of coaching that we are used to during the, for example, MPL Philippines, MPL Singapore. The coaches is the final decision. Here in the Latin scenario, they gave really responsibility to the players to choose what they're going to do. And we already saw that Matilda is the first ban. Matilda is blocked by Malvinas Gaming, and also Badang is blocked by the Alpha 7. Both heroes are really strong on the game right now. Matilda with the ultimate, the following up, and the Dasha that could easily escape from dangerous situation. And Badang, it's just really strong and it's really hard to counter. Yeah, Kronos, it's a really good Badang cosplayer. I'm just kidding. But Joy also banned by Malvinas Gaming. Chip banned by Alpha 7. Both teams are really quick banners, so they already have this strategy going on. They are not even thinking about it. Okay, Joy banned. Okay, let's take it off Chip. And after this new patch, Chip can teletransport in more ways, so it's a really good roamer could get vision, could show up anywhere in the map. So you need to be careful. And both Kronos and Vey, Kronos first, what you're thinking about the banning phase so far?
I mean, the bans look good, right? I'm looking at a Suyo gonna be banned out from Alpha 7 because it's just too strong, and of course gonna say the Harriet to be taken off. Because I think you just told me before we got ready, Gusta Lagusta, his Harriet needs respect. You cannot leave that open. So definitely Malvinas Gaming understand the Brazilian gold laner. He's been there. He's seen it all. Talk about the world stage, talk about the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows. He has seen it all and he's still stuck through. And now in MPL LATAM Season 3, his Harriet demands respect, and you can see that being banned out. But another thing that I wanted to touch upon, Gabriel and Vey, is just the fact that with Doms coming into the picture, having such a stacked resume, does that put pressure on him, and will he be able to perform? That's the main thing in my head.
Okay, so probably as a newcomer coming into a region that we've seen, it will take some adjustment. Probably it's a time difference. Also, you're flying in from Southeast Asia, and you're coming into a new game. Language probably that you can try. Probably the food, like how Kronos' eyes light up when he hears Jesus talking about the food in Brazil. It was just so good and everything. And I think after a 36-hour flight and some good rest, Dawn should perform quite well, because we can see from Alpha 7, they just picked up the Jawhead and the Granger. And wow, what's next for Malvinas Gaming?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't expecting this Jawhead right on the first pick of Alpha 7. It surprises me, but it's a really good surprise. Jawhead is a really good engager. It's a really good hero to initiate the team fight. And okay, we know Suyu had a lot of dashes, a really good scaper, but Jawhead can just keeping following with all the skills. So gives a really good early game with depression. Not the best clean waiver so far, but it's a really good pressure. And oh my god, they let Zexing open. Zexing is picked by Malvinas Gaming. Os gets Gatsukacha. What a perfect prep so far by Malvinas Gaming. I'm really surprised. Well, we are going to see something nasty, folks.
Okay, something nasty for Malvinas Gaming. And we're also not forgetting Alpha 7. They want to top that up. They want to just go aggressive also. You get the Jawhead, fast early presence, fast rotation. I need someone to chase some heroes. And the greatest answer for Alpha 7 is the Phobius, and no counterplay. CC is just closed up just like that. For Malvinas Gaming, I think they can try to close up a lot of the mid laners against Alpha 7, because so far they haven't picked that up yet. But what good mid laners can they just close off?
Now I'm just taking a look at that Zushin. It's still bothering me that they left the Zushin open. It's gonna be so nasty to take a look at, Gabriel, and I think it's just the fact that they wanna kite and keep diving on the other side.
Folks, before everything, I want to say a huge hug from a friend of mine, Guilherme Teixeira, Guimap. He used to be a professional player of MPL. He just texted me, he's watching me. I love you, my friend. A hug for him and all the Teixeira's family. Dan, Gabriel, Daniel is their father. So I love you guys very much. Thanks for watching. And I swear to you, I was going to say Ivy would be a huge pick from Alpha 7. I wouldn't ban Forza, because Suyu can get on Forza really quickly. Gatsukacha can get to Forza real quickly. Forza is strong, but it's really easy to counter it with the heroes so far presented by Malvinas Gaming. So I will take off Forza, and I wasn't going to say Fanny. We saw Kingzilla performing with Fanny. It didn't work really well. It's a really good jungle. It's a really good assassin, but it didn't perform it really well so far. We saw on the first match of Alpha 7, the 3 matches Kingzilla tries and insisted with the Fanny, and it didn't work really well. I'm not sure it's the best band for Movinas Gaming to go. And now Sicilian is picked by Syndra, a really good pick.
Oh, really good pick indeed for Alpha 7. But since they're bringing up the Granger and also the Sicilian together, I think it would be quite hard in the early game for them because they really need to drag it to late. They need a strong jungle who can carry on the early and also outbeat the CEO. On the other hand, Malvinus Gaming, they're talking about a marksman who is open. What is strong against a Granger? If you want to go range, you can go for Bruno, or probably if you want to go like true damage because you're going up against the Phobius, you can take out the carry. And last pick here from Malvinus Gaming, you need vision against a Jawhead. You go for a hill down, which is good. And last pick for Alpha 7, what do you think about this, Kronos?
I was thinking they're looking to go towards the Hayabusa, right? Because the Hayabusa is really good against the Zushin, and the Bruno was there, but with this Hilda coming into play, are they really going to go for the Hayabusa right now? You need someone to catch on towards the Zushin, because yes, you have, like Gabriel mentioned earlier, this Jawhead's going to use the Unstoppable Force to go and catch on towards Suyo, because he's the one with the double dash. But once you do that, the Zushin's going to be left wide open. But they go for the Nolan. Fast clear. I see Gabriel smiling, and I know he can smell what they're cooking.
Well,
Ooh.
Kingzilla is really good at this jungler, and you can easily, with Nolan, you can easily go to Zuxin. You can escape from Zuxin and just get a kill like nothing happens. I'm here, I'm not here anymore. Bye bye. Go to your base. It's a really good pick. It's not on the meta anymore. It's still on the meta, but not one of the top picks, the priorities of this meta. But it's a good pick. But I'm a little afraid of the. For example, they only have ability power. They only have mages, magic power to present, and the Granger. We know the early game of the Granger is really strong, but okay, in the late game you have Sicilian, you have Nolan. So let's see what's going, because let's see this amazing game.
Okay, let's go into the first match of the day, week number 2, day number 2 of Malvinus Gaming's against Alpha 7. Who will go to the relegation round? As a great opening also for both sides of the team. Starting good so far with a good early wave clear from Alpha 7, Syndra versus Definite. It will be a very hard thing to touch on for the early game. Which one farms better, Gabriel? Is it Malvinus Gaming or Alpha 7?
Let's see. By the draft, I would say Malvinas Gaming gets a little more advantage. But look at what they're going to do. They're invading Alpha 7.
Ooh. Almost getting there, right? Alpha 7 got a little lucky with that. Trying to get that creep, and Malvinas Gaming as well. A little bit of an early skirmish could have been possible, but then avoided completely.
A good avoidance play, because you don't want both junglers to just like hurl Dawn and snowball from the early game. It's just like going on in and out gameplay. You're going to see from Malvinus Gaming and also Alpha 7. Both pillars are ready again. Moment makers for both sides of the team. It will be a problem here.
Oh, ejector going on. You can see Keeve right now getting caught. The taunt is coming through, but it's first the blood by Vagin, picking it up for Alpha 7. And now they have something on the board to show just before the turtle starts up.
Good trade, but no death timer is so long yet, because Alpha 7, they're eyeing out on that objective too.
Oh, in Infernal Pursuit from Dom's going through, and you can see in the back line, Feel going on
Definite.
towards King, but he's able to get out of there, and instantly they get another kill on towards Feel as well. And right now, there was definitely the turtle up for grabs, but it went for a reset completely. King was able to make his way out of there. They got 2 assists on the board, 2 kills early on, and both in the hands of Vagin. And I think that's the early game presence that you were talking about, Gabriel.
Yes, Vagin show why Jawhead is an early gamer, and Vagin just reset the turtle. A really good start by Alpha 7. That's definitely contesting this turtle.
Ooh. Yeah, they're trying to Sanguine Claws, catches 2 of them. Definite right now can kite out of there, gets picked up by
Vagin?
Dom. And at the same time, you can see Turtle being secured. AOG going down towards them, but at the same time, Vagin picks up another killing spree after the Unstoppable Force, and Syndra picks one for himself as well. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, you can see the 1v1 between Gusta Lagusta and Niancinho. But still to no avail as they are able to disperse Alpha 7 1k ahead in Goldway and definitely have the advantage right now.
Okay, 4 kills ahead of Malvinus Gaming. Good, I might say. But during that trade, you get the turtle, you get 2 kills. You think that you can put up the same goal, but Alpha 7 said, no. I'm gonna win the trade even though I don't get the first objective. It's still okay. And we're talking to the vicinity here for just what happened. Does this will bring a good moment here?
Bombs. Infernal Pursuit is there going on top of Keeve, but you can see the target is definite with the Unstoppable Force, but the Purify helping him survive. The Ejector, really well played from Malvinas Gaming to prevent any sort of casualties. And if you ask me, that could have gone either way, right, Gabriel? That was so close. Vagin even used the Flicker.
Yeah, the Ejector played really well, and it's actually really dangerous for do that because it can goes really well and it can goes really bad. And let's see what they're bringing on this mid lane.
From the mid laner, Ejector coming in.
On towards Definite, and you can see instantly they take him down as well. AOG to run away. Keeve making sure that they don't get a lot more. Alpha 7, 5 kills on the board, 2k gold advantage, and now looking to take neutral objectives and slowly the turret structures.
So far, I think there will be a sandwich gameplay here setting up for my Alpha 7. Niancinho should just keep an eye out because not so far yet. There is a turtle that Alpha 7 is eyeing for, and Malvinus Gaming won't just give that up.
Yeah, but that was so fast though. King was able to burst it down, and that's the power of Granger. And also the Jawhead, Vagin, and Gusta Lagusta making sure that King is able to take that easy peasy lemon squeezy.
And even though we think that Kingzilla can just be the finisher for Alpha 7, and turns out Syndra gets 2 kills, racking up those stats will be quite good, but jumping in.
Feel got thrown up like a ball, and as Vagin is the one leading the charge. You can see right now Syndra is a Bat's Feast, making sure that they're zoned away. Gusta Lagusta doing the same right now. They go on towards the top side, tier 1. They're able to defend, so well played. Meanwhile, on the bot side, King versus Alds. A never-ending story. Suyo versus the Nolan. Who's gonna outplay the other? Not just yet, but King able to farm much faster, and I think that comes down to the mechanics of the Nolan.
What can one do if they are in this position, Gabriel?
Oh no. Flicker coming through. Vagin was caught in low man's land, but meanwhile the bot lane, the 1v1 trade being taken. Alts falls down. And in that situation, Gabriel, just going back to what Bay said, what can they really do?
They need to start to responding on the other lanes. Oh my god, look at that. A lot of damage dealt by the mid laner Syndra with the Sicilian, but nothing happens. We saw Malvinas Gaming losing the top lane turret, the bottom lane turret, and they didn't do anything. They started a team fight on the middle of the second tower of the top lane, but for which reason? For nothing. They need to play with the team together to try to survive, but 7 minutes game, 4k goal difference, it's really hard for you to respond because this game is already snowballed. And the late game, the Alpha 7 have the Sicilian, have the Phobius that it's almost impossible to kill, and now Kingzilla is going and it's with you, Kronos.
Yeah, I think he was almost about to get there, right? He used everything that he had to them. But right now, the damage is there. They're just buying enough time. 5k gold lead way, and I think that's the most important part. They're slowly choking them out.
Slowly pushing also from the bottom lane. At least they get one turret. But with that big of a gold lead, I think it would be hard for Malvinus Gaming because you really gotta wait for Nianshino to just pick up his item power spikes. He can actually go into the gameplay, but I see Bakuin.
Conceal. Yeah, conceal play already been made as well. So that's good, but you can see Syndra on the aggressive with the Bat's Feast, the Bat's Impact, doing so much damage, and Definite is just not able to sustain. But meanwhile, Keeve here might be targeted. Vagin goes for the Flicker as well. He throws the backfield, but Kingzilla with the Fracture, able to dish out the damage, picks up one for himself, finally making sure that Alpha 7 have the advantage that they were looking for. 7,000, 6,000 in goal lead right now, taking down the tier 2. The bot side is the next target, and they will slowly choke them out as they will get towards that neutral objective, which is the Lord.
First target they want to get for Nianshino, but sadly, Fear is just way too much fronting there, and Alpha 7 got the objective. Even though because of this gain, you can just burst down the Hilda as easy as that, but.
No, he gets caught out. That's a no man's land, but he's able to escape still with the help of the Fracture. They get the kill on towards Keeve, and Feel is the next one on the chopper block. He gets taken down, while Definite bites the dust as well. Syndra, 3-0-6, able to play an absolutely fantastic game off the back of the farming speed coming in from this Nolan as they're going in towards the Lord right now.
Wow, a lot of resources has been dished out, but Malvinus Gaming, they are hanging on a thread, really. And for even Alpha 7 got the Lord. Malvinus Gaming, do they really have that high ground potential to defend all of this, Gabriel?
They can try, but you are really 10 kills against none. The farming difference is in the house of the 8k. Vagin is starting the team fights really well. The pick-offs, the flash and ejector back, it's like impossible escaping play. And we saw that Malvinas Gaming don't have the power to kill. For example, Zuxin did a really great play by Falcon's Kingzilla, and Kingzilla could escape because, oh, look at that, look at that. Where's Bruno?
Nianshino just instantly burst down. Keeve has to go back with the AOG. That's not a good sign. And right now you can see the inhibitor being burst down. The Lord still full HP. Malvinas Gaming need to find an answer. They don't have their gold laner to back them up now. The mid and the top side are going to be the target, but somehow the Lord, thanks to the new passive coming in from the turret, able to survive, but he goes in dumbs with that Infernal Pursuit, but able to kite out of there with the Flicker as well. Vagin looking for the next play, but Kingzilla is the one of the King of the Jungle, takes him down. Alz is going bye-bye, and right now he's on a killing spree. The Lord is not present, but the base is going to be the target. They get the next one, and now we're looking for another while the base crystal is left exposed. Gusta La Gusta gets 2, make that a triple, and finally Alpha 7 take this game in a very dominating fashion off the back of Gusta La Gusta and King's play, and what a way to get a triple kill right towards the end.
Early bat off quite well by Alpha 7. A victory, of course, in game number 1. But we're talking about a lot of the moments happening here in the highlights. A very fast game. A very, very fast moment to see. And Gabriel, can you break it down? What happened in there?
Well, the Alpha 7 made a great use of Jaw's Head early game power, capitalizing on that initial advantage to take down the outer turrets. We saw 6-minute game. The top turret is already down. The bottom turret just went down again. And the initiation Vagin provides with the flash and ejector back. It's amazing. We saw Alpha 7 players playing until the limit of the hero, escaping every single time, and it takes only one Lord to end the game, because at that point the snowball effect was already in full force by Alpha 7.
And by Alpha 7 executing it so well in game number 1 with quite a dominating thing, as Chrono said. For that type of early game, I think it will be a momentum and also mental boost for them. Because remember, it's a best of 5 series. If you can end it with a 3-0, why not?
I think it's like they're layering, right? They were layering one on top of the other. And correct me if I'm wrong, coach, because the way that they went, it was slotting in one skill and then you making sure that they use their flicker, using their purify, and then comes the next engage. And the entire game, the Gatot Kacha was not able to go and initiate or even be a secondary engager, not even able to zone them away, always using the AOG to run away. And I think that goes to show that he was definitely not having a great game.
We only saw the Gato Kacha ultimates to escape. He didn't initiate anything. He only was trying to avoid the team fight, not engaging. And how the Alpha 7 baited the Purifies, it was like a really, really strong and intelligent way to perform. Because, okay, you go with the Jawhead's ultimate, you need to purify, or Jawhead will eject you back. But he didn't activate the ejector, so you just wasted your purify for, I won't say no reason, because it was a smart play to do. But like 10 seconds after, Jawhead flashes, eject you back, and say bye-bye to your life, because don't have anything for you to do. And even if you don't get ejected by Jawhead, you have Nolan just going to you and escaping with the dash, and the damage is dealt. So a really strong and intelligent game. And I said earlier, the Malvinas Gaming draft was perfect, but the execution of this draft wasn't. We saw in the early game the Malvinas Gaming trying to invade the Nolan, trying to be aggressive on the early game plays, but they stopped it. After the first invade didn't work out, they just stopped trying. They started responding to the offense of the Alpha 7, but they wasn't trying to improve their game.
We're talking about the overall because like both sides of the team have those early conditions that need to meet up in order for them to win. And but turns out, as what you said, Gabriel, it's just responding instead of invading. And it kind of just stopped after the first hurdle. I thought that it actually be a momentum boost that you get that, oh, wait, I already got the first objective. I got 500 gold for the whole team. It's good. I get to rack up points. But like after that, I'm gonna go front. Never mind. Yeah, I'm done. But let's see, of course, because you can't put that up in game number 2 because you really got to keep that piece up.
Yeah, it was like they went ahead trying to attack, got caught offside, and was like, hey, you know what? We're not attacking. We're only defending. We're not going to go ahead. And I think that's the mental pressure for Malvinas Gaming. They had a good draft, like Gabriel said. Execution wasn't there. Early game, they tried to make something happen. They were getting creative. They were trying to find openings, but that was a failed attempt. And the next thing you know, like, you know what? Let's not do anything, guys. Let's just wait. We'll wait for Alpha 7 to make blunders, and then we'll capitalize. But guess what? Alpha 7, with their experience, with the new import coming through, who has tons of experience of his own, adding extra information, and I think there was just no blunders coming through. It was a clean game by Alpha 7. I don't even know if one of them even sacrificed themselves, because it feels like nobody even died in that game from the side of Alpha 7.
When they were focused the crystal. If I'm not wrong, Vagin may died. Yeah, two people died, but it was when Alpha 7 was going for the all-in. And talking about the first game, 11 minutes. It was one of the fastest games of the season so far. We saw a 11k goal difference. It's a huge gap between the teams. Turrets 8 to 2, just one Lord to close the game. Only took one single Lord. By the Turtles, Alpha 7 just gave up the last turtle because they were focusing on keeping the turrets down. The farming on the buffs, it wasn't a huge gap because at some point Alpha 7 just took off the Malvinas jungle at all. And it's a really good, it was a really perfect match for the Alpha 7. Talking about the players, Alpha 17, it's a team made by former RRQ Akira players, the Kingzilla and the Gusta Lagusta, former BTR players, Vagin and Syndra, and Dooms, that former Black Glass Philippine player. But in the past 2 years, RRQ Akira won everything on the LATAM scenario. Kingzilla and Gusta Lagusta were the best players of RRQ Akira on the. It was they were the best players of LATAM scenario in the past 2 years, and they are now facing Malvinas Gaming in a huge difficult situation. The situation that they don't have any W, they don't have any win on this match, and that's what they are chasing for.
I think the big part of it that how they would try to help out during in that game, because you see that Alpha 7, I'm actually quite happy to finally see a focusing mark emblem on Vaguin, that it is active and activated too in the game. With Vaguin's jaw head, again, you can just really help a lot during in and out during the game. And from Alpha 7, from you can see, like, I agree with what Chrono said. I don't think that they sacrificed a lot during this game because you see Doms is just very active. You can see they are opening visions a lot, and you can actually also track back in game number 1 where Vaguin is just eyeing on a lot of people. You're looking at scouting at Al's jungle. You're even not finding the Hilda because playing the Hilda, it feels different. It doesn't feel like compared to week 2, day number 1, Hilda said you can actually go aggressive. And Vaguin, for me, he's just looking for moments that he can play instead of just purely opening visions because he knows he can delegate that work to Doms. And it was just executed so well to see even both sides of a team fight participation. So far, Alpha 7, all of them are active here. And wow, Gabriel, what do you think about this? Damage still, turret damage, and even total heal, mostly taken by Alpha 7.
Yeah, Alpha 7 just made a perfect match. I would say almost perfect, but you only die twice by doing the all-in. It doesn't really count because you are just getting damage off the crystal. So it was a perfect match for Alpha 7. The the damage dealt by Alpha 7 it was actually, we saw on the draft. We saw on the stats. It was mostly onto Hilda. Hilda tanked really a lot of damage, and Alpha 7 just surprised all of us, showing that not always the draft is the solution.
I do really agree because in this scenario, the drafts, they don't get out draft. It's actually quite equal footing, if you might want to say. And even to see how they perform so well. Our MVP of the game, Kingzilla, with a 3-0-10 KDA. Wow, we.
Yes, we saw Kingzilla playing with Nolan. His emblem was the Impure Rage. Well, that's when you deal damage with skills, deals 4% of target max HP as an extra adaptive damage, and restore 2% mana on the hit, or in Nolan's case, the energy. So another beautiful MVP, but I need to say, Vagin, you were the MVP of my heart, because Nolan wouldn't dealt this kind of damage, wouldn't get this KDA if Vagin wasn't starting the engages. So, in my opinion, in my honest and humble opinion, the truth MVP of this first match was the Jawhead and Vagin's initiation, because the early game of Jawhead, the 301, a killing spree for a roamer on 2 minutes game, it kind of helped the snowball. So, Vagin, you were the MVP from my heart, but Kingzilla, when he gets the advantage, he don't let it go, because he was the past 4 seasons, including MPL Brazil season 4 and 5, Liga LATAM, MPL LATAM 1 and 2, the best jungler of the competitions. And that's why, because he's good of getting the objectives, it's really hard for him to miss the smite. And when Kingzilla gets the advantage, it's really hard to take it off.
Okay, slowly they are picking their things up for what happened in week one. As I've actually talked about with Gabriel before, we are shocked all over the world actually. For some reason, the teams that you think that are the powerhouse, somehow it's just turned off the power in the first week. You're talking about MPL ID, somehow Team Liquid ID, they didn't perform well in week number 1, but after week 2, they just shut up. Same as MPL BH. You're talking about Onyx BH. Didn't really perform well in week 1, but after that, week 2, they shut up. And I was actually joking about with Gabriel, what happens if that curse is brought to MPL LATAM? And I think so far, in game number 1, it's a good start for Alpha 7.
But don't jinx.
No jinx. No jinx. I am not jinxing today. I have good connection finally. Not jinxing. I am having a good day here. I think I froze a bit. Too fast to say. But it's about the game. Frey brings no jinx. Or except that's a jinx. I should stop talking about jinx now.
Yeah, about to say. that momentum, right? That's the key word over there. Those teams didn't have momentum and then found the momentum, and I think that's what Alpha 7 are looking for. Game number 1 in a BO5, it is so important. Yes, it's easy for, Malvina's Gaming coach or Malvina's Gaming's player to say that, hey guys, it was only 1 game. We can win 2 more back to back. It's easy to say that. But to pull it off when you're in the game, maybe 6-7 minutes in, all of a sudden you see somebody else on the other side kind of spamming that recall, it gets to your head and you're like, okay. And then you let loose and all of a sudden you're not in the driver's seat anymore. So definitely Alpha 7 on the aggression. And Gabriel, same bands, same story?
Well, let's see, because they are playing against the meta. Matilda, they're respecting Gusta Legusta's Harif, Bedang for Alpha 7 side. Actually, I'm not sure if they need to respect anything. I wouldn't waste a ban neither on Jawhead or on Nolan's, for example. Granger just showed up on the game like to 5 or 6 minutes of the game, while the snowball was already made. And okay, they respect the Jawhead. Sorry, I jinxed it. But okay, we can understand why they do that, but I'm not sure if it was the best strategy. Louis taken off by Alpha 7. They have the first pick. I would insist on Soyu, but they bring us joy. We saw, if I'm not wrong, Entity 17 last weekend, picking Joy in every single match, and it didn't work out. Joy has a really good early game, but the team needs to perform with this hero so they can really help Joy to grow. Joy solo early game wouldn't carry the full team.
I do agree. It's other than the matter of execution. I think both sides of the team they need to understand that they have early conditions to meet up. Both Suyo and also Joy would be a deal breaker in that. And so far, we can see that Alpha Seven just performed better and game based on game number one against Malvinas Gaming. The thing is that something I learned about MPLPH, the mentality that made Onyx PH go to M6 in the M series is that every time you see an opening, fight. Anytime a moment that is created, you fight. Because it's not about how the drafts are played out around, because you see in game number one, both are equal and they can actually start. Even you miss out the first opportunity and you see that there's an opening, you fight. Because any time of that situation, you can actually take back the tide because both have early aggressions on. And especially bringing up the Lucas and also the Hilda. So that means both frontliners, you can see both sustaining heroes, you already been opened up. And Alpha 7, you just need in to bring the gun powers that to just burst both of them down. What hero do you think that would be good, Gabriel, to close out the first drafting phase?
Ivy. Ivy. Ivy would be the perfect pick here for because when you have a lot of fighters, Ivy could slow down the game. Okay, you don't have a good escape of Joy, but the outrange provides you to deal your damage under the turret. So you could be protected by the turret. You have a front line in front of you, and okay, they just pick Vexana. Good pick as well. Need a flash to get more to escape from Joy most often. But I'm not sure if I like Vexana's pick right now. It need to get a mid lane pick now to you start banning the picks from Malvinas Gaming, preferably the mages and the mid laners. But with that front line, Lucas, Hilda, and Joy with good escaping, I would go for or a more aggressive mage or a more supportive mage. That's how I read the game so far.
And we're talking about head-to-head between two junglers. Both the most used heroes for both sides. Kind of the same. You see the Alpha, you see the Suyo, you see the Fanny, you see the Joy. Again, all are early gained heroes. The question is, which side is better? Because so far I'm seeing like average GPM Kingzilla has a better record than alls. Because you see how he farms, you see how he rotates, you see how he just goes in and out, and with those win rates so far again from Malvinas Gaming, no answer yet. It's a 0%, but I think it will be a good chance for them to actually finally break that zero. Finally gain some good numbers for them because we're talking about the bans and picks here for today. What hero should be good going up against the Joy? What do you think, Gabriel?
Going against the Joy, I think the Kingzilla has the ability to get a pick-off jungler, but I'm not sure it's the best strategy thinking only about the Joy because, for example, you get a pick-off jungler. You need to take care of Lucas and Hilda as well because you cannot forget the front line. If I'm being honest, I think Alpha it's going to be a great pick if Malvinas game don't ban. But knowing the pool of the Kingzilla, I would say Alpha, if not banned, it will be the preferred pick for the Alpha 7 jungle.
You need something to front against the Hilda and also the Lucas. Probably melt down some of it because you already picked up the Phobias. There's no chance you're picking up the CC. And what do you think that the one of the tanky heroes that you can pick up against the Lucas and the Hilda? What do you think, Kronos?
I think for a tank at this point, you're not supposed to be looking at the Hilda. You know, I'm looking at the fact that you gotta go for a Cho to pick off the Joy, because the Joy is gonna be the threat for the Vexana. So the Cho is definitely an option, but I agree with Gabriel in the fact that there has to be that Alpha in the jungle. Not only for the fact, like you mentioned, Vey, he'll be the one leading the charge, he'll be the one trying to get that frontline presence, but also has true damage. And we all know the Alphas just gonna get a double kill at some point in the game. You can have a really bad early game. You can be 0-3-0. You can be 0-4-1. The game could not be going in your favor, and all of a sudden, a double kill on the Alpha, and now Alpha is online. All it takes is one item, that War Axe. After that, you're gonna go full tank anyway. So you just need that little bit of a support from your team, and all he has to do is come by and finish up for the rest of the team, and that will be a big problem. So the Alpha is a good one, and also looking at the Cho in the roam position to kind of pick off that Joy, have an engaging tool, play aggressive, because right now looking at the draft and what Gabriel spoke about was the fact that Malvinas Gaming have a good draft, but you want to respond aggression with aggression. Now, if you start playing defensive after having a really great game one, that momentum that you have in your favor could completely swing, and that's what Malvinas Gaming wants, and that's what Alpha 7 should not let happen. So yes, they got their hands on the Suyo, but do they want to play defensive by picking up maybe a secondary initiator? If they go for a Hylos in the roam, it seems nice in theory, but mentally speaking, I think they want to go for that Cho, right? At least that's what I think.
I do agree a Hylas, but just for the fact of like stopping on the Joy. But I think it's better to have a better pick off potential instead of just like a mini stun. At least you can kick someone. But from the things that we're talking about, the draft compositions and whatnot, I kind of want to try to revert back in week one. So far, all of the alphas that have been brought up, a majority of the time, and especially picked on the red side, no success rate yet, or even a high success rate. Because being on the alpha, playing it all, Kingzilla, somehow I see, even from the stats, he plays better in those typical assassin types of jungles instead of like the hardcore initiators in alpha. For some reason, if you bring up the fighter, you think sustain. If you bring up the fighter, you think you're a frontliner. So that early aggression just turns into, I need someone as a finisher. It goes two ways. You get turned over by your enemy, or you gotta wait for your gold laner to rise up. And in this type of scenario, if they pick the alpha, do you think that they can stand a chance and finally win this time, Gabriel?
Gusta.
Maybe, because the true damage will help a lot, especially against Hilda and Lucas. After this new patch, Lucas is more even playable. And Kingzilla plays really well with Alpha. The problem on those past matches that he picked Alpha, he was strong, but his teammates weren't. So they just started to focus on Gusta La Gusta, and okay, Show it's a good pick, but I'm not sure. And Vagin plays really well with Gusta La Gusta, so I'm not sure if they are going to get the Show to only engaging the pick-offs and to protect the Vexana. They're doing okay.
Ooh,
They are
changing.
That's unique.
The change is nice. The change is nice though, right? The change is nice though. The Khalid is early, adds on to the Joys early with the Hilda. Fine, it still looks nice.
I like it.
But now more of a, I think now you like to go for more of a Tigreal kind of route, right, Gabriel? Maybe a Tigreal in the wrong
Perfect.
position if you were Alpha
Perfect.
7. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if they insist on Vexana.
Yeah.
I don't think so anymore because Kelly
Yeah, not
can
anymore.
goes on Vexana really easier than Lucas. Yes. Wow, and I was surprised about this change. Okay, now Show makes sense because Show can stop the regeneration of the Khalid on the second skill. We got a game changer, and that's
Yeah.
how Mobile Legends it's a really good and strategy game because you change it one hero and you change it the entire draft. Because okay, Vixana was an not a good, but it was an okay response of Lucas, Hilda, and Joy. But Show, it's an amazing response against Khalid and Joy. So I love drafting. I love this chess, mental chess playing stuff.
Exactly.
And 1-1 is just banned by Alpha 7.
Yeah,
Oh,
because like it's a built-in purify, I might say. So it would be hard for the Cho to play around if you have the 1-1 on the side of Malvinus Gaming. And let's not forget, the Selena is just banned out by Malvinus Gaming. You don't want Vision. You don't want anyone stopping the Khalid or Hilda marching around, prancing around the land of dawn, because it kind of gives away. Because if you don't have the jawhead, the next potential who just scouring around information is Khalid and Hilda. On the other hand, Phobius and Cho, which one do you think can scour more info? Because we're seeing here most of the heroes play. You need a finisher during that vision opening or even being in the presence there. Against Gustala Gusta and also Niyashino, you're closing off the Granger, you're closing off the 1-1. What is a good marksman to pick up for Alpha 7 and also Malvinus Gaming? What do you think, Gabriel?
A marksman, I would after the patch,
Carrie?
I wouldn't say Melissa. I wouldn't say
Carrie?
Melissa. I wouldn't say Carrie because of Joy and Khalid. Carrie would fit really well against Hilda because of the truth damage on the passive. But I'd say I would get the last pick as a marksman. Now I'll get the mid. I would get the mid lane if I were Alpha 7, and they only banned Selena because Alpha 7 picked Cho. And this mid lane combo of Cho and Selena, it's
nasty.
almost lethal every time. So that's the only reason why they banned it, because I'm not sure even Selena fits here. It's really hard for Selena to get Joy, for example, to stun Joy. And okay, you're going to stun. Wow, good pick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Moskov
good
for
pick,
Gustala
Moskov.
Gusta.
I was impressed.
Signature
Okay,
hero,
really good
comfort hero. You gotta perform well if you already know that. This means Alpha 7, they are setting up something in case of the Suyo is outplayed by the Joy in the early game. It's okay. You gotta be the king on dragging into the late game. For some reason, you just gotta find some reason. I'm just gonna drag it. Wait till Gusta has like the Holy Trinity items. You can just split push and come in at any time because you're going up against an Irithel. And to seal it off, what good mage that can they get? Wow, Valentina. Is this
They're
a
cooking,
counter
they're
setup
cooking.
in case Alpha 7 gets a Farsha? What do you think, Kurdos?
Hey, they're cooking. I'm about to say the Farsa is still quite exposed, I think, against the Joy and the Khalid. Not the best, but the Valentina, I was gonna say the Aurora looks nice for Alpha 7.
Ooh,
Right? The
agree.
Aurora does look nice. just because you have the Khalid that goes in. But at that point, they realize they want late game damage. They need someone to get that range, and that's a Sicilian. And Gabriel, I know you are satisfied after the change, but are you satisfied at the end with the draft that's there on the board?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I think Sicilian it was a good pick, but Novaria probably would fit even better because of the scape of the. You have not only late game, but you also have a really good power of cleaning wave, getting vision, and escaping. So I would go with Novaria, not Sicilian, but I always love Sicilian and I will continue loving. After all, I used it to be top one global Sicilian for like 3 weeks
Oh wow,
in a row.
flexing.
Yes, I miss it. And I want to say something for you guys. Yesterday, I was playing my ranked games with my friend. I just unfortunately go up against Alpha 7, and I almost cried because I played against Gusta Lagusta Harif. And on the second match, I played against Gusta Lagusta Moskov. And damn, he's really good. I of course lost both matches. I don't even
That
need to
goes
say
without
that, but okay.
Respectfully said, of course. Respectfully said. And during that, all of that mayhem, everybody is in a Rhino mode right now. Everybody is in Epic. It's a reset season. How are you guys playing so far? Because I can't play my favorite hero. They nerfed the Melissa. What? How is it for you guys? How about Kronos? Have you started playing your ranked games?
I've played a couple of games off stream, trying to make sure I get to that point where I'm just 1 star away from Legend. So I all it takes is one game, but you know how these games go. You're 1 star away from there. Hey, one more game, you start losing. No worries, I can win 2. One more game, you lose another. And next thing you know, one more game, you probably meet Gusta Lagusta again. And then you meet the entirety of Alpha 7. And then now all of a sudden you're looking at from Epic 1 to Epic 2. And that's how the snowball starts, right? Not just in the games, in our ranked games as well. But speaking about that Melissa slight bit of nerf, I'm not sure if that is very significant. Is it though? Like, it's slight, but is it the big nerf? I'm not really sure though.
I mean, it's just the damage distribution though. When you're used to like going in from mid to late, it'll be a very powerful hero. But right now, it's just same. It'll just be stale from the early to late. It's just all 60% after the patch update, instead of the increasing numbers from before 60 to 80. So you kind of can feel it a little bit of slight because I'm not that typical gold laner where you played safe, you keep distance. I, for some reason, played that gold lane like a fighter. So if I cannot escape, yes, I feel that slight decrease of 20%. But I think it's just me. I'm just playing there for fun, guys. I'm not a pro player. This is why I cast.
Hey, that's why it's true that's why we're here casting. But I think Gabriel, he's a gold laner from what he's saying, because he's going against Gusta Lagusta in the lane, right? Not once but twice. You're not a gold laner, mid laner.
I played gold yesterday because my teammates need a gold laner, but I am a mid laner.
Hey.
Wow, and we're talking about the mid laners jumping into the game with Valentina against the Sicilian. Some things that I would like to talk about later on with Gabriel, but of course, let's welcome in to all of our viewers watching right now. Match number 1, game number 2 from Malvinus Gamings against Alpha 7. Can they take back and equalize that stats in this best of 5 series? So let's see. So far, a good invade from Vaguin,
Ooh,
but
Vagin.
I think it's just
No.
tested out quite well. Sadly, a flicker is forced out, and so far, we're talking about the mid laners here from both sides. You're going up against a Valentina, you get two choices in the drafts. Either you give the Valentina overload of options for so good ultimates that you can steal, or you give none. And so far, what do you think about this Valentina draft and pick from Malvinus Gaming, Gabriel?
Valentina pick, it's a really good pick because you have a lot of ability to start the engage, to start the fight. Valentina could steal one of the other other players' ultimate of Alpha 7. I will go with probably Domes or Vagin ultimate. I'm not sure how Sicilian's ultimate would help the Malvinas Gaming, but it's a good pick. It's a strong and powerful mage. And by the options that Malvinas Gaming had, it was one of the best. And Kronos, let's see this team fight.
Yeah, they're going in. Retribution covered by Kingzilla at the same time. You can see the Way of the Dragon coming from Definite, though. SOD misses. Doms in the face of Feel and Kiev. So well played for Alpha 7. Bugin level 4, Way of the Dragon. And you can see Definite is the first blood in the hands of Bugin. Once again, he had the first blood in game number 1 on a Jawhead, but you give him the Cho, he still gets first blood in game number 2 as well.
Actually, we're talking about how the momentum plays in game number 1 and also game number 2. Whatever happens, the important thing is that how you set up for your damage dealers to just be finishers and not be frontliners later on. And so far for Alpha 7, it is a very good vision opener for Vaguin and also Dom governing around. But I think it's better for Malvinus Gaming because you're on the Khalid and also the Hilda. We kind of see how it goes in day number 1, right, Kronos? Because it will be a bit broken, but I kind of want to see how they execute this in game number 2.
Yeah, the execution is what it's all about because they had game numbers draft as well right now. You can see Al's able to steal that creep away. Kingzilla, though, still a level ahead. He's kind of been bullying Kiev and as well as Al's the whole time, but you can see the Way of the Dragon catching Niancinio by surprise with that Flicker Jeet Kundo combo as well. And now in the blink of an eye, this Irithel is vanished from the Land of Dawn. That just means Gusta Little Gusta is going to have a much more fun time in the gold lane. And now slowly on the bot side as well, looking to get some advantage, Alpha 7.
Wow, 4 minutes in, 8 levels for Kingzilla. And so far, a setup is going to happen here because Alpha 7 is definitely not giving that up. But on bottom lane,
you can see they get the Way of the Dragon this time with the IMU. Kingzilla is trying to get them, but guess what? Vagin has his own. Field should be falling down, and yes, he does, but not before taking out Doms a little bit earlier. And you can see right now the fight for the turtle is on. No initiation tool from both sides. Vagin will have to back off, and understanding that Kingzilla doesn't have the retribution, they give away the turtle. Malvinas Gaming pick one up for themselves, make it 1-1 for the turtle score.
okay, that is a good start actually for Malvinus Gaming. You can finally see that early aggression that you can go on with the Joy. You can actually just play around with the Khalid. I would really like to see that Feel be more active or like probably proactive, like seeking out, because you're going against Doms who's just very active and rotating up and down, and it's just very far. Probably for the pacing, it would be hard to keep up, but again, you're on the Hilda. It should be good to see on how they try to initiate with the team fight so far. Because Alpha 7, that I kind of like to see how they move around. If they get the early momentum, they can just move around in groups. And from that, you can see a lot of pickup potential that they can happen in right now.
Kingzilla trying to survive. He actually gets it. He's not able to get the outplay. He had the blade
Choke?
charge, but Vagin comes in. Way of the Dragon onto Owls. Able to kill. And now Feel has to run away. Dom's trying to get the sandwich play going for them as well. Definite takes away the Bat's Feast using the IMU. And right now, that is a really good ultimate to try and sustain in the early game at least. But that means there is no single pick-off initiation tool for the side of Malvinas Gaming so far.
Very great backup actually for how Alpha 7 just goes in, back up the studio. Sure, both traded out for this, but I might say it is still a W for Malvinas Gaming because the Joy got the kill instead of Gwyn. It's just a revenge story down in the bottom lane if that ever happens again. And so far, you know, but since Kingzilla, you're on 2 levels ahead of Owls, I think should be okay. He still has steady footing after getting the buff. Of course, you want to go set up for the turtle, and it is brought to you by Bonox. And I think a bit of fight here.
Way of the Dragon. Vagin is there. Raging Sandstorm came through as well, but you can see
Definite.
the Bat's Feast trying to do some damage. Owls goes into the back line. You can see Kiev is the first one to fall down. They trade Definite as well. 2 down for the side of Malvinas Gaming. So efficient with using their skills. Alpha 7 are on the hunt. Advantage to their side. 3k goal lead now, but Niancinho on the top side looking to take down a turret structure. Turtle being reset by Feel, but still Alpha 7 are able to pick it up for themselves. And now Gabriel looking at the efficiency of Kingzilla. I think Owls needs to find an answer quick.
Yes, he does, because we saw the first turtle on the game. Kingzilla just steal it, and I think it's going to have some play. I will comment later, or can I? No, I'm just going now. And if started a team fight, I will just stop. But Kingzilla just stole the first turtle. Kingzilla did a great job by getting this third turtle. And amazing kills, amazing strategy and changes by the Alpha 7 team. Malvinas Gaming got a really good respawn on the second turtle, but now I think they are trying not to push up this team fight because the advantage is from Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 indeed, they will try to initiate more, but a lot of skirmishes coming up from Alpha 7 is just going to be a trading. It won't be a big fight unless it is a pickup or even an objective pickup from Alpha 7. And so far, they're just looking around again. If you see a moment, you fight. If you see an opening, you start. Like this right now. They can really go in.
Pushed back, Raging Sandstorm has to run away. Vagin finds his target, trying to go into the back line. Just got his flicker as well. Don't want to go through because the Terrify coming in from Definite was on point, and you can see even Definite, when he has the flicker, picks up the Way of the Dragon, so that's good. That means both these teams can go for a single pickoff, but right now Niancinho taking down half HP, looking to defend the middle turret, but you can see Vagin gets the Way of the Dragon on towards Definite, who has to double dash to get out of harm's way, but the Sanguine Claws catching Feeling gets sniped from afar with the Evil Queller, and now they go in ham again. Kingzilla, the king of the jungle, taking down 2, makes it a double kill, but Owl's here trying to catch him off guard. He's trying to bite off more than he could chew. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Gets shut down finally. Owl's is on the board, and now they have the rest of the cavalry to respond. Alpha 7 able to get that back. Syndra is the one to secure that kill. Kiev trying to prevent them from recalling. Niancinho's there, but Vagin has the Way of the Dragon, goes through. Raging Sandstorm is there. They get the trade. Vagin for Niancinho, and Doms falls down as well. So Alpha 7 had the advantage, but a mistake, a blunder made, and they threw it away to Malvinas Gaming.
2 for 3 trades so far for Malvinas Gaming and also against Alpha 7. The question is now, why would you overextend during that fight? I don't think that it is wise to do so. What do you think about this, Gabriel?
It wasn't wise. And meanwhile, the team fight was occurring on the top lane. Moskov was farming on the bottom lane, and we see Kingzilla's build. He got the Blade of Despair, he got the Hunter Strike, and also the War Aches. So he's really strong. And look at that. I think we might have a team fight here, Kronos.
Yeah, I think it's brewing, right? You can see the Lord dance is already on. They want to tango. This ballet dance that they're trying to go through with Definite understands that he could get something out of there, but not able to. And Gusta Logusta still free farming on the bot side. He has the SOD to try and make that travel back into the Lord pit and making sure Niancinio has to respond. And now this could turn into a 5v4 in the Lord pit. Oh.
I don't think that it is a great chance you can still play.
Yeah, you can see Raging Sandstorm going on towards it. Vagin gets the knock up, but the killing spree in the hands of Syndra. And at the same time, SOD misses. I'm not sure who got the Lord. I think, is it Alpha 7? Did they secure it, Nip?
Yes.
Yes, it's Alpha 7. And looking at the objective they are bringing on and even the pressuring from Alpha 7, even after that tilt, they still are tanking the tempo. They are still leading with this. And Malvinus Gaming, again, back to the position where I think they need to, let's just go defensive until they have one moment. The question is, when is the moment?
Oh, that's the moment. The Way of the Dragon. Kiev got picked off. Mega kill in the hands of Syndra, of course. And now with the Lord marching down the bot side, no one to start the fight. Kiev is the only one who was doing that so far. And now without that being present, Alpha 7, definitely the aggressors. Gusta Lagusta behind the Lord. A field taken down low. And you can see Doms here looking to go in with that Infernal
Top
Pursuit.
lane.
But will have to retreat. But meanwhile, on the top side, 1v1. Kingzilla still able to boy. With the help of course, Definite, they get the kill. But that 1v1 was so good. And right now, Alpha 7 taking down the top side inhibitor. Vagin just standing there menacingly, staring down Malvinus Gaming, who can't really do anything at this point.
Alpha 7 is definitely on the rage, and Malvinus Gaming, they see a little bit of moment that they can try to slip in. Thank God, Kingzilla, you think that you can get out? No, you're entering our base too much. No, it's still my base to handle in, and that is how they handled out during that game fight. But I think Alpha 7, they are still on the hunt for getting more kills and more pressure against Malvinus Gaming's space, because you know what, you gotta pressure in quite well, because you gotta buy time for that 52-second Lord that is coming up after this. But I don't think that they want to wait, because Alpha 7, they can initiate quite well.
Way of the Dragon on towards the right target. Niancinio falls down in the hands of Gusta Lagusta. Here comes the SOD. Kiev's Raging Sandstorm was not even there. He tried the Quicksand Guard, but got canceled. Kingzilla goes on towards Definite, but he has a Way of the Dragon of his own. Killing spree in the hands of Gusta Lagusta. They get another. It's a full 5-man wipeout. Game number 2 again secured by Alpha 7.
Wow, a clean slate again, a clean run until game number 2. Alpha 7 is on their top game right now in week 2, or game number 2 brings out great highlights. Again, another fast game that they brought up, another clean execution, another clean setup between Vagwin and also Doms. Wow, and Gabriel, can you break it down for us?
Wow, what a beautiful game. Alpha 7 kicked off the game with a solid strategy, prioritizing Gusta Lagusta early game with his Moskov. However, at the 4-minute mark, Malvinus Gaming found a great response by securing a kill on Doms and taking the turtle. During the fight for the second turtle at, 7-minute mark, the game was evenly balanced until Brazilian squad can pull it up ahead with 2 kills and securing the objective. 9-minute Kingzilla double kill gave Alpha 7 confidence to extend the play on the top lane, but they overstayed, handing over 3 kills to Malvinas Gaming. But meanwhile, Gusta Lagusta was on the bottom lane free farming. And when the Lord fight came, Moskov drew attention of Hilda and Iritel in the bot lane, creating the perfect opportunity for Alpha 7 to secure the Lord in a 5v3 without much trouble. And that's perfectly what I just said. So killing spree for Syndra, And at this point, Alpha 7 was pretty confident, was pretty strong. Look at a flash, look at a flash. And it was an amazing play for Alpha 7, a good calls, and by this point, they were unstoppable. And another GG, another W game for Alpha 7.
And we're talking about game number one, they secured it quite well. Game number two, they secured it quite well. Good mentality boost for now in a best of five series. But I'm afraid that they can get it into their heads because a few moments, not a lot, two or three moments, it's kind of an overextending team fight from Alpha 7. So they should be quite cautious about that. Sure, they have the early game. Sure, they get control of it the whole game. But again, one moment can just turn everything around for Malvinas Gaming and also Alpha 7. And so far, we're talking about the emblems that are brought up today. A few are quite still standard builds. You're talking about the Impure Rages, you're talking about the Concussive Blasts, who are actually just tanking a lot of damage. And for the new update for Temporal Rain on the Joy, should be helping quite much, but sadly, it didn't really perform very well here in Malvinas Gaming. For 13-minute and also 54 seconds for game number two. Again, a very, very quick game from during these pickup and also drafts. Second game, do you think that it is an equal footing on the drafts, or is it outdraft by either one side of the teams? What do you think about this, Gabriel?
Actually, the first game of Venus had the perfect draft and the worst execution of the draft. By the second game, both teams were really strong. It was a really good chess play by both Malvinas and Alpha 7. And just remembering, Alpha 7 does, Malvinas Gaming does not have a coach. Alpha 7 has the Cabral, Godman Cabral, and Malvinas Gaming don't have a coach. The only two teams that don't have a coach on this MPL LATAM is Malvinas Gaming from Argentina and Infinity by Peru. So the players did the draft, and it was a really good draft. I was surprised. Joy, a good pick. Joy actually played well. Owls did a really good game, but Alpha 7 was dominant. And we were saying about the overextended by the Brazilian team. Well, in the first match, they did the same thing. They play aggressively, the same as they did on this match. But on this match, the Malvinas Gaming responded a little better. So they need to be careful about this aggression. They need to be careful about what they do on this aggressive play style we know Alpha 7 likes to play. Because, for example, you did overextended and 5 minutes. Okay, it's manageable. Do it on the 18th minute of the game, bro. You will lose. The respawn more than a minute. You will lose, and we have the Syndra Sicilian MVP, the most valuable player by Bonox, was 608 Sicilian, dealing the 28% of his team's damage. And we can see we just saw a play that Sicilian saves the gaming play, slaying his first enemy. And we know it's a late game mage and can deal a lot of damage.
And since overall we're looking at how they play, how they set up, other than Dom, I think Vagwin is just more active now in the second day. So it will be helping a lot actually. So we're talking about new players, we can feel that presence there during in the map, and we're talking about overall how to set it up. Again, it's not the typical player when you go in for like flashy plays like we saw in first day with Hesu, but Dom just brings out on how you try to set up. And I feel that with the XP and the roamer always roaming around quite fast because they out rotate the Hilda and the Khalid. Can you imagine that? On a Phobius and a Cho. And how they just try to set up, finding places where you can hide, and probably it's a peekaboo moment or a happy birthday moment. It's either surprise where you want to call it. You just executed it so well. So for Valvinus Gaming, they really need to step up if they really want that point, because last chance for Alpha 7 to just like go ahead, advance it on. And Malvinus Gaming, they really gotta go down to relegation. You don't want to go home with an egg today, though. At least there's 1 point that you can get. What can they do, Gabriel?
Well, they need to focus on the strategy, preferentially on the early game, because we saw an Alpha 7 dominant early game on both matches. They know, okay, they are helping Gusta Lagusta to improve the farm, or we help Nyazinho to not get killed, or we mirror the gank and go to the bottom lane. Try. Okay, it's really hard for you to gank a Phobius, but you need to do something. You need to, okay, try to focus on the mid lane. Try to do something. But while the Alpha 7 was on Nyazinho Iritel helping Moskov, what were Malvinas Gaming doing? They were farming. Okay, farm is important, but protect your gold laner, it's even more important. You cannot let a player as good as Gusta Lagusta farm free the entire game. Muskov was lonely. It was almost Aiken. Lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely. I had nobody, I'm farming on my own because why you let me so free? Here in Brazil, we have a music, a famous music. Por que você me deixa tão solto? Why you let me so free? Because, okay, we wasn't talking much about Gusta Lagusta. We didn't talk, but if we had to, you would see how strong Moscow was. And in the same page, Nyazinho and Iritel wasn't strong enough to handle Moscow and to help their teammates. So you have one of the best gold laners on the scenario and you don't focus on him, you probably lose the match. And I'm telling, I have experience to tell this because yesterday was really tough, bro. And okay, now we have Alpha 7 on the blue side. Alpha 7 has the first pick of the match. They took off Badan. They took off, I just forgot. Oh my god. What is the name of the roamer? Chip, sorry.
Chip.
They just took off Chip. While Joy and
Akon.
Matilda was taking off of Malvinas Gaming.
You know, I smell a Fanny. If it's not bad. I smell a Fanny. That's why Alpha 7 wants to get that on the blue side. Because, you see, Kingzilla on the Fanny, it was insane in week 1. As you said, Gabriel, sadly, there weren't any good setups for the Fanny to actually perform. It just ended up, okay, I'm going to go in front early. I don't get it. It's okay. I'm just going to split push, far lane, going in here and there. And it is kind of a clear goal when you take off the Chip, you take off the Badong, you take off the Loi. Again, I smell a Fanny that I would really like to see. And how about you, Kronos? Any good heroes or any powerful heroes that you would like to see in game number 3?
I think definitely that Zushin right now, and also the Herrick, the Suyo still being left open. A lot of options for Alpha 7 to play around with, and now they're the first pick. They're the blue side. They get to dictate the pace of the entire draft with what they want to pick. They can call their own composition and see how Malvinas Gaming will respond. Because right now, it's a big question, right? Do Malvinas give him, again, another Suyo? Do they want to give the Gusta Lagusta the Herrit? And guess what? They leave everything open because they think Doms is the problem with his Fovius. And that means Kingzilla, once again, comfortable on the Suyo. And now they have to take away the Herrit, right? They have to take away the Herrit. I know you're thinking, Gabriel, they have to take it away. It has to be denied, right?
It's an obligation. It's an obligation because, Jesus, you won't let the best Herif of the entire scenario just freely takes the okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Deny it.
Carlos.
Deny
Please,
it.
Perfect.
what a perfect coach. What you're really are able to take my job. I don't have anything further to do here. You are amazing.
I am sad to see there's no Fanny because it was just set up so well for it. But you know what, Kingzilla, you're on a run with the Suyo. Probably you want to break free of that non-winning Fanny yet, even though you were very, very on fire with it. It's still okay. Next on Alpha 7, you want to go aggressive. You take up the Granger, even though it is you're going up against the Harith, which is your natural counter, but they say, I'm okay. I'm Gusta La Gusta. I'm gonna go flashy with this Granger because I know that Vagwin is ready with the Jawhead. And last pick for Malvinas Gaming before they close it off, 2 more heroes from this side. What is interesting, do you think?
Maybe Hilda.
Hilda?
Yeah, you can
At least you go
get
eye
touch
to eye with
Roamer.
the guy. Ah.
Yeah, it's not the best strategy, but we know that the XP of Malvinas Gaming got a game with Hilda, plays really well. Or you can also do Hilda as a roamer too, because I guess Getokacha will fit better on the XP. But so far, Nolan show on all's hands. Let's see how it can goes, because we saw the Kingzilla playing really well with this Nolan. But so far, Malvinas Gaming is loving the magical power, the ability power, the magical damage. So let's see how it goes.
I think ban out of Vexana would be a very good thing because if you jump in with the AOG, you're ready for a setup, and then suddenly you get terrified, you get thrown by a mini lord, the Eternal Guard. You don't want that against an entry if you wanted to set it up quite well. But I think it's also good to just close off a few tanky heroes, probably the Hylas, probably a Hilda that you can see. For both sides of the team, it would still be a very good advantage. And we're talking about both roamer setups. You can see the Kacha, the Cho. It was just played so well. Even the Halid and also the Hylos brought up between Kiev and also Vagwin. But since the Matilda is also banned out, the player head-to-head so far, it's very, very thin though. You're talking about the damage per second, it's not much because you know you're on a roamer. It's higher on Vagwin because, well, he just brought up the Jawhead. We're talking so far a respect for, instead of picking off the Granger or the CEO, a good way to just let's ban off the Cho. Let's just play it safe. Except for Malvinas Gaming, what else for them that they can close off so they can have a good strategy and good entry later in the game?
Zexin.
Wow.
They just took off Sicilian, okay. We know that Harif is going on the gold lane because Nolan is in jungle. Nolan don't fit in any other lane. Harriet could go jungle, but I'm not sure it's the best use. But okay, Nolan with Nolan on the team, you have Harriet on the gold lane. I might say they could go to Zuxin because it's a good pick, even though that the base HP of Zuxin has increased, has gained a buff. The passive adjustments on Zuxin was about the maximum stacks It used to be 20, now it's 15. The mana regeneration was 4% on the stacks, now it's 5%. The skill number 2, that it's the skill you just zoom the player and stand it up, had a really important nerf by the mana cost. Now it's used to be 90 on the early stage and 120 on the last stage. Now it starts with 120. And okay, it doesn't matter because they have Selena. I won't say anything further about Zuxin. Okay, they shut me up.
Actually, your theory can actually work other than the choosing, because you know the Harith is going to be in the gold lane. Yeah, but the question is now: is the Harith going to be in the gold lane or flex to the middle?
Nah.
It could be a swerve pick. It's a bit far fetched.
Now too much now.
Too much.
What could
Selena
could
mid
work though?
or Selena Rome?
Selena Rome could work here. I'm thinking of that as well. But against the Jawhead, that's risky, right?
It couldn't.
Yeah.
Selena
too
mid,
risky
and
against the
they're
Jawhead.
picking something to roam, but a lot of magical damage on Malvina's gaming.
They really need a physical here. Banning the CC was just smart at this point for Alpha 7. Last one, they need someone tanky, the Halid. Yeah, at least you can just mental it out against the Jawhead. You get vision from there, you can follow up, which is good. I think revitalize for both Gata, Kasha, and Halid. Greater support, greater area that they can cover. But because of this, you're going up against Syndra on the Valentina. A lot of good utilities ultimate that he can copy. It could be a double-edged sword. What do you guys think? How about Chronos first?
Definitely a lot of magic damage, of course. So it could be a double-edged sword just because the Khalid wants to play aggressive, but so does the Jawhead. And this Selena is going to be a big difference maker in the mid lane, to be honest, at least for the early part. And if Nolan gets his hands on a good jungle farm, it's going to be unstoppable. And Gabriel, what do you think about that one?
Yeah, actually, I agree 100% with you. And also, what I need to say to the Alpha 7 squad is two things: Radiant Armor and Athena's Shield. Because, okay, you have Nolan, but Nolan himself, I'm not sure if takes a lot of trouble to Alpha 7. And let's see, because Malvina's Gaming, it's invading a really good start for the Argentinian team. They are more aggressive.
Okay, first entry out in gold, I think. So what you said before, prioritize your gold laner is the way to go, because you know you're going up against Gusta Lagusta, which is kind of hard. Still okay, Pagwin.
First blood in the hands of Kiev. He got sniped from afar from that abyssal arrow. Really well played, of course, from Malvina's Gaming. And that's the power of the Selena in the early game. But you can see Al's almost getting Syndra. Had the full combo. The region helping him survive. Alpha 7 still somehow not letting go of the advantage that they want to have in the momentum in their favor. So yeah.
Time to step up is the key here like this now. Okay, bit hard on top in the middle lane and also on the top lane, because both are just joking out again and again.
Feel has to take he has to find oh my, it's just so many fights Malvina's Gaming right now. I don't know where they found this aggression. Where was it in game number 1? Where was it in game number 2? And now suddenly they're putting Alpha 7 on the back. And now with the turtle, still Alpha 7 have some sort of control on the river.
Okay, which is good. They try to set up, okay, quite well. Abyssal arrow coming in. Keith, get terrified, stuck in the middle of everything, but thank God there is a defensive mechanism to go out. Only Vagwin as the collateral damage during that team fight.
Yeah.
And we're picking it up quite well, actually.
Yeah, it's so weird to have these team fights being split up, and that's the problem with the Selena in the mid lane. All right, Gabriel?
Yes, Selena and Khaled cleaning the wave really easily. Oh, they're going to play.
Yeah, you can see Ejector on towards Kiev. He somehow survives, and he goes with the unstoppable force. Kingzilla comes in, cleans up the kill, and that's off the back of an Abyssal Arrow, so double-edged sword like you mentioned before, Wei.
Alpha 7, they are on the hunt, but turns out Malvinas Gaming is finally showing their teeth out for this game. Game number 3 is the last strand for them. Like, can they still win it? Or it goes what goes in game number 1, game number 2. They got the early, but somehow they just gotta play defensive against Alpha 7, but I don't think so because they bring out the big guns. Definite is on the Selena. The game is totally on. Because if Malvinas Gaming loses this game, match play goes to Alpha 7. A 3-0 cleanup, and they gotta go down to relegation. So it'll be a very big problem if they don't step up right now.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to go home with an egg, right? Not on a BO5 day. And now looking at the position, Dom's actually playing the map really well. Oh.
It's not Easter Day. You're not going home with an egg. There's no Easter bunny here. But you know what it's here? The Zenith skin of Selena. Oh, I really, really want that skin. I think there is a way for our viewers to see of getting a good skin. You just gotta wait for a skin code, but right now, that skin is just blurted out.
You can see AOG trying to connect as well. Selena's the first casualty, and now Doms falls down. Keeves is there, and you can see everything thrown at them. At the same time, Zaman Force was dropped down, trying to dish out the damage, but Niancinho not present anymore. Feel getting zoned out quite a bit. Vagin's early game with this Jawhead, not as aggressive, not as impactful as we saw in game number 1, and now they go on towards the turtle. Will this be delayed? The Selena, of course, trying to zone them out. Niancinho's going there. The turtle, not in the hands of Als, but definitely still in the hands of Malvinas Gaming.
Okay, played quite well. And it is a good start for Malvinas Gaming. This is the step up we like to see. And finally, it's unlocked in game number 3. And Alpha 7, for the setup, I might say Vaguin eyes is still wide open because you know what? I can't get any plays in the mid lane or in the bottom lane. Whatever happens, I need to protect Gusalagusa. Because if ever happens, I know he will carry on the game. Because Sky Piercer on a Granger, again, it is very broken. But the question is, mid lane, can they survive?
Yeah, that's the one that they're looking for. Syndra has been the target the entire time. And you can see the Abyssal Arrow connected on towards Doms as well. Able to make it out of harm's way, but Kingzilla finds something on the map. Some free real estate. Able to get that, but Doms here, will he survive? Yes, he does. Definite has been on point with these arrows. That's the third one in a row. Please let him free because he gets taken down. And now they're tilted. They went for Definite and Feel using the AOG to get out of harm's way as well. And oh my god, that was 3 in a row, Wade. That was 3 in a row.
And of course, 3 in a row is the way to go. Because you know what? See a moment, make a team fight. Catch them off guard. Keep on fighting. That is mostly of the Filipino way, and Malvinas Gaming again finally good step up, and to see a lot of the team fights are executed quite well. But I think the deal breaker here is really Definite on the way that the Abyssal Arrow hits, on the way that how he just zoned out, open vision. It's wider than Vaguin, but if you walk it out like this, it will be a problem.
Forcing out the flicker from Vagin as well. The Raging Sandstorm. The Zaman Force drop down. Niancinho gets the kill, and right now they'll have to go back. You can see Abyssal Arrow trying to make sure he can go through, but Kingzilla versus Als right now. Fracture. Kingzilla still survives thanks to the extra bit of tankiness that you get in that form, but at the same time they get the neutral objective control, but Malvinas Gaming do not want to give it away. Doms get caught out by the Abyssal Arrow. Split coming through. Kiev is the target. He gets taken down. Mega kill in the hands of Kingzilla. AOG to shut him down, coming in from field, and right now Dom's trying to survive, but the rest of Malvinas Gaming backing them into a corner will be able to pick up this turtle. quite easily as he gets on top of Feel. You can see the ejector coming through as well. Wagin, he might go down, but no, he doesn't. Feel is still standing tall after taking so much damage. And what an extended team fight, but Malvina's Gaming found the advantage in that way.
Too strong, I might say. At a great advantage, you see. It's not just about your roamer and exp rotating. It's not just about the Selena hitting in a lot of goals. But for me, the deal breaker here is when Yashino gets the advantage to just rotate around with Malvinas Gaming as a whole, leaving Gusta alone to just farm. It is a different strategy, but it works so well because of the combination heroes that you are pulling out from Malvinas Gaming with the chain CCs. You just need a finisher in a good early game. You need the Harith forcing out a lot of Zaman forces, and so far it just works very well. And because of that, Vaguin is in a bit of a problem because even you want to try to initiate and get a first blood or in the front line, it would be a problem.
Feel creating the separation, but guess what? Doms right now goes in with a split, slam is there. Raging Sandstorm catches 3. No AOG right now to protect them. Zaman Force used up as well. Feel is left standing in no man's land. Will get taken down, and Malvinas Gaming realized they should not go for more. Definite, making sure they can try and defend this mid lane tier 1 turret. Al's now in prime position. Kingzilla is there as well. Will he go for the backline finish? And he's trying to go for it with the fracture. But Wagin, presence of mind is there. Zaman Force dropped down. Niancinho looking for the revenge after Al's got taken down. And now Definite going in with the Abyssal Arrows as well. Kiev with the Desert Tornado. They catch him again with that Abyssal Arrow. Niancinho is on a killing spree. 3-0-2 while Alpha 7's Kingzilla trying to make moves around the map and still gets that tier 2 on the bot lane. No, he doesn't even get that.
Oh no, and even an invade for Malvinas Gaming so far, just going so great for them. Let's not forget, even though you get the kills, even though you get the good early, Kingzilla somehow, he can just divert on how he plays. Let's just play on the far lane, let's just split push. And Baguin tanking a lot of that Abyssal Arrow so much. Won't be too wise if the Selena finally hits like probably good items like glowing wand, you can just burn it down, or probably rushing onto the divine glaive so you can deal a lot of damage later on. But let's not forget, there is the Lord that they are trying to eye on, and so far Malvinas Gaming is just handling the area so well.
Oh my goodness, these Abyssal Arrows are hitting left, right, and center. Concealed play comes through. AOG is there to try and make sure something happens, but at the same time, Syndra is the first casualty. Kingzilla and Gusta Lagusta will have to run away, and now Malvinas Gaming get control of the Lord Pit. Doms will have to run out as well. Gusta Lagusta trying to snipe from afar. Vagin right now can't really do anything. Caught in no man's land. No flicker, no ejector. Gets taken down after Alz secured the Lord, and now Malvinas Gaming finally on the front foot after taking beatdown after beatdown in game number 1 and 2, have the Lord in their favor, and now looking to try and get an advantage, a clear advantage in this gameway.
Finally, Malvinas Gaming has the advantage, I might say, from the early you get to start. From the things that you've seen, they've executed quite well, but Kingzilla on the hunt for alls, and of course, the turrets that going on. Quite far maneuver, I might say. Almost caught on Bushido.
Trying to go.
Oh my god, that Synchro Vision gameplay though. It's just me on my edge of my seat, even though it's not me playing, but Dom's initiated by Malvinas Gaming. Fronting out too much would be a big problem because the Lord is just marching in the middle lane.
Yeah, it's the Lord in the mid lane, and Kiev trying to create some separation. And you can see right now they use the ejector to make sure Gusta Lagusta is safe. That is really well played and smart coming in from Wagin as well. Making sure his gold laner is staying safe, and that's the key for them to victory. Isn't that right, Gabriel? That was a really well played ejector.
What a really beautiful defensive play by Vagin. And we saw the Lord fighting once again went in favor for Malvinas Gaming. Now it's going to be a tough for Alpha 7 to hold this pressure, to keep up with the increasing of both Gusta Lagusta and Kingzilla's. So they need to get one straight team fight, one correct team fight to try to avoid losing this game because it will be very hard for farming. But by the way, look at that. The team fight is just beginning.
AOG is there to try and create some space, but the first kill is definite, and now they shut down Niancinio as well. Wary will play Gusta Lagusta gets the double kill. Cinder is the one with the flicker that was the bait, and they bit that, and now with him surviving as well, Alpha 7 found an opening and took down 3. Feel was the last one to get down, and that was really well played from Alpha 7. Really good patient game, waiting for the AOG to come through, and then made the space for Gusta Lagusta to actually make something happen, Bay.
Peak copy from IMU. That is how you utilize the Raging Sandstorm for reals. This time for Alpha 7, they finally get to take back that moment. And since securing that area creates so much space for them, it is a time for the Lord. But Malvinus Gaming also eyeing there. You know that Keeve is just going there. It's just also protecting that area because you know what? It's a 5v5. We can handle it as long as Kingzilla spotted out too early. No retribution power, almost taken us down. 1v2 almost executed quite well, but no retribution power now for Alpha 7. I think it's a clear go for Malvinus Gaming if they really want that Lord.
Yeah, that Lord definitely going to be the neutral objective, and I think Gabriel, they want to go for this 1v1 with the junglers, don't they? Oh my goodness.
Yes, they want.
The team fight's still
and Vagine.
The team. Yeah, you can see right now AOG from Feel is there. Zaman Force dropped down. Niancinio able to pick up the first kill, and that's Vagine. So no initiation probability coming in from the side of Alpha 7. And Malvinas Gaming will be able to secure this Lord easily unless Doms want to do something or Gusta Lagusta tries to snipe from afar. And I think they secure it. And now with that Lord, 15 minutes in the game, Gabriel. 15 minutes in, Malvinas Gaming look like a different team for this one.
Yes, and actually a surprisingly aggressive game from Malvinas, who, unlike the last 2 matches, took the control of the initial movements. I believe the natural aggression that Selena brings to the early game was a key factor in the shift, especially since she landed some crucial Abyssal arrows. But once we are talking about Alpha 7's match, Kingzilla is constantly threatening a backdoor, just like in last game. So Malvinas Gaming needs to be careful. This Lord is marching from the top lane, and let's see if Alpha 7 can clear this Lord without losing more turrets, or even worse, without losing the crystal.
Because they have Gusta and also Syndra bursting out in areas, but as long as they're not caught by Malvinas Gaming, I think it should be okay. But a teamfight initiation right now is just so good.
Oh my goodness, so much space created, but that gives more space for Vagine to throw them back. You can see the first one to fall was Doms and Vagine together, but at the same time, Gusta Lagusta and Syndra push back to a wall. Kingzilla's the only one left standing, trying to clear the wave over there as well, but the snipes from the Abyssal arrows are proving to be a problem. And they take down the Incendio. Gusta Lagusta does it again. It is a double kill just like he did in game number 2. When they were behind, they relied on their goal later, and he gives them the opening, says to the team, hey, yeah, I got your back, and now makes it happen once again.
Okay, Alpha 7 is clearly pushing back, slowly by surely, but the thing is, can they keep this up? Because they're on the verge of it. Only one inhibitor turret left for Alpha 7, and it is just in the middle lane, which is good so far. Because we're looking at the equipment. Malvinas Gaming, full build already. Probably just leaving Feel and also Keeve on the last item they need to complete. But Alpha 7, they really need to create a space for Gusta Lagusta to play on. And Kingzilla, you gotta be very, very careful on how they play out in the far lane, which is good. They're more aware of it. And they kind of babysit around the area in case anything happens, because again, main damage dealers are very, very needed, because Alpha 7, they don't play that typical tanky heroes like the Jawhead or like the like Doms on the glue, so they can't really tank too much against Malvinas Gaming, because they have the Gatot Kacha, they have the Khalid, you can just maneuver around it. But I think since Malvinas Gaming is quite sure that Kingzilla will be moving on in the far lane, they are eyeing it out from the bottom, which gives an advantage for Alpha 7 getting into that Lord quite easily.
Easy Lord indeed, but guess
Gustavo.
what? I think Malvinas Gaming. Oh, the back door was almost there.
We're playing on a top lane.
Yeah, the team fight goes through, forcing out a flicker from Kiev as well at the same time. And I think the Lord being delayed thanks to the push coming through. The Abyssal Arrows are there, and I think it's going to be a really slow push, isn't it, Gabriel?
Yes, Kronos, and I really only have one thing to say. Gustavo Gusta Lima, you are absolutely ridiculous. Just when everything seemed lost, you came out of nowhere and secured 2 absolutely crucial kills. And just like that, Alpha 7 has a Lord marching on the bottom side and a Vaguin! Wow, my god!
Yeah. They're trying to penetrate through the mid lane. These Abyssal Arrows have been on point the entire time, Wei, but I think now this Lord is being so delayed. It gives them another set of super minion waves.
So well executed so far by Alpha 7. Again, slowly but surely. No one down yet, but I spoke too soon. Dom! You are not as tanky as you think. And then Owls just looked at a very, very great moment. Good thing, good timing. They can just burst the Lord down, but it is time for a cleanup for Alpha 7. Spring cleaning is very needed in that top lane.
Gusta la Gusta. I'm still thinking about the play that he made near that orange buff, carrying the team on his back, getting that double kill and finding an opening, buying time, and now evened out the goal lead against Malvinas Gaming. Although Malvinas Gaming have the control of the map, right now, Alpha 7 have something to fight for sure, and you can see that being started by AOG. Leoncino taken low, Ejector trying to go through, Field taken low as well, but they get the target, and that is Syndra. Kingzilla going into the back line, monster kill for Gusta la Gusta. Owls runs away, Keeves buys enough time, Ejector, and Kingzilla gets his second, and right now, somehow, some way, Alpha 7 still stay alive in this competition.
2 people standing for Malvinas Gaming again. Are they trying to push it through? Are they trying to brute force out of this way? Because I think somebody want to play a sneaky beaky from the back, and it's a shutdown! Apparently a godlike coming in from God. Gusta la Gusta, a well-deserved one, of course. And Alpha 7, last chance to push.
Yeah, they're trying to end the game. They finally get a wipeout on the back of Gusta la Gusta. And I'm not sure how they did it, but Alpha 7 take game number 3. Call it a 3-0 in this best of 5. And now put Malvinas Gaming in the relegation zone. Oh my goodness. You were right, Gabriel, when you said he's one of the top goal laners of MPL LATAM. And we can see exactly why.
I mean, I told you so. But again, a surprisingly aggressive early game from Malvinas Gaming. I know Selena helped it a lot with the Abyssal Arrows. And like we saw in the previous games, there was a strong balance between both teams until the 7-minute turtle fight, where Malvinas secured down a shutdown on Soyu, Kingzilla Soyu, and an important turtle. And by the way, Malvinas Gaming secured all 3 turtles in this match, showcasing a completely shift in their approach, even invading Kingzilla jungle to keep up the pressure. But the team fights were really good for the Malvinas Gaming. The Lord came for Malvinas Gaming, but suddenly the name of the game decided to play. Gusta la Gusta. We are seeing now the Malvinas Gaming had a really good control of the game so far. Even though that Niazinho was increasing a lot and further and going further and going further. Another kill by Harif, by the way. This Lord, amazing play by Malvinas Gaming trying to avoid Kingzilla to even get near the turtle. This team fight was the beginning of the overtake by Alpha 7 because they started to setting up proper team fights, and this is the moment right now. The mega kill against Haref, another kill against Kiev, and by this moment Gusta La Gusta show why he was the best gold laner on the past 4 seasons.
Wowie. Really a well-deserved gameplay by Alpha 7, executed so well in game number 1, 2, and even 3, securing a 3-0 clean game in the first best of 5 series. And with that concluded, you know what that means. The meta is not about the hero, but the meta is the powerhouse team downing for some reason in the first week, and then rising up in the second one. Happened in Indo, happened in the Philippines, happened in LATAM. I'm just waiting for Malaysia and Singapore. But you know what? I'm also waiting the things and also analysis for game number 3. Can you break it down for us, Gabriel?
Sure. We saw Vagin emblems on focusing mark. What does this emblem means? After damaging an enemy hero, allied heroes deal 6% more damage to them and gain 10% movement speed. Why is that important, Gabriel? Why is that important? Because Vagin was playing with Gusta La Gusta. So Gusta was already really strong during the match. He deals 6% more damage just by being attacking the same hero that Vagin was attacking. So it's a really important emblem. Talking about the builds, I actually don't have anything further to say, only that the Sky Piercer of Gusta La Gusta was probably maximum stacked with the 80 stacks. Which one is the maximum? 10, 1, 4. Almost perfect KDA. If we saw that Vagin died 7 times, Syndra died 2 times, Kingzilla died 4 times, Dooms died 5 times, we can see only by seeing those stats that Gusta La Gusta have a really good positioning. He knows where to be, when to be, and how to play. A 21 minutes match with less, if with a perfect 1k coin, 1k gold difference, show how balanced it was. 9 turrets for Malvinas Gaming, 2 lords by Malvinas Gaming, 3 turtles by Malvinas Gaming, all the stats going on Malvinas Gaming side, but it only took 1 lord to Alpha 7 change the game.
Of course, changing the course of this whole game was just the highlight of a moment in game number 3. We were at the edge of our seats to see that will this turn into a game 4? Will this unlock into a game 5? But turns out Alpha 7, they just waited for a great moment for them to just come in and just stomp around Malvinas Gaming. The patience though, the level of patience that was brought out by Alpha 7 was just executed so well in game number 3. You can finally see just one moment. It's just all it takes to win. And wow, we just finished our first best of 5 series, closing with a clean 3-0, and I am quite sure. And this is at the end of the Swiss bracket. Both teams are just fighting for their lives for not going to relegation round. Next match though, I don't think that it'll be a clean 3-0. It'll be a hotter game against the top two teams, and even one with still on a win streak. Hmm.
Yeah, I think the
Yes,
next series, of
we
course.
have. Oh, sorry.
No, it's gonna be an exciting one indeed, though, Gabriel.
Yes, the 90 Globant with a 4-0, as I spoke before. They don't know what is to lost so far in the season. Okay, MVP surprises anyone? No? Oh, yeah, that's
No,
what I
we
thought. So 10
we
1
moved on.
4, man. Yeah, 10 1 4, 35% damage, 70% in Q participation. You can see the items. Gusta Legusta was savage on this game. He was ridiculous, beautiful plays, a lot of damage, and I guess everything we had to say about him, we already said. That this, oh, look at this. Look, oh my god, the last
God.
one. It was the last one who killed Harif.
Spicy, nasty indeed. And since that it's down already, it's just a given for the time. It's great timing, I would say. And wow, for the predictions for today, match one. It was so fun talking about it at behind the scenes. Also, for the three of us, I'm just happy I got my prediction right. It's a 3-0 for Alpha 7. How about you, Gabriel? What do you think?
Me too, 3-0 of
Okay.
a 7. Finally,
Okay.
I have a perfect score on my guesses. And it was the
Okay.
first of
Oh,
the future many, I hope.
okay. How about you, Kronos? Did you get it right?
I said 3-1 to Alpha 7, but I guess they were just too strong to let Malvinas Gaming even come back, because that third game looked like Malvinas Gaming until the end. And I think that one play that Gusto Lagusta made is not something that you can teach. It's not something that you can coach. That comes with experience. That comes with the amount of games that you play. And that's why he's one of the top goal laners. So that window, that's the brilliance, that's the spark you see in a player. And oh my goodness, Gusta Lagusta's pose in that MVP, that's the pose he was hitting for Malvinas Gaming, saying that, hey, goodbye, good night, your night is over, we already won, we took the 3, you're taking the egg.
Talent and also hard work finally pays off, I might say. And it is a great performance given by Gustavo Gusta. But of course, we also have our next match. It's a 9Z Globan versus Influence Rage. What is your take on that, Kronos? What do you think about the scores? Who will win? What's your prediction?
2-0, 9Z Globant. Let's go.
Best of 5 series.
Oh,
Another.
I was gonna say
who do you think will
3-0.
do it? 3-0.
3-0. I was like, oh wait, isn't
Lock it
it a
in?
best of 5? Like 2-0? Wait, 3-0. 3-0 Globant.
3-0.
I think they're definitely gonna
Okay.
dominate. Yeah.
Okay, lock it in. Lock it
You're
in.
making me think now.
Okay.
You're making me think twice now. know what?
Okay.
You know what?
What are you
Maybe-
thinking?
Maybe 3-1.
Huh?
Maybe 3-1. 9-0
3-1.
Globant.
Maybe.
Yeah, 3-1.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. How about Gabriel? 3-0, 3-1, 3-2?
I will go by 3-1, but since Kronos just took my guess, I will go with 3-2, a completely best of 5 decided on the last match for 90 Globant.
For 9Z Globan, okay. At least we're on the same page here, but I kind of want to make it spicy though. I want to see that win streak break. I want to see that. Or they are still on their tippy toes, just going up around and walking around. I'm gonna go with a 3-1 on 9Z Globan. I think so. But again, it's a prediction, guys. We're going to see how it goes later on. So, how about for all of you guys? I also want to see and hear on your comments section down in our YouTube and also all of our live streams. Is it 90 Globan or Influence Rage? Or probably you think it's post back, it's a 3-1 on Influence Rage? I don't know. So comment down below, of course, because you know we are fully supported by Bonox.com. And other than just guessing out prizes, we also want discounts, of course, for our diamonds. So you guys can recharge on top with a 5% discount using our code BNXMPL3 on Bonox.com. And this is open all for all Latin American areas. So you just really got to spot that out. You just really got to recharge now because I hear with great skins comes with great skills. Where can you test that, Gabriel?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking forward to use the Bonox code because I want the Selena Zenith skin. It's really beautiful. I love pub games. But also, not only Bonox is helping us to bring this incredible MPL LATAM Season 3, we also have the community gaming. What is community gaming? Bro, you don't know yet? Community gaming is the ultimate platform offering esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for communities. Host tournaments for all types, especially Mobile Legends. They provide the tools and full support to organize your esports event. Whether you want to compete or you want to host your own tournament, just go visit communitygaming.io right now. And bro, if you do that, let us know because we want to be there to watch, to participate, and to cheers for the best victory, the best teams, the best win. And thank you again, Community Gaming down here.
Okay, quite incredible to see, of course, in community gaming. Probably, we don't know. Since they are our sponsors, they can eye out on good players. A straight line for MPL Atom trials? We never know. 'Cause of course, you get discounts. Of course, you already get the skins, and you gotta face off the skills. You gotta flex it off. But you know what? Comes with freebies in this stream. You gotta flex it off. Who is the fastest to get our skin codes? Free skins for everyone to see. So come on, redeem your skins now. It's HASB0LQ9G. As we talked before with Chronos in day number 1, you don't want to mess up the 9 and the G because I think those fast fingers and him looking down. Hey, you gotta get that skin right now before Chronos does. Come on, guys, redeem it right now. Redeem it right now. I see that happy face. What did you get? Chronos? Did you sneakily redeem one?
I got 10 mobile tickets. God damn it. I was late. Somebody's already redeemed it.
Ooh, I would really
So
like
close.
to see. Okay, what skin did you get, guys? Comment down and also tag MPL Brazil, MLBB Brazil, and of course using our hashtag MPL LATAM S3. And wow, we can't wait to see what skin you got because I hear there for one code you can actually redeem a lot of skins, but I think our viewers are just too fast for us. Can't redeem it now. Wow.
Yes, they are.
Well, well, while waiting to see what skin you guys get, other than also tagging us, we kind of want to know. But we gotta also prep for match number 2. So we're gonna wait to see how it goes. Can't wait. Is it a 3-2? Is it a 3-1? Is it a 3-0? So you just gotta wait for now, guys. We're going to have a little break, and after this, we're going to come back and we gotta go straight to game number 2.
Socials of MPL LATAM. This is Chronos. I'll see you there soon.
Hello, everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground. dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has two parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill. Then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank Emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank Emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora,
Welcome back to MPL LATAM Season 3, and we're still in Week 2, Day 2, to see our second match of the day, Best of 5 series, and still online and on stream. It's me, Faye, with Gabriel and also Kronos. Will be with you guys until the end of the day for looking at 90 Globan and Influence Rage, how they duke it out for match number 2.
Ooh, 9Z Globant, right? 9Z Globant haven't been defeated yet so far. Influence Rage, one defeat, I think, out of the 2 series that they've had. So 9Z Globant right now definitely look like the favorites. I think the 3 of us gave our predictions as well. 3-1, 3-1. Gabriel all the way to game number 5. So, but still 9Z Globan to come out on top, right? So I think, Gabriel, you're the expert here. You know the teams much more. Why do you think it's 9Z Globan that will kind of take it rather than just Influence Rage not getting the advantage? Because we saw Alpha 7 take it 3-0. You think 9Z Globan have a similar prowess?
Actually, it was more willing. I want to see the 5 matches more than I expect to see the 5 matches. I won't be surprised if 9Z Globan brings us a 3-0. I was actually going to guess 3-1, but I want to be different. But yeah, I really want to see the completely best of 5 because we are talking about the most victorious teams on this MPL LATAM Season 3. 9Z Globan is 4-0, Influence Rage is 4-1, and now we can see the 9Z Globan squad. Arctic on the XP lane, Hidden Bush by the jungle, Shin on the mid, Erwin on the roam, and Ewer on the gold lane. And that's actually really good to say that Ewer, he was born in 2003. I mean, he's really young. He used to play for the Mycan Evolve, who actually went to the M6 series. He played on the M5 by the Imperio. So in the gold lane, you have 2 times M5 M series World Championship player. He was the 3rd place on Liga LATAM in 2023. He was the 1st place on the Liga LATAM, on the MPL LATAM Season 2 by Macam Evolve. So Ur is an amazing and really expert player, and please be careful of the Harif that Ur can bring. If Gusta Lagusta is one of the best Harifs on the scenario, Ur is also, I would say he's the 2nd best Harif on the scenario. So folks, be careful. Hello, Influence Rage, do not let this open or you might get in trouble. And in the other hand, we have the Influence Rate squad. Chino on the XP, Jotun on the jungle, Chan on the mid, Paquito on the roaming, and Fury on the gold lane. Well, the Influence Rage team, we also have as a key player the Jotun, the jungle. He used to be on the Infinity squad, who lost the last season of MPL LATAM to Bigatron Zeta. He played on Malvinas Gaming, we just saw losing on the MPL Season 1. He went to the M4 World Championship on the S11 Gaming, and by the S11 Gaming, he used to play on Liga LATAM Season 2 that happened in 2022. Another experienced player on the scenario. And now I talked too much. I will let my folks do the rest because team head-to-head, we saw the mid laners Shin, and Cham.
Okay, Shin and Chan, quite interesting to see because like both of them can actually go head to head just as the stats you've been given. You can play range with it, you can play poke with it, you can even go DPS with it. Nothing goes wrong with these 2 players. And it was an interesting fact to see where Gabriel said that you was born in 2003? 20 years
Jotun
old. Jotun 2, okay. 20 years old, top player, went to M Series, worked as a player in esports in international stages. Also, what were you guys doing at your 20 years of age? Because I am shocked. They are 1 year younger than me and they've been on the world stage. I'm amazed to see that achievement, guys. Wow. Wow. What do you think about this, Kronos?
I feel old. I just feel old after hearing those numbers. I feel old. But nonetheless, it just goes to show how much of a talented player he is, right? How much of talent he has in store. And yes, you have May Wall that went all the way through and he was there, but I think that goes to show that you're not just picked up by nobody, you're there for making a difference, and that's what he was at the M Series and now again for his team. So a lot of talent in this match, but talent only takes you so far. Hard work is where it comes next. And I think that's what we want to see in MPL LATAM Season 3. Will there be the hard work from Jotun that came out before? Are we going to see it again in this series? Because they are undefeated in series, not in games. Games. Like in matches, they're undefeated. So yes, only a matter of time until we find out. Right, Gabriel? I see you
Folks,
smiling already.
You were amazed by how young Yor and Jotun is. If I say to you, the ex-laner of 90 Globan, Arctic, Leonardo Arctic Ibarra, was born in 2006.
Hey, bro.
He's a baby.
You're making me feel old. You're making me feel old.
He's a baby, and in 2022, he was playing by S11 Gaming. He played the first MPL LATAM Season 1 by Malvinas Gaming. He's a baby, but a really amazing player, and you both were amazed that he was born in 2006, and we are amazed by this draft that is in your screen. So we already have Bedang, Matilda, Fanny, and Louis Bennett. 90 Globan just finished their starting bannings with Gatokacha, and Chip was taken off by Range. So a really good banning phase. They are following the meta.
Okay, good so far, still steady, but I think since it comes with experience also from what they've seen in week one, you're on a hot streak. That means all eyes are on you. Sometimes that's kind of heavy, sometimes that's kind of pressuring, but still okay. You got talent, you got experience. Yeah, my speech just ends there. Okay, for that Globan, you guys were hoping something epic, right? Because same as I'm hoping for something epic picks from this side, but Chusin is the first pick here. And wow, Kronos, you were smiling. You were waiting for something. Is that what you're waiting for?
Not really. I mean, yes and no, because there are so many options open. This meta is, yes, it's ever changing, but also revolves so much around a team's play style, right? This Zushin, it's why would you leave it open? Yes, you now they're looking to trade. It was either take the Suya and the Zushin, and now oh my goodness, they answer back with the Jawhead. You're forcing the Zushin on a Purify now, so that means you need a little more additional CC coming out from Influence Rage. There's no Gato Kacha to catch them in the back line. You're not gonna go for the Hylos and the EXP. Are they locking in the Phoveus? Gabriel, I'm all over the place. What's going on?
Wow, Zexing was a great pick. Ranger, it's a good response since Influence Rage don't have any gold laner yet. Jawhead, we saw that what Vaginho did on the first match. I'm pretty sure 90 Globan saw it too. So they need to be careful of what can Influence Rage do with this roamer. But I really liked the first pick from Influence Rage with Jawhead and Suyu, because Jawhead guarantees you a strong early game, a good rotation, and a perfect pick-off, a good engage. Meanwhile, Suyu is really consistent during the three phases of the game: the early, the mid game, and the late game. So you have a completely assassin in your jungle while you get protected, or you are aggressive with the Jawhead. Joy is picked by 90 Globan, a good pick because you have Granger strong early game, you got Joy strong early game, and you got Zuxing. I don't know how to say it's a strong early game, it's a strong mid game, it's a
Maybe it's
really
strong
strong
late.
late game, it's a completely amazing mage. And the last pick from Rage in this first picking phase, it was Glue. A really good pick. They took off Chi-Chi that need to be taken off, and okay, Harif was banned, and it's a little surprising they did that because you were okay. The first pick is from Rage, but you were already. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't surprising. They took Ranger. Okay, Harif is the natural counter. Forget what I was saying.
But I think that through this first picking phase, it gives liability vibes, even for both sides of it. It's not just from one. Because for 90 Globan, you're technically exposed. Three main damage dealers is just all out there. No bodies and influence rage. They secure one good jungle and two main bodies. Two frontliners are all out in the open, so they can just freely ban whatever they think. CC is out, Tigreal is out. For 90 Globan, sure they can try to minimize those damage dealers that go head to head to them in lane. But I think the most biggest problem here is how they try to counter in, because Rage got two amazing frontliners like a Jawhead and Glue. You see in their first match, sure, different players, but you can see the power from that. What do you think that good frontliners for 90 Globe and Chronos?
Yeah, for 90 Globant, I think the Fovi is, of course, a really good pick against the Glue. The Hilda is also really good to try and check these bushes. But right now, they choke out the gold lane. And they need some sort of an engage tool, right? Yes, they have the finish from the Joy. They have the poke from the Granger. They have the control with the Zushin. They need an initiation tool. And at this point, I think the Hylos might actually work out as well. The Hylos Zushin combo still does well, clears out the waves, create enough space as well. But you're lacking the CC, like a hard CC, but you definitely have those soft CCs placed.
Okay, soft CCs are in locked. We kind of need those hard CCs coming in. Moskov is locked in. What do you think is best for 90 Globan right now, Gabriel?
They probably go with Fulvius, or even if with Lucas, it's a good pick. I'm not sure if I would choose Hilda to this match because you need a kind of group control. You need something to stop the Suyu to get to Moskov. Actually, this Moskov was really good pick. We saw on the second match of the last match, the second game of the last match, Moskov playing against the Joy. Gusta Legusta played really well.
What?
And okay, never mind. Baksha and Khalid, good pick. Can get to Moskov. Baksha has a really good sustain to hold the team fight until Zuxin, Granger, and Joy could deal the damage. And it's a good match against Glue. I really like it.
Okay. Influence Rage, last pick. You're going up against high mobility. Sure, you can balance it out with a Jawhead and a Glue. Damage dealers wise is great. Range, you need range, even though you know Khalid and Baksha can just dive in.
Zillion?
For some reason, my head, it's either Yves or Farsha. I know there's a dive-in potential from both sides, but for Farsha, at least there's a wings by wings that you can escape, but turns out you opted in a Vexana, so in case if they entry, you can just throw him with that Eternal Guard. Wowee. Both sides of the draft, which one do you think that is best, Gabriel?
Oh, the best, I think it's 9Z Globant. But I can understand why the Chen chooses Vexana, because when Joy tries to get into the mage, the stun is automatically, so it will be very hard for Joy to finish it. And but comparing the squads, not the squad, sorry, the draft, 90 Globant, it's a little more better because they have the controlling the early, the mid, and the late game on these picks. So if they get aggressive on the early game, I'm not sure if the Rage could handle it, but we can see it now.
Okay, entering in for match number 2, the spicy match of the day. 9Z Globan versus Influence Rage. Will that win streak finally break down? Or will it still continue? And we're seeing emblems by Bonox right now for an early game, which is starting quite good. No weird takes yet so far, but a great early on start for Influence Rage.
Okay, so we can see here the first the first initiation of both teams. Jordan has helped the dual mid lane to clear the wave and go further to gank, probably the XP lane. And on the bottom side of the game, we see Fury trying to avoid confront from Ewer, but Joy is still going up and trying to. No, I think they would invade the Influence Ray jungle, but not yet.
And so far, no flashy plays yet, but I think rotating wise, they will mirror. Even though 9Z Globan are opting out on the first entry out in gold, but Influence Rage, they try to sandwich on Arctic, but knowing that Baksha can just roll around in any moment. So I think Influence Rage, even though they bring up the Jawhead, initiation wise, 9Z Globan is just waiting for it first.
And look at that, Irving needs to take the flash to defend. Cheeto was ejected back, nearly did 90 Globan turret, but both teams now just get to recompose themselves, and the turtle now is initiated by the 90 Globant.
Okay. And so far the turtle coming in. SOD tried missing, but Chan on the back almost burst it down. Jordan getting that turtle, and it is a secure first objective. No collateral yet so far. But 9Z Globan, they missed out on that gold. Said money making quite fast. You just gotta go straight back to jungling. You gotta go straight back to your lane because of that moment there. You got a little bit of gold down in the bottom lane, and so far Influence Rage is just waiting on another fight here. Coming in again, Jordan pulled in! First blood taken down by Shin, and Chino being front line, trying to find more things, and even hide on bush with a sliver of health. Still able to just move back so well. For those trade-offs, which one is better, 9Z Globan or Influence Rage, Gabriel?
Influence Rage. Oh my god, let's see, because Yuri got focused.
Oh, no.
And now. No, he will get the kill, right? No, he won't. Oh my god! You're almost died. Not even go to the base and grab the gold buff. Okay. The trade was better for the Influence Rage because they got a turtle, they got a lot of experience and gold gap between 90 Globant, but we saw the first Q going on Shin's hand. So, and actually a beautiful protecting play that Zuxin just brought to us. Let's see. Gino will engage, I'm not sure. Okay, no, he didn't.
Okay. So far, there aren't any hard engages for both sides of the team for now. It's just toning it down. Because, like, how do you want to talk about it so far? The way they set up is just so calmly. You gotta try to go for those explosive plays that we've seen before, and I think it's gonna break out a little bit while here on the turtle because it is started by Arctic. You know those frontliners. You know they're tanky. You know they can just bring out, but Paquito eyeing on that ejector, turning it in, finally reaching Sandstorm, following up quite well. Chan with the flicker going back, but a turtle guard stopping on Hide on Bush, but finally a kill secured quite easily on the back. Paquito sadly just turned down, but Fury helping Arctic down quite well. 3 people as collateral for Influence Rage. So far, it is not a good timing for them to just start it in. Even the Moskov needs to move back, and even 90 Globan finding a good advantage on taking that turtle for the second time. And Jordan almost turned and went home alone, but Erwin, I think, going to start in a bit of a fight here. No initiations yet because Paquito is there to back them up.
Wow, and with 5 minutes game, the first brick is down for 90 Globan, 4 kills against none. A really great team fight on this turtle. And that's true how and why 90 Globan is one of the top teams on this season so far. Now we see Fury getting really damaged by Arctic getting really damaged by Fury. And Kronos, what are you thinking about the game so far?
Hey, so far it's been dominant, and you can see instantly they go in on towards Shin. Jotun gets pushed back, and just when you asked for me that, Gabriel, you can see 9Z Globan are still on the hunt, taking them down one after another. A strong early game, and now Corner and Fury, he has nowhere to go. He tried to flicker, he tried to make an outplay, but guess what? He was cornered from all sides. 4 of them taking them down, and now 9Z Globan 7-0.
Backed up to a wall. That's what Chrono said. So far, looking at the equipment items, all in favor of 9Z Globan with a 7-0 kill. I think it's quite hard to give a gap here, I might say. And so far, they have created it so well. But an ejector here coming in.
Yeah, Paquito has a nice ejector on towards Irvin, making sure he has to run back with that Raging Sandstorm. So right now, they found an opening. No engage possibility coming in from the side of 9Z Globan, but Influence Rage still backed up. You can see Chino trying to make a difference. Split coming through. He's on top of Arctic. Instantly gets a slam. Paquito pushes him back with the ejector. Now the Eternal Guardian from Chan to make a difference, but the shutdown coming through on towards Arctic. Finally, Influence Rage pick up a kill, and Hide on Bush comes in with the electrifying beats, trying to dish out some damage, but nobody low enough to clean up shop.
Wow, we almost at the end. Chino was taken down, but so far for 9Z Globan and Influence Rage, a lot of trade-offs pulling in even like this. Fury almost taken down with that burst effect, not enough, but the ejector coming in quite in early, but no one gets the job done. No last hits survived. And so far, it's a good start for the turtle.
Good start for the turtle indeed. They get the turtle. Once again, 9Z Globans have the advantage. Mid lane tier 1 should be their target. Chan, though, does have a fast wave clear, and that's a bonus point for the side of Influence Rage, right? Even though they're behind Gabriel, that's a really good addition that they have, that wave clear that the Vexana gives.
Yes, with Vexana Clear Wave, you can hold the game and get protected, because Vexana don't need to get really close to the wave to clear it. But 7-1, 2 turrets against 1, 2 turtles against 1. 9Z Globan is giant on this game so far. And it's really easy to get on Vexana. So they really need to be careful. I don't think they're going to start engaging on Paquito, but let's see, because ultimate from Joy.
Onward Chino, and they get the kill as well. Really well played. The Crimson Beacon along with the electrifying beats. Nice stacking of skills to make sure they get the kill, and he was such a tanky boy as well. They got the kill on that easy for them as they wanted to pick it up away.
Okay, Paquito coming in. Ooh, thank God there's an ejector, but it is not enough because too many people are just bursting Paquito down. So far from 9Z Globan, it's quite good to pick up the Zeusyn in the early, as you said, the Crimson Beacon, or I like to call it the shower. The shower from too soon helps pretty well to zone quite things out because like this initiation is just so good.
No. On towards Chan. You could see that he delayed the electrifying beats. Oof. Hide on Bush was caught back, but I think he could have been taken down. Not really sure why Chan didn't fall there. I think just not having the electrifying beast unlocked, making sure that Chan actually survived, lived to see another day. So now the Lord in their favor as well. Seems like 9Z Globan definitely have the advantage here, Gabriel.
Yes, the First Lord will probably get all of the second line of Influence Rage towers, but I'm not sure if they can get the T3 towers lane, because it's really hard for them to do right now. Vixana has a good clearing of the waves. Fury with the Moscow has a good clearing of the waves. Jotun can help a lot too. So yeah, I guess this Lord is for getting control of the map. And let's see, because Jotun and Chino are getting really damaged.
Okay, ripped up apart, of course, for 9Z Globan. It would be a problem if they don't try to find a way to just entry in. Influence Rage so far still has a high ground defense play. Yes, you bring up the Vexana, you bring up the glue, clear range wise is good, but entry is just way better for 9Z Globan.
Oh, concealed play going through as well. They catch Arctic off guard, but Paquito is there as well, forced to flick around. You can see the Lantern Flare coming through. Shut down after Chan had enough of hide on Bush. Took him down 4-1-5 on that KDA. And yes, that was the opening that he was looking for, but so was Chan. He found that opportunity and made sure to get that shutdown. And that Lantern Flare. It's like a disco light that wants to make entire Globan dance around, as Paquito might want to go for initiation way, but realizes it's not the right time.
Not as smooth as butter. And but for 9Z Globan, it's just sad you got cut on, but probably you're caught up in the middle of the hype where your adrenaline is just so in. But rushing into that inhibitor turret in the 12th minute mark, it's quite a bit rushing. They can kind of pull it off as long as your gets to hit like a lot of things to Influence Rage. But since, again, high ground defense power-wise, Influence Rage has it in their pocket. You get Chan, you also get Fury, you even got Chino. And we're talking about the equipment things that we've seen. With Joy on the Holy Crystal, that is just a very good time to burst everything down. On the other hand, we're talking about the Suyo. You just got the penetration, you got the 100 strike, you got a War X. It is enough for you to get a good initiation, and as long Fury is not picked off, he can pull off a good damage here. Influence Rage, I think they're ready to fight. As long as an opening is given to them, they can actually seal the deal this time.
They're looking to seal the deal. The Lord is almost up, Gabriel. Just the question, who do you think is going to take it? 9Z Globan or Influence Rage?
Now 9Z Globan know that they don't have, the Influence Rage don't have Fury, and just started the turtle. Now Influence Rage needs to contest, but in this scenario, I think 9Z Globan has the best, condition to get this done.
Yeah, you can see instantly they try to get the fight. It broke loose a while ago. At the same time, they got themselves the Lord. But at the same time, a double kill in the hands of Yor. But Fury making the most out of the opportunity, making sure he was clearing the top side, but 3 not present. I think 9Z Globan want to end the game. The wave clear is not there. Yor bursts him down. Fury's the only one left standing. Revitalize used as well. Fury gets taken down. It is a 5-man wipeout. 9Z Globan lost the Lord, but won the game and take game number 1 in this best of 5 series.
Coming strong indeed for this game number 1, and we're talking about the highlights on how 9Z Globan can just march in. They can just come in for Influence Rage. They got a bit of a fight there in the Lord Pit, as I said before, but sadly the opening wasn't in favor of them. We're talking about 9Z Globan what made them victorious, Gabriel?
Wow, actually, the 9Z Globan came out absolutely dominant at the start of the game. And we saw that even after losing the Lord, they managed to wipe out the entire raid squad and provide the win. Hiron Bush played really well. We are just seeing a mega kill of him. They overextended this play on the T3 tier on the top side. This fight without your primary carrying, that is Moskov, who just didn't get the ultimate right. It's impossible for you to win because Jotun was strong, but Moskov was farming the entire game. You have a 4v5 without your primary carry. It's impossible for you to win. So even Jotun have a really good solo play, a really good micro play, stealing the Lord, everyone dies. So what happened? You cannot stop the marching of the 9Z Globant, and that's why they get the win. They were strong, they were bold actually during the start of the early game.
I was actually taken aback where the SOD missed and didn't really hit. So sadly, Fury didn't get the chance to just enter in a very Moscow fashionably late time of moment. But we're talking about the overall things and the emblems that are used quite well. Anything caught your eye, Gabriel?
To be honest, no, we already actually spoken about the Joy's emblem, but if I want to say something, let me see. Let's talk about, I don't know, maybe Granger, because Granger brings us the Incure Rage emblem. Give extra skill damage, restore mana on hit, and after you dealing the damage with skills, it deals 4% of target max HP as an extra adaptive damage. Also restores 2% of your mana on the hit, and that's why Yor was so strong. I'm not sure he's going to be the MVP because Joy was unstoppable 419, while Granger yours was 406. But really, really good stats for 9Z Globant. 14 kills against 3. The gap of the gold was almost 5k. No, it was more than 5k actually. One Lord for each team, but the last Lord, we saw what happened. Jotun could get a really beautiful stealing, but everyone dies besides Moskov and Vexana. Beautiful play for Baxia, beautiful play for Zuxin and Granger. The entire team was wiped out. GG for the 9Z Globant.
Executed in a well fashionably great draft, I might say. It's not even coming in late. It's not going overboard in the early, but those consistent things, little by little, finally add up till the end, and that is how they secure in game number one. Sure, there are some mispositions from Influence Rage, but they still give up a good fight. I wouldn't say that it's totally one-sided because they actually did get one good moment. So probably those things that they can try to maintain later on in game number two and probably so on. Game number three, again, we were hoping for a 3-1. We were hoping for a 3-2. I'm hoping for a 3-1 when I said it at first. But if we want to be different, we can go for 3-0. I don't know. Everybody is different then. But you know what's not different? Our MVP of the game, Yor, really shined using the Granger, even though there's no Harith in the vicinity in game number one. Sadly, was banned, but a 406 KDA with the Sky Piercer on, it's turning online. Looking at on how they highlights on how Yor played, it was just executed well. He knows where to position. Didn't really overextend on how he plays in and out because you got Shin covering him up. There's Arctic also helping in from the back. So this Granger was just all let loose, even though Laning wise, both gold laners are quite free, I might say, but only one gets to rise on top just because how well the team gives space for this Granger. And we were waiting for game number two, of course, while the draft's coming in. Any good heroes or any repeated heroes that you would like to see in game number two, Chronos?
The Granger for sure. The Granger for sure. If Yor can pull it off like that, why not see it another time? The Granger has been a staple in the meta for quite some time. We saw the first match, Gusta Lagusta went absolutely berserk with it. I don't see why Yor cannot go with it as well. So it was really well played from him, of course. But at the same time, I think they need to start respecting the Joy and the Suyo, right? These are two junglers that are there. You force them into something that is more risky, like a Nolan, and ask them to play high risk, high reward. But I mean, hey, I don't know what the coaches are thinking. I don't know what the players are thinking. That's what my thought is. Gabriel, what do you think? Coach, you think they got to go for the same route or different?
Actually, it depends on which team will get the first pick. 9Z Global was the first pick on this match. What is not banned, for example, the primary pick was Zuxin, and we actually talk about it in the beginning of this live. In the first match, Zuxin was open. None of the teams wanted to pick it, but as we can see, the both Argentinians team, actually, 90 Globan is an Argentinian team, and the Influence Rage is a Brazilian squad, but have 4 Argentinian players and 1 Peruvian player. So I would say both Argentinian teams. They know each other really well, and they just bring the Zuxin as the first pick, as the primary pick. So it will be something I would like to see or ban it or prioritize it again. Granger did a really great and amazing job. We saw what Gusta Lagusta done on the last match with a Granger. We saw what Hure just did with a Granger. So it definitely will be prioritized. But a name that we are not talking during the drafts, probably because it's obvious. Suyu is being on this championship the most picked or banned hero, because in every match you probably will see a Suyu, and if you don't, it's because probably gets banned. So I would say it's one of the priority picks of the championship and should be really seen on this future pick and ban.
We're talking about the meta shifting after the patch update, even though it doesn't really shift it too much, but it did shift it a few prio heroes up to the pick and also the banned list later on. And so far, from what I'm getting, Kronos wants to see that Granger again. Gabriel says the consistency on 9Z Globan with a lot of great heroes that they can actually pull off too. What I'm waiting for is, because this is a best of 5 series, will they bring up that cheese pick again that we've seen in week number 1, where you can go berserk on the Granger, great vision on the Novaria and the Selena combo that can actually pick up with the Fredrin frontline. It's very, very cheese pick. It worked first time. Probably won't work it the second time, because without that strategy, Jusin still is winning their hearts for 90 Globan. What's next for Influence Rage? Will they take away the Granger? What do you think about this, Chronos?
Why did they give away the Zushin once again? I think Gabriel and myself are thinking the same thing. That hero is strong in the early game, strong in the mid game, strong in the late game. Why are you giving it away? And now, even if Influence Rage pick up the Granger, you leave in the Herod open, the Suyo is open, the Joy can always be picked up. Hey, coach, you gotta tell him to ban out that Zushin. Oh, but they go for the Hayabusa.
We saw what Jotun did in the past games. with this Hayabusa. I mean, I won't lie. I have my little schedule here. Influence Rage, the 2-1 against the Entity 7. Hayabusa was really well played. And in the first game of after winning 2-0 on Malvinas Gaming, Hayabusa was prioritized. Joe don't have great assassins, but it's a strange they did not prioritize the Harif because they went forward to Suyu and Jawhead. Really great picks. I understand why they did that, but I'm not sure if, for example, just this Jawhead right now, it was the best option. I know it's to chase Hayabusa. It's okay. It's a really pick up for Hayabusa because in the worst scenario, you waste Hayabusa Shadow, so you won't get engaged by Hayabusa. A really great pick. But come on, man, you have Harif. You have Yor on your team. On your team. Just kidding. I will stop. Sorry. Sorry.
No. Don't need to be sorry. It's a pun. It's a pun that we need, of course, in this type of hour. Well, in my hour, really need that pun because it's very sweet. Yours, Steve. Wow. We're again from what you've said before, Gabriel. Your and Fury is the highlight of this game today. Player head to head right now. Both heroes very up to date, very high burst DPS, but so far we can see somehow the average GPM is way higher on Ur. And with the Phobias picked up, Hilda banned out, I think it's wise to ban out the CC unless 9Z Global wants to take it. But a far shot is just closed down because they see the potential where Phobias can just come in with the Infinite Pursuit, the Granger with good range, the Hayabusa can just jump into the back. But knowing that these powerful heroes are closed off, what's next though? Moskov, say goodbye to it. Again, they are letting the Harith open? Ooh. Well,
I'm not sure if they actually are baiting the Harith.
Yeah.
For example, no, you go pick the Harith and we get something for that won't let you play, for example. Or force a baptism on Harith. But it's really dangerous for you to let your play with his comfort pick because we were seeing the head-to-head. The Fury had Granger, Carry, and Harith. You only have Granger and Harith. He only picked Granger and Harith this entire season. Okay, 2 matches, 4 games, but he only played with Granger or Harith. Is he going to bring us something that we don't know? I'm not sure, but let's see. But again, you give him his comfort pick, and actually it's a good counter pick for Granger. It's the best strategy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So far it's probably baiting out because they go for a Cho for pickoff, and then turns out 3 of us were swerved with a carry. No Harith played, and a box shell locked in for Arctic. Last one is on a Eve, which you take up the range, and wow, again, amazing picks. New hero brought up for Ur. Which one do you think it's better, Kronos?
Yeah, I think the Harith was looking really good, but also kind of gets countered by the Hayabusa and the Phobius, right? So it was there, but again, like Gabriel mentioned, it is a comfort pick. But the carry in this case looks strong. It looks really strong. You have those speedy light wheels to chunk them down, and then the box shell to top it off. So you have a frontline presence. You have someone to be in the face of a mage that was going to be picked up, which was predicted to be Eve. I feel like 9Z Globant predicted that Eve and then picked up that Boxia and now are giving problems to the side of Influence Rage. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are in, of course, the Land of Dawn. A game number 2 in this best of 5. Influence Rage didn't win a single game just yet, but it is only the second one. 9Z Globant looking to keep their dominant run alive. MPL LATAM Season 3. And Gabriel, do you like the draft of either side?
Whoa, I will say after because look at that. I almost get killed. Paquito needs to use his flash to escape. but aggressive start of the game. If I'm being honest, I prefer Influence Rage draft so far. Uh, I think it will depend on how can Jotun and the Hayabusa play on the early game. But if Hayabusa's early game is good, I think Influence Rage get the advantage of the draft.
Advantage-wise, is very good. It's a quite unique pick. You want to go with yours, Carry, but hey, Ejector coming in. Fury! Being the first blood taken down so easily, just like that. Wow, we had Jordan following up again.
Yeah, you can see the quad shadow with the Yogi shadow kill, able to secure him the kill quite easily. And now Paquito trying to go in, but gets ejected into the tower, gets a knockup with the Jeet Kundo. And Chan trying to get that Void Crystal down to dish out some damage, but guess what? Irwin bites the dust nonetheless. And Jotun, as we were speaking for him to get an advantage, has picked it up, and now this Hayabusa is looking to snowball.
Okay, great snowball and an early start, of course, Influence Rage. So far, you've talked about the problem. Somehow they showed up with the solution. But the question is, can they keep this up? Because the turtle is up and 9Z Goban is just shooing everybody away with that golden shower from Shin. And so far, a great objective secured by them. Bush gets it quite well, even without Erwin on the 4th level. 9Z Goban is still standing strong for now. What can Influence Rage keep on doing if they really want to win this game, Gabriel?
Well, they need to did what they did on the first game, the first match. Stop Hayabusa, because if Hayabusa just gets the shadow right on, for example, Zuxin, goodbye Zuxin, don't have anything to do, or be a really fast, have a really fast finger to get the baptism and took the shadow off his body, or just pray for someone to arrive. Oh, look at a team fight.
Yeah, you can see they drop in that RWM and waste it out as well, but Chan now copying a rock in a hard place will go down to Arctic. I'm not sure why he canceled it out so early. It got him enough time to survive, but got taken down. And now 9Z Globe went back in the driver's seat. They look at Fury. That's the target with the Blade Surge going through. He understands, gets the Evil Killer, bends the dash out, and gets the kill. Paquito's too little, too late to the party, but that Lantern Flare trying to get it started themselves. Chino and Chan coming through, but the Revitalize from Arctic helping them survive.
Okay, a little bit late on the follow-up. Okay, coming in. Oh, nice! Juden gets a lot of gold funneling right now. Okay, Chino coming in with the fight.
Should be the target. You can see right now they go in Paquito with the Way of the Dragon. Nice combo. And they, at the same time, Yor should be the target. Now we'll go with the Infernal Pursuit. Chino takes him down, has the Vengeance, and you can see that Lantern Flare slowing him down. Arctic trying to dish out the damage as well. But in the meantime, Jotun on the bot side gets that tower for free, and now even possibly the turtle.
Yeah, that was smart, flicking the Vengeance out just right on time because of the second skill for Carry just to escape quite well. And even Jotun getting that turtle. It's still a great trade for now, but a fight is breaking out on top.
Fury's there, Irvin at the same time, but they're trying to use something to make him survive. Ejector, but he gets caught out, mispositioned himself, trying to run out, and then the wall was his doom. He gets taken down, and now slowly, surely, Influence Rage taking control of the map. Paquito gets the Jeet Kundo knock up on towards Arctic, just saying hello and goodbye.
Okay, hello and goodbye indeed. Gotta be showing some poise there. Influence Rage really forcing a lot of team fights again. See a moment, you gotta give up a big fight. Because so far Influence Rage is really bringing in the influence for them for right now.
From Paquito, you can see the Way of the Dragon going on towards the target. As you can see, the unstoppable force coming out from Irvin, but guess what? Only delaying the inevitable. He gets taken down, and now Shin wants to go through. He's using the Lantern Flare. Chino with the Infernal Pursuit get caught out. and at the same time will get taken down. So the trade being made, but on the bot side, Yotun has been threatening to split push the map the entire time.
Wow, we're looking at a lot of moments happening again and again, and Influence Rage slowly just forcing in a lot of team fights. I thought 90 Globan has that potential because you get Erwin on the jawhead, but turns out Influence Rage, they really live up to their names. Influence Rage quite well coming in.
RWM dropped down, Way of the Dragon to cake back Irvin, who's not having a great game on this Jawhead 0-5-2. As you can see, Paquito is the one who's kicking him back the entire time, because without the Jawhead being present now, Irwin not being able to engage for 9Z Globant, that means 9Z Globant do not have any form or initiation tool.
Out initiated by 9Z Globan. So far, Irwin really needs to find an opening, but so far it's just always Paquito in the way. Influence Rage quite well executed so far, and even rotating faster and clearing up the area for them to just create space quite well. And slowly for Fury, even though it's not the greatest KDA to see if you're investing in a Sky Piercer, but it's definitely good looking for Influence Rage.
Oh no. It is looking good at the moment, but you can see that Shin is being a problem. Slowly and surely, good drop of the RWM, catches Arctic and eats a face full of bullets as well. Fury finally gets the kill, and now Yotun wants to go for a little bit more. Quad Shadow being expended already, and you can see him taunting the opposition as well. And oh my goodness, Gabriel, what will that mean for 9Z Globant?
What a bold play. I guess we will have some fight on the mid lane.
Oh no, he wanted to have the bold play, but guess what? Gets to eat that return fire. He gets shut down finally, and now the Crimson Beacon is there. They take down the mid tier 1, Arctic coming through with the shield, and at the same time you can see they're trying to initiate the fight. Chino with the Vengeance helping him survive, but Fury is free hitting from the back line. They take them down, 1-for-1 trade. And now somehow Influence Rage still stay alive and try to push back the advantage that 9Z Globant were looking for.
Actually,
finally a 2 trade, that's good too.
It was a 2v1
I'm trying to find a good opening though. What do you think, Gabriel?
No, it was a 2v1 change, but 2 kills for 9Z Global and 1 for Influence Rage, but they get the mid lane turret. So now your game is open. The Influence Rage team has access to the mid of the jungle of the 9Z Globant. And 9Z okay, let's see.
Oh my god, Paquito with the good Way of the Dragon, but at the same time, Chan goes in with the RWM. You can see the Ogi Shadow kill on towards Shin. He gets a Crimson Beacon, but the damage is too much. A double kill in the hands of Fury. Once again, free hitting from afar. There's no possible way for anyone to stop him, and they turned their attention on towards the Lord. It should be easy for Influence Rage. And Gabriel, I think this is what you were saying. They got the mid lane, they left it open, got 9Z Globant exposed, and now Influence Rage are just pressing down on the wound that they found on 9Z Globant.
Yes, I'm starting to thinking that 9Z Globant put a lot of focus on Fury in the early game. Okay, again.
Yeah, the ejector catching Fury. This time the target is there, but you can see the Ogi Shadow kill being spent already. They group up together to split the damage. So now that casualty way, that Fury has gone down, means that they'll be able to defend much more easier.
But the thing is, a good thing that a far lane from 9Z Globant was played very well by Ur. So at least it is a distraction for 9Z Globant to just clear out that Lord. But the thing is, if Influence Rage has a 2.7 gold lead right now, 4 kills ahead, is it looking good for them if they want to try to end it quite well? Because I think dragging into the late game, 9Z Global would have that advantage. What do you think about this, Gabriel?
Yes, it's they actually are on a tough position. They are focusing a lot on the Fury. They are spending and forcing plays against Fury, and they are completely overlooking Hayabusa. who was essentially free to farm and secure objectives. While the game remained fairly balanced, there were multiple moments that 90. Okay.
Wow. Wow, what an ejector. But Hero still survived. The Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. Hide on Bush will fall down. And now the rest of 9Z Globant will have to run away as their jungler has been taken away by Yotun, looking to flank from the side. The rest of Influence Rage trying to follow. Will he be able to catch them off guard? Irvin waiting, poised, ready to pick the ejector on towards them. And looks like they have to run back, realizing it's not worth it.
A good swerve, actually. Yoden, I thought that he was eyeing up for a kill. I thought probably Euro would be a target, or probably Shin would be a target, but no. It's the orange buff. And with that swerve, quite well made him still sustain and also alive right now, because we're talking about the minion waves marching in from Influence Rage. So far, it's still not fully cleared out by 9Z Globant, but with this one Lord, will that be a deal breaker though to finally end this game and equalize?
Yeah, it would actually. But see, 9Z Globant don't have the control of the waves. So someone is going to the top lane to try. No, actually, the minions just nailed my argument entirely. But look at the position of the Chino.
Oh. Yeah, they're going through with a concealed play and they get the target on towards Chan. You can see the ejector pulling them back, but at the same time, Chino is taken down. RWM is dropped. They trade it 2 for 2, and now the double kill in the hands of Ur, whose damage is finally online. They reset the Lord and understand this is not the time to pick a fight, but well played. And now the threat of Ur is dawning upon Influence Rage.
And since because of this 9Z Globant, they are in a clutch though. How do you drag it until Ur is online like this right now? I think they really need to drag it a little bit more late. At least, what is a good item next for Ur right now, Gabriel?
For Ur, let me see. For example, he is suffering a lot with Hayabusa, so probably Wind of Nature could be good for carry because the wow, look at that. Okay, I have lucky. I was lucky on this one.
But who else is lucky? Influence Rage, get the Lord. 9Z Globant not able to find an opening. Conceal play coming through as well. And now just have to wait and position themselves to pick him off once again before the Lord marches down the top side.
Can they defend this though for this 9Z Globant?
Yes, they can, but 9Z Globant, I don't know why, I'm not sure why, they are trying to stimulate a lot of team fights. It's not really interesting right now when you need to defend the Lord. So give up this mid turret, the tier 2, right? But try to wait this Lord and do not initiate a team fight. Okay, Show is getting ready for the Jackando, let's see.
Oh yeah, he goes in with the Way of the Dragon as well. Irvin though, he doesn't get taken down. RWM was dropped, and now the slow CC that came in from Shin, able to buy enough time. Yuri gets taken down. Hayabusa is on a roll. As you can see, Yotun got his double, but at the same time, so does the rest of the team. And now Chan picks up his own. Make that a triple. They trade 4 for 3. Chan and Chino, the only one left standing. Hide on Bush is there to try and defend. Will Influence Rage try and end as they got all the inhibitors. Hide on Bush is the only one left standing. Chino looking to go with the Infernal Pursuit. Pushes him out of harm's way. The Lord is not there, but the base is going to be the target. They goes in with the ejector unstoppable force. But oh my goodness, finally Influence Rage able to pick up the game and turn this series 1-1.
Wowee! And that is not the hero, guys. It's literally equalized right now in the best of 5 series. And we're looking at like a lot of packed action team fights during in the highlights. Which one is your favorite, Gabriel?
Okay, my favorite probably would be this last Jet Kundo reverse flash way of the dragon of Paquitos. And this match was a really good match because, again, as I was saying, and as we can see, 3 minutes, Fury already died 2 times. 9Z put a lot of focus on Fury in the early game, but in doing so, they completely overlook Hayabusa, who was essentially free farming and securing objectives, while the game was still not in control of Influence Rage. There were multiple moments that 9Z Globant overcommitted in team fights, overextended them more than necessarily, especially in this forced attempt to shut down Fury's Granger at all cost. Fury wasn't even big in that moment, and by doing so, they ended up forcing way too many team fights, which one they lost. So I'm not sure if it was the best strategy. By this time, Fury was already on the match. Again, you see the Jawhead flashing, ejecting Fury's back, but in which cost? Look, now he's alone, just died. Fury is free to do whatever he wants. It's a good play. Like, yeah, I'm not sure, but look at this Jack and Dubai show, a beautiful way of the dragon, and what an emotionally GG, because I was thinking they wouldn't be able to finish the game.
But turns out, last moment in a clutch, of course, Influence Rage gets the deal done. And what an amazing game number 2 that we've seen here, with the drafts, with the unique picks, with a shocking new carry, a debut hero for your, wow, it pays off quite well. And I'm just waiting for game number 3. Can't wait to see what are they bringing to us in the table, because like in game number 1, it's again both games, it's not dominating, but the fights though, those little things made up such an immense gameplay that we've seen, and it's quite exciting to see. In wow, game 1, game 2, they kind of break it down. Game 3, will it still be on fire just like that? But to which side though? What do you guys think, Kronos?
If you ask me, like you mentioned, it's these small fights, these small skirmishes, these small targets that are trying to get is turned into a bigger objective. And I think Yotun's confidence is definitely on a high after that recall that we saw. We didn't see one all day. We saw one. He paid the price, but he won the game. And I think, Gabriel, the confidence from Influence Rage must be really high at the moment.
Yes, I'm starting to get really good at the predicting outcomes just by analyzing the draft. I told you, the Influence Rage draft was, I like it more comparing to the 9Z Globant, but it would depend on how Hayabusa could provide and play. We saw Hayabusa with the Assassin's emblem, which one brings, it's the killing spree, to be honest. The regen and the speed up after dealing damage is increased, because when damaging heroes below 30% HP, instantly recover 50% of lost HP and gain 20% movement speed, man. So, and actually that's an additional effect. The reset cooldown upon killing an enemy hero, it's why Hayabusa can every time go with the shadow, kill, and just get without saying even goodbye. Comparing the both teams' stats, 5k on a 15-minute match, it's not a huge gap of gold, but 2 lords against none, it is. 2 turtles against none, against 1, it's a really good too. But when the 90 Globan get the turtle, Hayabusa was splitting push the other lane. So it was a really good strategy. Okay, let's grab this turtle, but let's give Hayabusa free farm. Let's get Influence Rage, a free tower. I'm not sure if they could follow up with this strategy because when they were focused on the okay, we need to kill Fury, we need to stop this Ranger, they let every other teammates free, and even though they focus Fury, he is the MVP by Bonox of the game. 6 for 10, 28% damage, 84% kill participation. What a man, what a hero.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Fury shined so well in the Granger here. Wasn't really suppressed, as you said, in the laning phase. It was just going smooth for him. And when he just joined in the team fight again, he just knows where to position himself with all the Rhapsody hitting in, with all of those Death Sonatas also helping in. And even though dragging into the late game, that carry was brought up quite well, and it kind of starts to sing a little bit, but still rising on top, giving out those nasty bullets, dishing them out against the 9Z Globan team. And we're talking about the overall things. I think from what Gabriel said, it's also the matter of priorities on what they can actually expand, on what they can actually try to probably rearrange later on in game number 3. Because from game number 1 to game number 2, that transition though, it's a shift between it. So probably if you want to suppress, you gotta full commit to it. It's either you gotta suppress on the gold lane or you just gotta let the jungle farm. You gotta pick either one. And those split-second decisions, that what makes those pro players amazing during that time. Because if you don't really get the early, what's next? What's your plan B? So you really gotta plan that out. And talking about rearranging priorities, I want to ask Gabriel, what type of priorities should 9Z Globan bring in game number 3, and what should Influence Rage do to counteract in that priority?
I thank you very much for this question because can I draw your attention to something real quick?
What's that?
In the last 3 matches, the MVP has been Granger, no matter which side he's on. Gusta Lagusta, Fury, and Ur, 3 Grangers in a row. So you need to prioritize the Granger. Okay, but what can I go to counter the Granger? Hey, Riff, come on, man. You is the best Harif in this match. It's your comfort pick. You bring us 2 times in the season. Why? Okay, Carry was a good pick. Yeah, it was a late game pick, not a middle game pick. And even though you started really well, it's a Granger in a 1v1 early game and mid game. Granger is better than Carry, and that's no comparison. So you need to bring your game. You need to bring your A game to this match because now, I would say Movina's game, sorry. Now 9Z Globan knows what is loose on this MPL LATAM Season 3. Because it didn't happen so far, now it does. Because it was the draft. Not only, it was the absence of good responding. So we see here, they are again doing the same bans. 9Z Globan has first pick. Okay, you got a first pick. Are you bringing Granger in? If you aren't, please ban it. Because you are not being able to hold Granger. Fury was focused the entire game. He manages to beat the MVP. He manages to, okay, I was 0-2, but now I want to play. And he could, because Carry was strong, but even Carry being stronger than Granger on the early game, Granger was even stronger. So that's it.
I think the matter of priorities, okay, we gotta focus in getting his Harith. Or probably it's just also an exploration thing for them. To, okay, let's just try and see how the carry will work during in this team fight. Probably, I don't know. But seeing it how it executed in game number two, even though in laning wise it's great, but what's more important is how they try to support in during that team fight. And we've seen Influence Rage respecting that Chusin. Let's just close it off. Let's just take it in. First pick, Chronos. You see a Loyi. Wow.
I was
Okay.
I was
Next
gonna
one,
say
I'm gonna ask. Yeah.
I was gonna say
What's
this Lo
next?
Yi, if I'm not wrong, had 100% win rate, right? When 9Z Global were picking it up. I know Gabriel wants to say that, and I was gonna say you gotta respect that Lo Yi, but instant Lo Yi, instant Granger. Harriet, right, Gabriel? Now
Okay,
Harriet. Bring
okay.
out the Harriet.
Come on, please, please. Don't let us down. You need to bring the
Don't
Harif
do
to the
it.
game, or even the Granger. No, sorry, the Moskov. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's early to pick. It is, but it's a good matchup because early game Granger is better. Mid game with two items, they're both really strong. It's not that huge gap that had between Carry and Granger. The Moskov at mid game it starts to hurt. So you need to bring one of those, but you still have Suyu and Joy, and okay, they bring Joy and Jawhead. Okay, let's see.
Strong.
Strong,
It
strong,
hurts to
strong, and
see.
Joy was yeah. No, it didn't because hide on the bush, get the Joy on the first match, and almost was the MVP, but played really well. So Joy is a comfortable pick. Jawhead, we saw how they are unable to do it, and Novaria from completely nowhere.
Ooh, okay. I mean, for
It's too
me,
early
it
too.
hurts to see. Yeah, it hurts to see because of the damage wise for 90 Coleman. It goes really early aggro vibes. Novaria, I kind of get it just to open up vision for the Luoyi. Again, quite early. I think if 90 Coleman doesn't pan out the Selena, it might be a good potential that Influence Rage can try Nancy Globen's draft in week one. And so far, it's Moscow closing down, Phobius is gone, and we are focused in on like both of our pillars here for both sides of the team. You see, most use heroes they are utilizing it quite well. You pick up the Hylas, you pick up the Katat, you have to Cho. The pickup potential is high, but since you've seen area wise for Influence Rage and pickoff wise for 9Z Globen, it will be hard for 9Z Globen to initiate a lot of things if Influence Rage is just bringing out ranges type of heroes like Granger and Novaria and also Salida. It's hard to catch, to be honest.
It would
I
be
think
a really skill long shot game because it's a really good combo by the way, but you bringing Selena on the Influence Rage team, you only get Gatakacha in the front lane because you still need a jungle. You can try Hylos jungle, but
uh,
yeah, you see that it don't fit really well because you only have Gatakacha in the jungle. It's you don't have any sustain to team fights. You need to get only pickoffs because in one team fight you will lose because Louis, Joy, all they all dealt damage on areas, so you can be together. You will only have pickoff as your way to win. And if you have, for example, a team fight in the Lord, you will lose. So you need a sustain or at least engage to have control of this game.
Mm-hmm. For Influence Regis side, if they try to pick up the Selena, you can pair it up with a Baksha or even a Fredrin Jungle, bring that out. But let's not forget the CC.
Good, good.
So any hero going up against like either Jawhead or anyone melting down, probably a glue, or if it's a bit far fetched, can be a Uranus for 9Z Glow, but at least it can be countered out by the CC. Khalid is still open.
Native, maybe.
Oh, can too.
You know what I'm thinking of? When the Louis uses the diversion, right? When Louis uses the ultimate, if Louis is inside it and Joy or somebody else is outside it, and CC uses her ultimate, do they teleport? Does the Louis teleport or does it not? It just came into my head right now. It could be something we could try out. Like, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Like, I don't think I've ever thought like that's something I'd probably try out later on. But of course, right now the carry again in the hands of they're forcing him on this carry again. They're not giving this comfort pick. Gabriel, disappointed? I am for sure.
Yeah, of course, because carry, it's good against Gitukacha, it's good against Chi-Chi, but it's a late game pick. You need to bring your game to the late game. We have Louis as an early game, it's a strong early game and strong team fights. Joy as a strong early game and strong team fights. But can you be able to get this game to be into the late games? Because Chi-Chi is really hard to kill on the late game. Suyu has a good scaping. Novaria will have an amazing damage on the long shot skills during the late game. It's interesting for you to get this game this far. I'm not sure, but we will find out in a few minutes.
Okay, of course, finding out which one will win. Will it be a pick-off or will it be a team fight ranging style? Because 9Z Global and Influence Rage coming in match number 2, game number 3 of the day. Still trying to find out who will get the lead because so far both strong teams, they don't want to give it out. And of course, we're talking about the priorities things, which one should be settled in. And I see first high invade on the jungle should be the way to go. And so far, no one exit out from the gold laner yet. But hey, let's see. You got Paquito on the Gatot Gacha. You got Erwin just flancing it around, waiting to probably just pop an ejector to someone. But Jordan, that's a really early retribution and a good game for a start.
Chan sniped that Lito, didn't he?
Hoo-hoo.
Can I bring your attention to something?
Ooh, what's that?
What's up?
Shin is using Warcry emblem.
Ooh.
If you don't know what Warcry is, after every 3 separate basic attacks or skills hit an enemy, all damage dealt increased by 8% for 6 seconds. So
That's long.
be careful of Shin combo, man. For real.
I've never
Okay,
thought of Warcry on a Lu Yi.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely nasty right now that I think about it.
Yes.
And okay, the first thing that was brought up by Gabriel in my head was just jokingly, Louis marksman,
diversion.
Louis fast teleport, coming in.
3 of them. You can see first blood. Chan will get taken down, but the Raging Sandstorm is there from Arctic as well. Revitalized to help them survive. Paquito survives for a long time. Chino is there, has the curtain call, could use the Yo-Yo Blitz, but Irvin zoning them away by using his smart missiles and of course the ejector. Hide on Bush should be able to take this neutral objective unless Yotun is able to use that Soul Sever. And you can see right now they're poking away Irvin. He has to back off. And Influence Rage take control of the Turtle Pit just like that.
Wow. Great vision, great targeting from Influence Rage. And just because of that, Novaria helped so well. And Warwi almost stealing out that orange buff. Hide on Bush. This time, gotta be more careful though, Because Chan, I think, is
Oh,
just bringing on that LATAM sniper on tiptoe problems.
Yeah, right now you can see they're targeting the goal lane. And also Chan has so much control around the map that Irvin will have to play on the defensive. But guess what? With the diversion play on towards Yotun, they catch him off guard, going through, will get taken down. AOG is there to cast them as well. But oh my goodness, at the right time, a pause being requested also.
Wowee, a lot of action packed again in game number 3, not stopping. But priority wise, still about the jungles, no fast rotation yet. Great area takeover though. But what do you think, Gabriel? Will they prioritize first exit out on gold, or they're going to prioritize on the XP for a stronger team fight later on?
Actually, they need to prioritize the gold laner because it's the carry of the team. If you don't accelerate your carry early game, you won't be able to get a carry late game. And in the middle turn, you have the Granger. It's the Granger. I don't have anything more to say. It's a damn Granger. So
Hey, Danger
you need
Granger.
to prioritize. You need to prioritize your carry, but you don't need to prioritize at all cost like they did on the last match because they are, oh no, we need to focus Fury, we need to focus Fury, we need to focus Fury, and let the jungle poke free and let the jungle do whatever he wants to do. So prioritize the goal lane. It's a good strategy, it is, but saying to your carry, hello dear, you you're not able to fight against a ranger. So what about you farm safe and we try to do something else? So it's the two sides of the coin. You can prioritize your goal laner, but you have the possibility of letting the other teammates of the ranger farm free, or you can just please be safe and let us fight to survive.
Of course, waiting to be safe, waiting to be seen, waiting for the right moment to just pop up like this right now coming into the game.
Fury. He has been the sole target of 9Z Globant for the previous game and even now. And of course, at the same time, going back to what you said, Gabriel, I think they do have CC as well, right? Chi-Chi, like you call it, on their side that can poke them out. So your will want to farm up. But at the same time, if Shin is able to make those diversion plays like he did so far, he will be a big game changer.
Yes, it is. And for example, Novoria, it was
Again?
how.
Oh,
What a nasty!
Again, Paquito has to use the AOG, but not even unlocked just yet. And oh my goodness, that diversion play, just as we spoke about it, Shin made it happen. And now on towards Chino. They want to go forcing out the vengeance. The curtain call is there, trying to sustain his way back up. Chino will have to back off as the turtle is up right now.
This is what you call living up to his name. A literally Joy hide on bush, and just coming in that game right now, Influence Rage is finding a good opening.
Yeah, they have finding a good opening. AOG coming on towards Hide on Bush. You can see that forced them out, and Jotun is able to take away the turtle. And right now with the Death Sonata as well, Paquito creating the space, has the revitalized, letting them know that, hey, you can fight, but I definitely will regen back up. And right now, 9Z Globant, although they have 4 kills on their side, they do not have the map control, and they do not have the goal lead either.
I'm picking up in this fight right now, Influence Rage. They are so far controlling the vicinity, but damage-wise, 9Z Globan somehow just keeps on finding ways because you know that you can teleport and also fast range quite well.
Chino Will he go for the outplay? He does! Chino able to outplay. Hide on push 1v1. Oh my goodness, the curtain closed there. You can see that's the instant replay from before where they went in with a diversion play, catching Yotun by surprise and then taking him down. And now after coming back online into the live feed, we take a look at what Chino did to hide on bush, shutting him down. And now the AOG from Makito taunting Arctic as well, and will take him down. Influence Rage are slowly finding advantage, but here comes the ejector. Here comes the unstoppable force. They take them down one after another, and finally Yuri's online. He flickers forward. He is on the aggression, but will get taken down nonetheless. 2 for 3. He was a little too overzealous and gets taken down and gives away the advantage that 9Z Globan had towards Influence Rage. Wait.
Wow, we too far in the front against Chino. It will be a very, very big problem if they keep this up. Because looking at 6 and 4, it is a big problem for now in the early. A lot of trades happening. A lot of the things are just tilting on the scale on which side could actually go for more. At first, with a little bit of pause, and we are just waiting to see what will be the next move from this. What would be the right move for 9Z Globan now, Gabriel?
Well, they need to control the game because they are already lost. Why did Carrie tries to face Granger against two enemies? Granger was the third. Carrie just went straight to Granger, gets all the Granger's combo with the first skill, tries to kill Granger, but who was thinking that Carrie in 6 minutes of the game wouldn't have damage to kill Granger escaping using flash. So it was a misplay by Ur, and we didn't see this very often because Ur is a huge gold laner. It's an amazing name. It's one of the best gold laners on the scenario, and see he doing this kinds of play. It's a little strange. It's a little bit awkward, to be honest, because you had a Jawhead, you had a Subiu, and you ignored them. Okay, no, I will face Granger, and what? You know what? You don't get Granger, you die. You give assist to these other two names. It's worth it. I didn't think so.
I think it's more how you position himself. In Indo, you call it grugut, because it's just a little bit. I think I could get it. I think I could get it because that tunneling vision you can probably do during team fights or during play. You're just so focused on, okay, that's the main damage dealer. That's the priority. I gotta take the Granger down, and yet you forgot there are other teammates there supporting the Granger. So you probably gotta pull and push it through, but we'll see after the pause. Of course, they are just still trying to sort things out. For now, for our viewers, please wait. Please be patient. Of course, we want the best games for our players, and we want to see them strive also. And during these timings right now, of course, we need something to be happy with. You know what will give you guys be happy? Because I'm gonna be happy about this, and you guys gotta be happy too. Because we are getting discounts from Bonox.com. 5% discounts using PNX MPL3. With the same code on Bonox.com, you guys can top up and recharge your diamonds with a great discount, with great skins coming along. Again, lots of events. If I'm not mistaken, there's 4. Counting 5 if you want to count the golden diamond events. Usually those are the things that we're waiting for. You want discounts, you want skins, Bonox is the only way to go.
Yes, and actually with the Bonox you can have the beautiful and amazing Zenith Selena's skin, but you know what else is amazing? community gaming down here because it's the ultimate platform offering esports competitions, professional and automated payment solutions for community. You can host tournaments for all types of games, including Mobile Legends. And they provide the tools and full support to organize your esports event, whether you want to compete or host your own tournament. Please go visit communitygaming.io right now and be part of the competitive scenario.
Ooh, quite well. And after you know that where to recharge, after you know where you can put your game on, and of course, guys, get your phones ready because you don't want to lose with Chronos. It's the only way to do this.
What's
So,
going on?
getting a free
What's
skin,
going
of
on?
course. Wowee! Another skin code for you guys. So, everyone who's watching right now, go redeem it before Chronos does. Let's see. I want to know what your skins are. And race to the top. It's 0QZ44GQ9F. I think it's easier because there's like double numbers and everything, but you gotta be careful though. No typos. Because if you have typos, Kronos would probably get a skin before you guys. You guys want to let Kronos get a
Uh,
skin before you guys?
Kronos did not get a skin.
What did you get? What did you get?
Hey, I got magic dust. I got magic dust. I got
A
magic dust.
magic dust.
But
Okay.
it's better
Oh.
than nothing. It's better than nothing. It's at least not a trial card of the same skin that I already have. Those are the worst ones to get because you're like, I already have this skin, and then it turns into gold, and then you're like, I already have all the heroes. Now what do I do with all this gold? Just like what the Yor was thinking. I have all this gold. I can get the advantage for my team. I see Fury on the other side. I want to flicker, but I need to save my teammates. You know what? I don't need to save my teammates. Let go after Fury. But guess what? Fury was waiting. You ate a face full of bullets, and now you gave the advantage, like Gabriel mentioned, not just the kill, but also 2 assists to their carries nonetheless. And now they're looking much more stronger as we're heading into the gameway.
Well, carry is definitely carrying. And carrying the game needs some good rest, of course. You gotta wait out, you gotta find a good moment, because if you're not awake for it, how can you try to target the objectives that you want? How can you try and find the opening if you are trying if you don't get the good rest you need? So that's why there are a few pauses right now. So even though Chronos is like, I kind of want to see it, I want to know who will win, I want to know if my 3-1 is correct.
Nah, I mean, not just that, right? Because I'm still thinking about why did they put Yor on this carry again? The Herald was still left open. In fact, the Herald went through the entire draft twice. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Not just here in MPL LATAM, but also anywhere possibly. You always see the Herald being contested with the Granger. All right, fine. You don't want to pick the Herald because you want... Maybe it's you're telling his team like, hey, you know what? I want to show everyone that I can play something apart from the Herald and the Granger. You have another natural counter with the Irrital, right? The Irrital is still a good pick. But why would you not go for it? Forcing yourself on this carry. And now you have to wait for the late game, not 2 items. You need a 3-item power spike, but 4 items to actually be able to survive and do anything. And it just baffles me that they had a dominant win streak in the first series, in the first week, right? They come to the second week, they take game number 1, and then all of a sudden, they just give away all that advantage, pick up carry, and you're the one that's dishing out the damage. You know he's the one carrying the game, and instantly they do the same thing again. So now with the turtle being up, they're trying to contest way.
Okay, quite well. AOG jumping into the back. That turns out it is a great turn for Sim with the electrified beats. Not good enough. Arctic tanking too much with the curtain call. Quite well, but Chino finally getting a kill. With all of that being said, it's just 1 for now. And you gotta do a lot of things for the carry to be a carry. Because I think he is finally getting a lot of gold funneling into them. It is a great timing to shift now. Again, rearrange your priorities. What we've talked before. If you can't get an advantage for height on bush, you gotta get an advantage for year. But the thing is, influence range. Can they still maintain this momentum that they've got?
They have to try and maintain that momentum, right? And I just saw Yer picking up the golden staff as well. And I think Gabriel, they need another item for Yer to get online, if I'm not wrong. Because at the moment, Shin is the one that's making the plays.
Yes, at least one more item he can handle up. But okay, now they are getting this turret. It's a good start, to be honest, of 90 Globant, even though there's a gap of 5k gold to influence rage because of the turtles. And oh my god, nasty!
Paquito, but the AOG catches three,
Holy
gets
man.
the taunt as well. And there was a beautiful Astral Recall. And you can see Fury was there still to make sure they can make something happen. That was a 5-man diversion, and it didn't work out. It was a Hail Mary play coming through as well. But Influence Rage sniffed it from a long way.
Sniffed it quite well, okay. And turns out it was those fast instincts by influence race to just jump in with the AOG. Probably if you can cover, you can cover. If I'm shocked up, it's okay. Because you know what? Because of that timing, 90 Globant is being pushed back a little bit. Influence Rage get total control of the Lord area.
Total control of the Lord area. Now the Lord in their favor. Influence Rage will be looking to penetrate, of course. And where will they try and get that through? Are they going to be able to defend 9Z Globant, Gabriel, with the itemization that they have?
Let's see. Okay, Carry needs to get at least 2 more items, not only 1, because Fury is already really big. Height on Bush is increasing really well on this damage, and you can see at the Holy Crystal. So they can defend this Lord easily if they do not start another team fight. It would be a beautiful engage, but today is Paquito's day. Beautiful defensive ultimate, getting 3 opponents. Now I cannot say the same thing.
Target takes down, killing spree. Fury, what's going on? You're again, but the ejector coming through. They take down Yotun, and the curtain call is there. Double kill in the hands, of course. Fury make that a triple. 5-0-1 KDA. Fury is on a Fury to make sure he takes his team to victory. As you can see right now, they are there making sure he wants to get the Maniac, not really going for it just yet.
Okay, coming in hot, of course, Influence Rage. Pressing down on the ball behind on Bush!
Goodness! A monster kill! Hide on Bush walked into a bullet, and he has to look at the gray screen. The damage from Fury is absolutely monstrous right now.
I can go front! I can go front! Bam! That's Sonata! That was hard to watch.
It was, wasn't it? And hey, it's all thanks to the itemization. Coach Gabriel, could you walk us through that?
Well, it's clearly that now Louis is going to try to help the teammates with I don't remember the name in English right now, but I will bring you really soon. Meanwhile, I really like I really like how Influence Rage mid laners champ is bringing the damage up, and I'm really sure that we don't need to say anything about Fury. 6-0-1. Amazing match, amazing start from the gold laner of Influence Rage, and he's a huge favorite player to get the MVP again.
Paquito with the right initiation, but now not going to be available for the Lord. And look at the positioning coming in from Arctic. He could actually snipe them from behind with that Raging Sandstorm, but they are going away. They do not want to make a mistake again. And Vey, Bush is not even present. They sacrificed the Lord.
Okay, they know. Okay, this is how we know that they are shifting on priorities. Like, okay, if we can't get the objective, like, or even force up a team fight because you know you're not going great against Influence Rage, let's just try the split push moment. Let's try to just play on the far lane. But even playing on the far lane, I think Influence Rage, they already have the power to just clear everything up. Because if you look at those turrets, it's just all still standing strong. 2 turrets on top, and same on the middle, and even on the bottom, they still have like 3 turrets. It's kind of hard to try to push back though. For IZ Globan, it should be not a problem because you know you have to carry, you know you have to Loyi, that you can still rely on during the Lord barged in. But tanking a lot of damage from Influence Rage, I think that would be another problem though. What to do if they are in this position though, Gabriel?
Well, they need to defend. And see, Ure needs to activate to survive. They really need to try to clear this up, but it's really difficult. They are coming for the all-in.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the end. AOG is there, but you can see Bush gets the number on Yotun. Paquito making sure he can survive. But the Lord taking out the base crystal. Less than a quarter HP. He goes in Arctic with the Raging Sandstorm, forcing everyone back. The base crystal is left exposed, but with the slightest bit of HP, you're with that double on the hands of Bush, of course. And now they're trying to go in for a diversion play. And you could see that Bush was sent behind in towards the river as well. It was so close for them to call the end, but oh my goodness. A great defense coming out from 9Z Globant.
And because of that, 9Z Globant was still able to stand strong, but that base though, it's not looking healthy. If you can buy some time, it can probably regen back some of the HP, but it's kind of hard to pull that off. It's just hanging on by a thread. Influence Rage, they are still being very patient though for this time. Just looking for another opening. Really just last chance to push. And looking for that opening, it's gonna be quite hard. Because if 9Z Globan is able to just pull in way back to the late game, get the Lord, sort out their minion waves, there still might be a chance that 9Z Globan could actually win this game.
They could, right? They could actually win this game. But Influence Rage backed them to a corner. The Lord is up, Gabriel. This is the one that they need to contest. 16 minutes in. Who's going to get this one? Or will there be a backdoor play?
They already gave up 2 Lords. They cannot give up this one, for real. Because it's a 16-minute Lord. You almost lost the game having 3 turrets to melt this Lord, and you didn't. I'm not sure if a backdoor play right now it's the smart thing to do, because I'm not sure they will be able or have the strength to get 2 turrets down on the top lane while the Lord is resetting. They need to do something, and they need to get a good team fight with Louis' ultimate.
Yeah.
As long as a good spot is given though. As long as that. Because Lord Dance is picked up. Influence Range is getting ready because 9Z Globan is just coming in.
Conceal, AOG is there, but at the same time they catch them. The Lord in the hands of Chan, and now all hell breaks loose. Irvin falls down, and so does Yotun. You can see the minions are crashing in on towards the base. They will have to recall, but 4 taken down for Influence Rage. Chino's the only one left standing. He's not letting them recall. The base crystal. The minions came back at the right time. Ure is there to save the day. Somehow, some way, they found a lifeline. 9Z Glow Globant are still in it to win it. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It's an 18-minute Lord, but still, there's no support given by Influence Rage to try and take advantage.
Wow, wait! Oh my god! I thought my heart was about to drop like that base, but turns out, nope! Nope! Somehow Chino still doesn't have a pull in on not sending Yer and also Hide on Bush going home. It's just, at least the Lord is trying to bargain, at least that. But you know what? Two main damage dealers in Nice Global, and even Yer finally handling on that Windtalker. As Gabriel said, at least 2 items. You gotta finish that build. And if you finish that build, again, there is a chance that Nice Global could actually pull this off. As long as you get the Lord, as long as you get the minions, as I said before too. But right now, Influence Rage, they keep sending minions in. At this rate,
But
whoever can win, whoever can take it all, they might have a chance with this one.
But actually, right now, you're just so the boots to do the Wing Talker. And ultimate, oh my god, let's see!
Oh my goodness, but the damage is way too much. They catch Fury off guard and then trade with Hide on Bush. But guess what? Yer is the one dishing out the damage, takes down Chino. After he popped the Vengeance, he melted him like butter. And right now, with the help of Irvin, you can see that they're trying to tank the tower as well, making sure the Cannon Minion can survive. Take away 2 turrets in the mid lane. Yer is dangerous. Yer is unstoppable. And right now you can see he gets melted down. Immortality to help him survive, but still makes it out of there with the flicker. Irvin sacrifices himself, but he gets shut down by the snipe from Chan. And now the minions are there trying to end the game. Arctic doing everything for them to try and let it survive, but he cannot, because the minions are the ones that will end the game. Influence Rage, after all that push and pull, take away the game thanks to the macro control of the entire map.
Oh my goodness! I was silently screaming! Wow, and I was at the edge of my seat for this! And a lot of the highlights coming on Influence Rage. Wow, they get to handle it so well, and even at the last one, finally preventing someone going back pays off. And Gabriel, oh my god, what happened?
What happened is that 90 Globan stuck with the carry pick, and they had to wait for carry to scale before having another strong carry option in the game. The early game actually was fairly balanced while it lasted, but due to several positioning mistakes from 90 Globan, both Fury and Chino were able to scale comfortably, taking advantage of their opponent's misplays. Influence Rage struggled to close out the game, and at one point almost managed to melt the crystal with the second Lord. That is what we are seeing actually now. But by giving up 2 Lords, 90 Globant lost all their map control, facing immense lane pressure, and had to play purely for carries late game, which took a long time to come online. We only truly saw her impact in this team fight, that 7-minute team fight, where they lost the Lord but managed to take down 4 enemies. However, losing all the map control and constantly dealing with evolved minions waves ultimately led the downfall. They lost the game to a minion-only backdoor, simply due to a lack of wave management. That's a mistake you cannot do in the MPL LATAM. You are on a competitive scenario. You lost the game on a minion backdoor because you wasn't able to manage the wave control. Man, you need to train a little bit more than this.
It's gonna be hard though, to be honest, looking at that position. And because of W minions, The only thing that came into my mind is it's time for us to steal the moon, but in this case, it's the base.
Oh my god.
It's
Yeah,
a
I was
reference for a
thinking.
movie.
I got a
No,
reference.
I'm.
Really good one, to be honest.
Wait, I didn't get it. It went over my head. I'll figure it out after. But what I was thinking is the MVP screen has got to be filled with the minion, right? It's got to be that cannon minion for that MVP, because that's who the MVP was. At least looking at it so far.
Yeah, no doubts about it. And we can see another huge match from Granger. I won't say the goal laner name because Granger Lagusta, Granger Ewer, Granger Fury, they're amazing. 4 matches in a row, Granger is being the MVP. Carry played really well. You in the late game was amazing, but they had Novaria, Suyu, Chi-Chi, Novaria, no, sorry, Suyu, Chi-Chi, and Paquito to get on the carry. Jawhead has only one eject. He can protect one time. Khaled, it's not that good protector, but his ultimate, it's even okay to try to protect. But what else? Chi-Chi can reach easily on carry. Suyu, more easier than Chi-Chi. Paquito, the Gatakacha, only needs to get a ultimate and do the front line, while you have Novaria and Granger outranging skills on the other carry of the 9Z Globant. A really, a really do game, while we saw only 1k of goal difference between the two teams. Not really significant difference between the damage dealt, and that's it. It was a good match. Carry late game, it really arrived by the 7th minute. But it took so long, man. It was necessary. You really want to play this late game. Okay, Carry melted down Gatakacha, and Gatakacha was wearing the spell. But no surprise so far.
It
Granger
was
danger.
really a hard game, but with the MVP of the game, as Chrono said, Granger Danger, with a 924 KDA with 21% damage and also a really high kill participant rate. Fury was just always there, and then throughout all the team fight, he was just there. You know that you get the early against you're on the carry. It'll be a greater, faster rotation from there on, and also supporting his teammates on just like, okay, you want to go in, let's just go in. And with the lineup that you bring in the CC, it just brings a very great impact. And even leading up to the end with a monster kill secured lots of times, Granger was just on it quite well. But in the end, though, W minions, you gotta give them those bananas, though. W. You gotta give them, guys.
Both Gabriel and I at the same time, like, hey, W minions. That's what they were. A great minds think alike, coach. But it's that connectivity issue. But hey, coming back, but coming back to what we saw, right? It's hey, I'm coining that term. I'm coining that phrase, Granger Danger. If you see it anywhere else, you know who said it first. It was Kronos. So yeah. But at the moment, that's what it has been, right, Gabriel? The whole time we've been seeing that, hey, Granger has been doing wonders so far in the entire series, in the entire tournament, in the entire MPL LATAM, in the entirety of MPLs throughout the globe. And now this Granger, 4 MVPs in a row, is that?
Yes.
4
MVPs in a row. Out of 6 games?
Well,
out of 12?
Oh, yes, but actually, I really need to say that the positioning mistakes by 9Z Globant, it's something they really need to think about it, because On the second match, they did really well on focusing on Fury Granger. Fury was 0-2. It was correct, but they extended more than they should. So Hayabusa farm free. Okay, I got the Granger off, but what else? Okay, Granger is off, but Hayabusa was as strong as I don't know what. So they even they do the right thing. They forgot. They okay, no, now I focus Granger, but that's all I need to do. No, you forgot the rest of the team, and that was a really tough situation that 9Z Globa now really need to. Let's see what we are going to do. We have the first pick. Are we still letting Granger, the twice MVP in hand of Fury, stays on? We are picking Granger. What we are going to do? We let they get Granger, but finally we will get the counter of the Granger, the Harith. They need to think about it because okay, no, I won't pick Harith. I don't want to play with Harith. So please do the banning of the Granger. You, the 90 Global, you didn't know how to play so far against the Granger. You let it poke free. They are letting the Granger grows like a monster, and they need to be careful about it.
And wow,
And that's
okay,
it.
so far a Matilda ban. Gatot Kacha say goodbye to it. No Fanny. Again, I was really hoping hard on Bush plays as Fanny, but no. No teleportation
Yes.
also. Goodbye to Chip. Bye bye Loi? Or open Loi?
Hey, they
What
didn't
is
have a
interesting
problem
here,
last
Bruno?
time. They didn't have a
Oh,
problem last
true.
time with that Lu Yi. It was dangerous in the early game, right? But come mid game, this Lu Yi started not being a problem. So I'm assuming if
Uh,
this Lu Yi is left open, it should be all right. But here, I'm still waiting for the Granger Harrod. That's the two we're looking for.
Actually, Louis was the reason why we get the game until the 70th minute. Because it was Louis ultimate that helps Joy to get the not quarter kill, but the 4 kills on Rage team. It was Louis' ultimate. So and the late game didn't go really well, but this play saved the game in that moment for 9Z Globant. But okay, I agree that Zuxin is worse. It's worse, no, it's a bigger problem than Louis so far. But what I don't understand is why 9Z Globant ban Zuxin if they have the first pick and
First
probably would be the ban of the Influence Rage. They are thinking different than the 3 first games, and let's see, because no Louis too.
Oh my god. The first pick a Granger. Finally, prayers have been answered. No Suyo, no Joy, no Phobius, no nothing, and no Herod. We want Granger. Yura is like, I am tired of the carry. Just give me the Granger. And he gets the Granger.
Not in the mood of the Harith, it's okay. At least I get the Granger. All good. All G. All G. And Nizy Goban,
It's okay.
this is what you call priorities, man. Sort out your priorities. Get the Granger. Let go of the Harith, it's okay. Even if Fury handles the Harith, I think I can do that. I played it quite well. I know it's in and out. I know it's front to back. At least I'm on a Granger. Try to overpower it. It turns out Jordan also securing a power hero. Power play coming up with the Hayabusa securing and 9Z Goban. You need someone tanky.
real.
Will they still go to that Jawhead?
Suyo?
It's a good pick, but for real, I think I better lower my voice because they definitely heard me. Okay, you got the Granger open, so counter pick the Harith. Okay, you won't ban the Granger. Pick the Granger in the first place. And that's what's happened. But wow! Faramis!
Fairness. It's too early,
Overkill?
Gabriel. Is it early?
It is. And it's a good
Fair,
strategy,
you know?
though, because you are going necessarily bringing more fighters to this team. You have Fovius that can do the sustain. You need one more, at least one more frontliner to handle Harif and Hayabusa. But I really like the Faramis pick. Maybe not at this point, at the third pick, but Faramis will bring another life because we know Hayabusa got a shadow on the Granger. The ultimate is fatal. With Faramis, you have a second life. Faramis, you have a quick revive, let's say that. And Hylos, I wasn't expecting that. A great pick, a good front line for Influence Rage team.
And we're talking about the most used heroes here between two of our players is Chino and also Arctic on the EXP lane. So far, still manageable heroes that you can play out, and even with the Baksha, which is quite unique here for Arctic, I might say for the highlights, but we're talking about it overall. With the Hylos picked up by Influence Rage, there might be a chance though that 9Z Globan's Faramis can be flexed to the middle lane. So there will be a potential of another roamer. So it's not just about the Phobias, you can bring it in. But on the other hand, since there is no junglers opened up yet for 9Z Globan, you just ban out the alpha. Closed
Selena?
out the Joy is still there though.
Selena for
Joy Suyo is still
for Selena for an Influence Rage. Selena would be really good with the Hayabusa, right? Paired up with the Hylos in the roam position. You're forcing out the Faramis' Nether Realm quite early as well. Lucas, that fighter that you were looking for, being banned out. I think Selena, you gotta ban out the Selena here, don't you? Or Valentina. Valentina's the best one, I think.
Ivy would be a trouble too.
Already banned out though.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. But
I think
Forsha with Hayabusa, Harif, and Hylos, really?
I think
I was
it's
thinking
just for the
Valentina.
sake of its numbers. Yeah, I thought of the Valentina too. At first, I thought of the Farsha, and then yeah, you better prioritize on the Valentina. I think this now is just a meta ban for now.
Both teams are
What's
both
looking
teams are
good for
cooking.
Influence Rage? Oh,
They're cooking.
What's good for
They're
Influence?
cooking, right? Yeah, exactly. I see you, Gabriel. They're cooking something. Both teams are going at it. Because they're throwing not just us off, they're throwing each other off as well. Because the Farser is not something you usually pair with the Hayabusa Herald. Yes, it kind of pokes them down, but they go for the Badang. The sustain is there. The CC chain is present. But now they still need a fighter on the other side. They're not going to go with an assassin here. So I still don't get it. What are they trying to... What is 9Z Globan cooking? I can't smell it.
at least we don't smell it now. Better not get burned though.
For real, not even Aulus would fit in this composition. It's
Aulus,
a strong
he said
lineup from Rage. I mean,
it's very strong.
Suyu. Okay.
You need a frontliner.
Not a great pick.
Hilda?
Well, it could have picked it up earlier though. If you're going for the Suyo, why would you go for it? But why would you not go it before the Faramis and then save the Faramis until the end? But now they get the Faramis early. They go for the Suyo nonetheless, and they get the Khalid. Yes, you have a 3-fighter composition. You're playing the full dive with 4 and 1 with the Granger from back to poke them. But now the answer is gonna come out from Rage, maybe with a Vexana or an Aurora, and even a Valentina. right?
I don't even know the mid laner of the Influence Rage team, but I already prefer the Influence Rage draft, even though they don't pick the mid lane. I don't see synergy between the 9Z Globan heroes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
strange. Okay, you have. No, please go. I don't see synergy. That's the point.
I think for me it's quite unique also. If they really want to go for like an engage or like a prolonged team fight because you're bringing up the Faramis, it's really piled up just on the Suyo and also the Granger. Like everything is just like given to them. What happens if you don't be the finisher? Because like you have a Provius and also a Khalid as a frontliner. It's not as tanky as you're going up against a Hylos later on. So it would be a problem though if they still continue on to this. I know it's a hot take. It's probably going to be a 3-2 if they survive this. But I've just read it on the lark that I have a little typo. On chat, it's a little typo. My prediction was Influence Rage is a 3-1 to Nizy Globan. But objective-wise, by data, I said on stream, it's Nizy Globan over Influence Rage. But can a typo be right this time? Okay, let's just march in to game number 4 of the day. Match number 2, Nizy Globan versus Influence Rage. So far, as what Kronos and also Gabriel said, liking the vibes here for drafts on Influence Rage. The question is though, even though Nizy Globan is pulling off a weird and unique one for us to see today, can it be executed though? What would be the objectives they need to get in order to win, Gabriel?
Well, now I am seeing that Influence Rage team is a really late game composition. Okay, you have Hayabusa and Hylos, but what else? You only have this. If I'm being really honest, the early game is completely from the 9Z Globan. So Influence Rage needs to be careful on this early game, and 9Z Globan needs to be aggressive on this early game, especially helping Granger to get advantage of this Harif. Harif needs Harif needs 2 items to starting dealing damage. Okay, I think Erwin. I thought Erwin would do something against Hayabusa, but nothing happened. 9Z Globan needs to get more aggressive on this early game because they have the early game in the draft.
And so far, it's just going great for them. For Influence Rage, you gotta rise up for the Hayabusa or probably on the Harith. Because, like, if you really want to handle on the Sicilian Chan, it would be taking quite some time, but engaging in right well.
Oh, they secured the turtle quite easy. Good zone coming in from Irvin. And that's the power of that early game Khalid. And now having to wait for the power spike from Influence Rage will be a problem, of course. But at the same time, 9Z Globan, they're not really pressing any sort of advantage just yet. But Paquito coming through with the fist break, fist crack combo. And you can see Yer with the Ogi Shadow Kill on towards him. Has to flicker out. Yotun almost got first blood.
Okay, early great start so far for Influence Rage, but nonetheless, John,
Stole it.
last hitting quite well. Hadon Bush missing a purple buff.
Oh,
again, good
Arctic
start for Influence Rage.
Gets caught out. Oh my goodness, what a pushback at the same time. You can see first the blood. Paquito gets taken down in Nether Realm, helping the rest of 9Z Globan survive. But here, Yotun with the quad shadow could make a play, realizes he's out of caliber here, will have to go back. And now that was really well played by 9Z Globan, and Influence Rage will have to give the first blood away.
And so far, Finally, one of the things that 9Z Globen can get in the early game is the first blood, which is good, but on the other hand, on top.
Oh no, Yor gets picked off solo. That's the power of the Hayabusa once he hits that level 4 power spike, right? And especially after the slight change being made to him as well. If he gets those stacks on towards you, the damage is going to be much higher.
And the stakes are higher also for 9Z Globen. You don't really want to prolong it into a fifth game, even though it's a best of 5 series. It would be hard to just take back on what they've started, because so far the turtle is coming up, of course, but Influence Rage have their eyes on it, and Paquito and Chino is just not letting them have it.
Yeah, and you can see Bat's Feast already being unleashed, and at the same time, right now, Influence Rage, they go in with the Glorious Pathway, they crack them with the crack combo, but right now they're trying to go in, Zaman Force drop down, Fury's dancing around, the damage being dished out, and Infernal Pursuit from Arctic takes him all the way there, and now Yotun wants to get the Retribution, but stolen away by Hide on Bush, but the Desert Tornado trying to dish out the damage. Paquito will have to flicker out. Chino might pay the price to let Chan and Paquito run away, and yes, he does. Double kill in the hands of Yer.
Oh wow, finally there's something that we would like to see for 9Z Globen, a turnaround and a good start, of course. We're talking about the equipments. Finally it equalizes on to 9Z Globen's favor, but on top side, it would be a problem if they start a fight here.
Yeah, Paquito being zoned away by Irvin. He's doing a really fantastic job, but at the same time, on the bot side, 1v1 Arctic versus Yotun. You can see the Quad Shadow going through. You can see the Ogi Shadow kill expended as well, but Arctic able to survive. But on the top side, Yer is on a killing spree. He gets the double. Finally, once again, this Granger is finally online. Danger Granger on the hunt from 9Z Globen.
Danger Granger indeed. And 9Z Globen, they are coming in strong, even invading in all of the objectives that they can get. They can try to push back, even up leading to the 5th minute. You're down 2 turrets. It is a great run for them so far. Even they are eyeing on the 3rd turret down bottom. Paquito finding an opening right now, but it's spotted out by Arctic quite well. Chino finding a way. No sandwich gameplay so far. It's just very, very clear for Yer to just step up in this game. Wow,
Now, you know what? I've been thinking, Gabriel, why did they not pick the Granger up so far? Yer's been performing fantastically with this Granger. Finally, I think his team realized Yer can actually play the Granger.
And actually, we probably, if 9Z Globen wins this match, we're probably facing 5 MVPs in a row strike for the Ranger, because it's a really strong marksman. It's a really great pick. Both Yor and Fury can bring an ape game with this hero. But that's the question. Why didn't they bring it earlier? They were prioritizing Suyu, and they did Suyu last pick this draft, so it was really necessary first picking Suyu. Suyu was wide open, and they didn't even care. Influence Rage, I mean. So that's the problem. No.
Irvin catches the Raging Sandstorm on towards Yotun. The separation being created. Yotun will have to go back. He does get his hand on the purple buff. They went with a concealed play, and now Hide on Bush looking like he wants to execute someone. But the wave clear and the high ground present from Influence Rage means that they will be able to defend quite comfortably. And the invades coming through. 9Z Globen looked like a different team compared to the past 2 games.
I think, again, to me, probably it's just testing waters. They're experimenting on the draft so they can actually feel it. And testing limits is way to go, but you know what? Finally, you gotta rise up to the situation. You're on a Granger. Good run for now. And so far, for Influence Rage, they are kind of pushed back in the situation, which is funny also. In that moment, a concealed play triggered by 9Z Globen, and also a comeback concealed play by Influence Rage, but so far, no much collateral that they can actually try to pull off. Because for Influence Rage, if they really want to win, if you miss out on the early, which is stepping into the 8th minute, you gotta let Chan and Fury cook. But if they are caught in the midst of everything, Line Z Goban, it's way on fire. You have the Faramis, you have the stun from the Raging Sensor, who is always hitting on things, and you're on the Granger. It's just unstoppable for now. And that Lord, though, it looks quite tasty for any side of the team.
Definitely looking tasty. Both teams want to contest. And right now, with Yotun in the far lane, you can see Irvin trying to scout out the bushes. The Lord being started by Fury. Or Ur already. And now half HP. That was a quick Lord take. And somehow free Lord for the side of 9Z. Globant Influence Rage did not even want to contest. And now Chan gets the purple buff on his side with that Wishing Lantern. And will that Wishing Lantern make a difference? Coach Gabriel, what do you think?
Yes, it does. And actually, it was a really good call not to contest this Lord, because you are weak right now. Influence Rage in a 5v5 cannot face 90 Globant early game. That's what I said. Influence Rage is coming for the late game. The early game was entirely from the 90 Globant by the picks. And as you were asking me, the Wishing Lantern, it's really good for Sicilian. Help not just the cleaning wave, because gives you mana, cooldown reduction, and 75 magic power. It helps you to deal more damage to your enemies, because the Butterfly Goddess helps you to avoid your enemies to escape with low life, because for every 800 magic damage you deal, the Butterfly Goddess is summoned to attack the enemy hero, dealing the magic damage equal to 8%, if I'm not wrong, of the current HP. So helps a lot.
Helping a lot indeed. Those little things that just shut up after that effect. For Influence Rage, they are pushed back though, but since they have the Sicilian and you still have Fury on the Harith, high ground defensive wise, they are still going to be okay. But how can they turn this tide around though?
Well,
Definitely
they need to keep pushing the lanes and wait for Harith to grow. Harith is doing the Holy Crystal right now. They need to do that to Harith need to get this item to start dealing a good amount of damage, but Fury needs to farm a lot quicker. We saw Arctic frozen the lane. In the meantime that Influence Rage needs to farm, 90 Globant, it's not allowing Influence Rage to farm by freezing the lanes. So what they need to do now, help Harith to grow. Harith and Sicilian. Sicilian needs to stack really quickly actually. But Harith needs to grow, and you can see they're letting Fury get the jungle and protect Fury at all costs. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Lord just spawned. You are the Hayabusa. You really need to get half of your life taken away by opening a brush.
Wow.
Not looking good.
Quite risky place. Quite risky place, I might say. For Influence Rage, they are not just settling though. Still finding openings, but again, priorities. Who do you want to funnel in? Do you want to funnel in the stacks for Sicilian, or you want to funnel in gold for Fury? Because you gotta pick that out quite fast now. Because Nizy Goldman got the Lord, a little bit of chance to push. It would be a problem though. Can they defend this, Kronos?
I'm not really sure. Looking dire for the side of Influence Rage, but they do have the high ground. They do have the range coming in from Chan. Irvin will be looking to make the play. All eyes on this Khalid right now. As you can see, they are trying to go through. The Lord is there, marching down the mid lane. You can see the Raging Sandstorm connects onto where Chino, but Yotun try to go through the back line. Yours, the Wind of Nature already baited out, but at the same time, hide on Bush is there, and the Yogi Shadow Kill expended. The Nether Realm helping them survive, and that's what it provides. But at the same time, Arctic zoning out Yotun. Lord taken down to a quarter bit of HP. Chino gets pulled back. But at the same time, they're able to defend. A clean defense coming through. Yes, they lose on the mid lane inhibitor, but not a single life paid to the side of 9Z Global. Very well defended by Influence Rage, and I don't think they want to take this to a game number 5. They're looking to try and take this game right now.
And coming in again, of course, Influence Rage. With the Glorious Pathway slowing everybody down with the Inferno Pursuits coming in, and he put the Summon Force forcing it out, everybody! Backspace helping out the damage, but Yurg gets the kill. Arctic follows up too, but Influence Rage leaving only 3 people. 9Z Global pressuring quite well also.
Are they looking for the end? They have a big wave crashing up top. A minion wave just spawned for the side of Influence Rage, but the range coming in from Chan. The wave clear is present. And right now you can see they get the Lord. Rather, they got the inhibitor on the top side, but they don't want to end. They don't want to go for the end just yet. The minion waves from the mid lane is crashing through. They get the concealed play. Chino trying to slow them down. They get the kill. The Nether Realm to help them survive as well. They take down Chan. Ur is unstoppable. A double kill in the hands of the Suyo. And they take the base crystal. 9Z Global to even out the score. And just like Gabriel predicted, we are going into a game number 5.
Wow, I told you, I'm getting really good at seeing those things. In this match, in this game, we saw a very strong early game from 9Z Global, prioritizing Granger's farm while still contesting objectives. They secured all the 3 turtles, with the entire team consistently protecting Ur in most plays, except for that one at the 4-minute mark where Hayabusa managed to kill Granger. And right after that Hayabusa kill, the Argentinian squad made a smart move by shifting to the opposite side. Focus on their first tower. They find a great balance between supporting their gold lane and gain map control by taking down turrets, and both lords were left uncontested by Influence Rage, doing the overwhelming map pressure. They were under. In fact, I don't even know. I don't think they even had the vision of 9Z Global doing the Lords at those moments. So, amazing, strong, and aggressive match for 9Z Global to the victory.
Forcing up a game 5 is the way to go, and no one is just giving it up so easily, which is good for Gabriel for his predictions. At least another action-packed game we get to see in match number 5. But before then, we're talking about match number 4 here. Unique picks that we didn't expect how they will come out, because at first you think it's not about the synergy, it's not about how you try to play up, because you are facing a solid lineup against Influence Rage, what we usually see. But turns out those overpowered heroes, those early aggressors that you can bring out from 9Z Global, and if as long as utilized well, plus yours on the Granger, 9Z Global can just execute this so well. And looking at the items and talking about everything, Gabriel, what is the best move for now?
Yeah, actually, Sicilian didn't even finish the Clock of Destiny. He just did the first item of this item. Actually, I'm not sure if going to Glowing Wand is at first item is the right thing to do against that composition, because okay, you have the Scourge and the Life Bane, but I mean, they're not getting a lot of regeneration of their lives so far, and he gave to the Divine Glaive to that's a kind of not good battle setup for Sicilian so far. And Sicilian with Harif, they both were the carries of the late game. But as I said in the beginning of the match, 90 Globant was totally on the early game. If you don't get right on the early game, you can be able to survive to the late game. That's what we saw on Carry, on you're playing with Carry the last two matches, not including this one that we just saw. I mean, it's everything wide open. Who is getting the first pick? Needs to get Granger, because let's see who is the MVP of this match. You know who it is. I have a guess.
Streak, 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 streak.
Whoa!
Hey, I think it should have been the Granger myself as well. Hide on Bush, yes, he was good. He contested the neutral objectives, and I think that's why you can say he's MVP. But you could see in these replays still, Yor is the one dishing out the damage, and Yor is the one getting the highlight too.
But it was because of this shutdown. He died twice, if I'm not wrong. So that's the only reason why the Yor didn't get the MVP, because Hiron Bush didn't die while he died twice. But that's how the MVP system works here in the Mobile Legend, and that's okay. We said that Vaguinho was our MVP from the heart on the first game. I can say you were the MVP of my heart in this match, but Hiron Bush just nailed the Granger streak by getting the MVP as a Suyu, last pick Suyu.
Wow. No streak. Streak is broken. Just like this match number 2. Streaks are finally broken, and it's all just up for grabs. There might be a chance of withholding that streak, match win streak, but not game win streak. So still a chance, still a chance, guys, still a chance. Wow, we can't believe it, 5 games, and today I feel energetic. I feel good about it. It's all so packed. Looking at the fights, looking at everything, and even without Haydon Bush's Fanny, we can see those type of action things. Wow. And in game number 5, will they revert back to the normal drafts, or will they still stay on top of those cheese picks? Because you know what, 90 Globant,
Granger.
they won because of those cheese picks, or they won because of that Granger.
Granger.
Jordan says it's Granger.
I'm gonna say it's gotta be the Granger again. Exactly. Let's all go. When we see the pick that has to be Granger, that first pick, we all start screaming Granger, because the way that he's been playing the Granger, not just Fury, not just Yor, we saw Gusta Lagusta as well. I think he played that play is still in my mind. That absolute outplay, that 1v2 that he did, it's got to be the highlight of the night, to be honest. But there was another play similarly done earlier as well, and it's all just the Grangers. Nobody leaves a mark like the Granger did. And this Granger danger that's present right now in the MPL LATAM Season 3 has to be respected by either side. And now, looking at the way that it's been going, Gabriel, you think, yes, you have the Suyo that could be the first pick. Let's forget the Suyo. Let's forget the Joy. Get that Granger first pick. You think that's the way to go?
Yes, it is, because both teams, for example, we have 4 matches. Granger has 100% win rate on these 4 matches, because the team who picked Granger won the match. I'm not saying it's the key to win, but definitely it's an easier way to win. And actually, if I'm being completely honest, I will disagree with you, my buddy Kronos, because for me, the play of the night was that ultimate with the Gato Kacha after the Luis ultimate. Luis just went
the one
to
that
5 players against the Gato Kacha.
Yeah.
Gato Kacha used his ultimate, and pick 4 players of
Yeah,
the
that
other
was
team,
good.
it was really hot. So
That was good.
that's my
Yeah.
prediction of
And
the play of the week.
Play of
ooh,
the week.
and to be honest,
Ooh.
I think
It
I
can
would
be.
probably agree. I probably forgot that Gatot Kacha play as well because I know like diversion play and all of a sudden like they predicted it. That's the best part. I think the Gatot Kacha predicted it a little bit as well with the taunt and went in. Yeah, that definitely could be the highlight of the week. But hey, only time will tell. The draft's already here. Are we gonna see the Granger ban?
Ooh. Or is it still Let's
Influence
Go?
Rage first pick now.
Oh.
Switch sides. Blue team now, it's the Influence Rage. They have the first pick. I would ban Granger immediately.
It's either that or
Ah.
never mind. I was waiting for like if they pick up the Granger, it's okay. If you're the Harith, I want to see the Harith. Close it off with a comfort pick, but never mind.
No, they
I think I can
understand
be
the
a
power.
coach someday.
You are already a coach. It's okay. That's good. Gabriel is our L predict.
Well, let's
Yeah,
see, because I predicted 3-2 tonight the Globant, and ooh, might be spicy because Influence Rage is bringing the A game to the match again. I'm pretty sure Louis is no longer available to this draft, and let's see if they're going to go with the ban with Zuxin. They already took off Chip. I think Zuxin needs to get banned, but I still have Matilda open. Oh my god. That's a hard draft for the 9Z Globant. Okay, do we let Matilda or do we let Zuxin? If Rage ban one of these two, it will be getting the 9Z Globant life really easier.
And also, so far, it would be a good trending thing to they can just keep that up, because Chuse was just performing so well in week 2. Matilda wasn't really left open, if I'm not mistaken, though. So it would be nice to see it perform. But what combination is this team going to bring up?
Why?
Chuse is out. Matilda is still hovering around. Could be a ban though.
They're forcing
But
Matilda.
what combination?
No.
Oh yeah, no. They're closing it off.
about
Okay,
to
I
say.
predicted the other two
Suyo
bans.
Harith?
Suyojoy?
Harith?
Yeah,
Harith?
you can actually
give either
deny,
the
though.
Suyo or the Joy, and then you pick up the other, right?
Yeah.
With the
you
Phobies.
deny it. Uh-oh.
What?
But it's a first pick Gatot Kacha.
See, they thought the highlight of the week. They thought the highlight of the week is what they want to see. They heard Gabriel say that Gatot Kacha play was the highlight of the week. Influence Rate say we can do one better. Let's show him we go for a first pick Gatot Kacha right now. And
can I say I influence the Influence Rage?
Influence Rate.
Oh!
Yes, exactly.
Oh, Ken. Okay, Suyo, Harith.
Hey, come on!
Wow!
Strong, right?
Wow. Okay. What's next?
Okay, probably Jawhead, and okay, it's still Joy open.
Yep.
But I'm not sure if
yeah,
they're
right.
bringing now Jawhead and Joy. Even though it will be a great composition, I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure Joy fits really well here.
Or just pick
Actually,
up
I
the
prefer
Joy.
the Hayabusa.
Oh,
Mm.
Ken. Joy Phobius.
Phobius?
Oh yeah. Cause
Gatsakacha
Yeah, that's-
roaming, okay.
Yeah. Cause in my thrill thought was like the Joy is good though if they want to pick it up, but converting it with the Jawhead, I think it's a bit too much. So that's why they pick up the Phobius, which is good. 9Z Globant though, what's next? They need a body for now. Because you can't leave 3 damage dealers open just like that.
Chi-Chi. They need to get Chi-Chi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
it'll be a good poke down on the Phobius, faster rotation. Hey, they want to go slower. Hylos.
Okay.
Okay, good front line. No, I won't judge. It's a good front line because
it's
Chi-Chi
still
is
okay,
the
still
natural counter pick of Phobius, so it will help a lot. The ultimate could slower even more the Joy, but Hylos, it's a sustainable pick. It's good. It's okay.
It's still good. Whatever. If you just need to take down the Phobius, you just need true damage. So if ever the Harith wants to be flexed and that carry wants to be picked up, kind of far-fetched though. But just for the sake of the Phobius, you can pull that off. But again, laning phase, it's not as compared as the overall team fight later on to be brought up. So no more Moskov, and we're seeing Chan and also Shin going head to head with this. Both are powerful, so both considered in. Let's just close off the heave. We don't want anyone messing around with our entries again. And for now, Nancy Globan. What
Can I be
would
crazy
be
here?
fun to ban now? Ooh, what's that idea?
I really would like to see
Oh, no worry.
9Z Globant bringing Selena.
Yeah, it works. It works. It's the Hylos Selena combination for the early game. The Suyo with Hyron Bush trying to clean up shop. The Herod definitely will have someone stunned down all the time, but you're giving a little bit of a free range to the Joy, right? That's why you're saying that, hey, can I be crazy? So I see you. But
And that's why I was saying that, because you need something to stop
the Joy.
the Joy, and that's where the XP or the, because Hylos can be XP or roamer, so that's the XP slash roamer can enter here to stop. Yeah, I prefer roam too, but to stop the Joy, to protect the Herif. No, you don't need to protect Suyu. Suyu can take care of himself, but to protect Herif.
The Herod.
How about a Vexana though? For 90 Globin.
Good pick.
Vexana.
Good pick.
Cho Selena? It's a Halid. It's a Halid so far. They're still letting that mid laner sit.
We're just like, what's gonna come out? It's a nice guessing game we have going on over here. But I think the Khalid being picked up still does wonders. Has a lot of AoE. But for the side of influence raids, they're still looking for a mid laner. Vexana fits really well. Aurora is still nice. Selena, maybe even better. Not really sure. Definitely need a gold laner though.
Even though Aurora get nerfed on this new patch, the base movement of Aurora were already slow, get even slower. It's now 250.
Hey, Bruno Aurora.
Whoa. Let's go.
You got some competition, Gabriel. You got some competition, Gabriel. I'm coming for. I'm just kidding. But,
no, please continue. Bring your A game, Kronos. I like it.
Let's do it. It's a nice chess match we're having, because the Aurora fits, because you have a full dive composition coming in from 9Z Global, every single hero, and they're going with the Faramis. That is a complete dive composition. Who does really well against the dive? Definitely the Aurora. Yes, you have a delayed stun, but that delay is plenty of time to catch everyone off guard. And the Bruno does well against the Herod in lane if he goes for the Hostage Clause as the first item. So I'm liking the draft of Influence Rage a lot more, even though I predicted 9Z Global to win.
Me too. And I don't have a favorite for the early game. Because, okay, in the gold lane, Bruno takes a little bit advantage of Herif, but Joy, it's a great early game, same as Suyu. Yeah, we have Fulvius and Khalid. Khalid has a little advantage because clean the wave easier and can rotate to get vision for the teammates. But Ferrum is it's not that early gaming, but helps a lot with level 4 on the team fights. So it's a really good composition of both teams. I'm not sure if I have a favorite. I think it's really balanced.
Of course, coming into game 5, both are still strong. Game last one to see the tiebreaker of the day. Will the winning match streak is gone, or will Influence Rage takes down the Argentinian Giants to see today? Okay, let's go into the Land of Dawn. Of course, Influence Rage versus 90 Globet.
Paquito already poked down so low. The fight for the Lethal Wanderer. Chan picked it up, but you can see that movement speed being so slow for the Aurora. I'm actually paying closer attention now that Gabriel brought it up. She is sliding and gliding through, but ever so slow. And now with that mobility that they have on the side of 9Z Global, you can see Irvin being a problem. He's not just doing this now, he's been doing this the entire series, being in the face of Yotun the entire time. He gets on towards first blood, taken away by Irvin. I think Yotun, just a little too overzealous there, got taken down.
Bit too aggressive in the early game, but still okay. You get the Paquito, you have Chan to just running around, but Irwin though, eyes on everything. Even though you're on a lead, you're not afraid of it, because you know what? It's just like playing the Jawhead. But you get healed.
It is like playing the Jawhead. He has the early game presence, and you
so
can see
far,
right now Paquito versus Irvin is there going on. The turtle's about to come up. Gabriel, got a contest or no? Ooh, never mind.
No,
Yotun goes
not
for it
really.
anyway. Paquito is there, but you can see Hide on Bush trying to clean up shop, but he gets the kill on towards Yotun, and that's the Frigid Glacier that I was speaking about earlier. And finally, with the Pride of Ice, Chan helping to survive. Shin going in with the Ghostbusters as well, getting the kill. Paquito falls down, and they pay the price of Hide on Bush. So 3-for-1 trade. 9Z Global have the advantage, and they might even get a little bit more. Chino picks up the kill on towards Arctic.
It's just never ending at this point. Influence Rage going on strong 9Z Global, also trying to match that energy up. And getting this turtle means everything to both sides of this team fight, because they are going to go on another rage, I see.
Yeah, they are, and you can see that's the Raging Sandstorm, Glorious Pathway. Frigid Glacier catches him. AOG is there, but the turtle secured by Hide on Bush. And right now, Paquito should be next on the chopping block. Gets taken down by Hide on Bush. And oh my goodness, and now they are slowly taking the advantage. 9Z Global, 1,000 gold lead, Gabriel. And you think they are on the aggression right now.
Yes, and that's what I was expecting. We can see that 90 Globant got the lead. Actually, I don't know why Jotun on... Okay, it's Hylos against Fulvius. Nothing is gonna happen there. We saw the first kill of the game, Jotun. I don't know what he was thinking about, but it was a terrible idea to face up 3 enemies. Oh, I'm level 4, but okay, you still 1v3. Come on, man, you're not God, you know. Need to be careful, and that early advantage for 90 Globant helped a lot. And they're going to the...
Oh, on towards Fury. He was forced to flicker out, but you can see the Wally shot trying to come through, but they go through. And Idon Bush is there, and they pick up the kill on towards Shin, but Arctic right now trying to survive with the Glorious Pathway done down, and Idon Bush gets another kill. The Netherrealm coming through, making sure they can survive. Chino should be the target. They're forcing him into a corner, and yes, they have. Yer gets one for himself. And now 9Z Global, 7 kills ahead, 3,000 goal lead way. Definitely will be looking to take this game and want to take this game fast.
Even though camera is not turned on, but I'm pretty sure only production gets to see my oh my goodness face. I was froze up. literally, like, and this is not a connection problem, okay, Kronos? It's just literally amazed on what just happened on 9Z Globan, pulling it off and even diving 2 turrets. And even to that extent, they are still able to just keep Influence Rage in their momentum here. And Glorious Pathway triggered in, coming in strong too, but just to scare a little bit people away from the turtle.
Oh
Because
no,
9Z Globan is
Chino
just on a hot streak.
pulled back. Chino is pulled back, and Night Round the Frosty Breeze buys enough time, but you see the Frigid Glacier was baited out to make sure Yor cannot go in. Yotun tried to survive, but Blade Surge coming in from Hide on Bush gets the kill, and that's the power of the full dive composition, isn't it, Gabriel? That's the power of the full dive composition.
The full type composition, you got the extra life by Faramis Ultimate, and they're bringing to, okay, nice Ultimate from Gatakacha. Need to be careful because Arab is already really strong. Hide on Bush to the edge, almost died, but okay. Influence Rage, just show it. I'm here. Please do not disturb me a lot because I will fight you to survive.
It would be hard though, cause like, come on, it's an 8 kill difference. At this point, it's almost a 5k gold lead, which is quite hard to chase up if you're just going into the game for like 6 minutes and like 40 seconds right now. With that big of a gold gap, even greater now created because you get the turret damage down. Influence Rage is in a problem. They are at the position where you can't just really force on the team fights because you know what? If you do that, you're just feeding on kills, feeding on gold for 9-0 because it's just an initiation here.
Oh, Glorious Pathway, Nether Realm, everything thrown at them except the kitchen sink. And you can see even that Frigid Glacier just to make sure to survive. Paquito is the sacrificial lamb who jumped in with the AOG, but still they lose out on the mid lane tier 1 turret as well. So now 9Z Globan calculated, making sure they don't want to throw their advantage.
Actually, a good game sense coming in, just stunning everybody in. But again, 9Z Globan was just so much on a hot streak, even diving 2 turrets. They got to do it in like the 5th minute. They got to obviously executed it again on the 7th one, because you know what? They can. But again, with the adrenaline pulled in right now, with all of the greater things that they've already got, you can't really overextend because you gotta put up that disciplined play that you gotta uphold during the fights. And so far, 9Z Globan, no blunders yet, even leaving the turtle to become a lord. And around that area of vicinity, Influence Rage is just coming in.
Influence Rage tries to force the occasion, trying to say 9Z Globan that, hey, we understand you want the early lord and the early end, but we're not letting you do that. But the damage from 9Z Globan is just way too much at the moment.
Still going on strong. Hide on Bush getting that lord cleanly for 9Z Globan. 3 turrets down so far. It's not a disadvantage on any just one side of the lanes. So it's still good, still manageable. And even though Influence Rage, they try to pull on split push or you try to want to go on the far lane, it's just rendered helpless so far. Right now, what can they do though? Can they defend this lord though, Gabriel?
I don't. Okay, this Lord, I think they can defend, but I will be completely honest. I don't. Oh my god.
Hide on Bush. Oh, he survives with the Nether Realm, and now he might get taken down. The Temporal Rain making sure he can survive really low. The Lord is there marching down the mid lane. Raging Sandstorm with the Glorious Pathway, but AOG catches both of them with the Frigid Glacier thrown at them at the same time. They get Irwin, and now the next one on the chopper block should be Yer, because Yer is Fury trying to dish out the damage. Yotun coming to clean up shop without the Nether Realm. Shin cannot survive, and he finally gets shut down. They trade 4 in that Lord push and are able to successfully defend just like you predicted, Gabriel.
Thank God I didn't complete my sentence because I was going to say I know they can clear this really easily but I was going to complete. I don't know if they will be able to revert this game. And then team fight started. I was interrupted by Joy escaping, and well, they just did it. What I was going to say, I don't believe they could. So okay, thank the time Innocent May, but now they need to really continue doing this team fight organized. As you saw, Chen could get a really good escape and ended on the back line, getting group control, getting the first skill of Aurora's taking a lot of damage to their opponents. Awful dive by Erwin with the ultimatum flash by by Khalid. It was a really unnecessarily hush by 9Z Globan.
We're talking about the overall things that they need to perform and so many things that needed to be accounted to. And 9Z Global, they're just waiting for another opening, just like right now.
Oh yeah, they found it right now. AOG trying to go in and run away. Haven't we seen that before? Every single time an AOG being used to run away will mean that the team will have to play passive, and you can see Irvin providing so much vision for the team, trying to take control of that Lord Pit, but here goes Yotun with that electrifying beats, forcing out the Quicksand Guard, the Raging Sandstorm, and the Flicker being baited out as well, so now those tools are not going to be available for the Lord. Very well played by Yotun.
And so far, Fury is just clearing everything up because there are going to another team fight coming in.
At the same time, you can see the Zaman Force drop down. Pride of Ice already popped. Chan should be falling down, but the Flicker helping him survive. Chino into the back line, along with Yotun. They're going in with the electrifying beats. Shin, no Netherrealm to help him survive, but now they're trying to corner him down. And at the same time, Paquito making sure his team can survive. And with the help of the Revitalized, they try and disperse. Irvin is the only one that has been sacrificed thanks to the Flicker being baited out earlier. And now Influence Rage somehow find an opening, and they might even take away a turret structure in the mid lane.
And of course, a hard defensive play going on for 9Z Globan. Paquito is just zoning everyone out, especially opening vision on Ur. But no Lord is taken yet because 5v5, everybody is active now. And everybody coming in from 9Z Globan.
Raging Sandstorm, Glorious Pathways there, but you can see that they're trying to survive. The first one to fall is Chino, but at the same time, everything being thrown at them in the back line. You can see they get Chan as well. Hide on Bush is on the hunt, but Yotun's positioning is absolutely beautiful. He goes in with the rhythm. Paquito tries to go. The taunt will get taken down by Hide on Bush. Yotun's positioning once again gets spotted out by Yer, as well as Arctic. He's trying to clear the wave, but they're going for the sandwich play. 9Z Global right now trying to catch him off guard, but you can see he has the beats, he has the rhythm, he has everything, but not what Hide on Bush does, because he is godlike right now as 9Z Global secured the Lord in the 13th minute of the game. Will be looking to take it to the end.
You feel like you get everything, but yet at the end you don't, because it's not your retribution to take. And even at the last chance, Electrified Beats should hurt now after getting the Divine Glaive. And with the objective onto 9Z Globan, Influence Rage, they are in a problem now. What to do, Gabriel?
Well, Influence Rage needs to avoid team fights. Avoid the engage by Hylos and Khalid, and clean this up. They already started cleaning. Aurora needs to get really good positionated. Okay, Hide on Bush. Now not have it. Okay, team fight started.
No Flicker as well. You can see the Lord crashing in the mid inhibitor already. Taking it low, but it's the same time. Raging Sandstorm with the Flicker, but the AOG catches 3. And oh my goodness, they burst it all down. The Lord is still standing, but still Influence Rage. Lose 3. The shutdown coming through. Fury is there, but he'll get taken down. They're trying to defend. The minion wave's not present yet, but at the same time, they get the full 5-man wipeout, and somehow, someway, 9Z Globan to take the victory in the final game of the best of 5, 3-2.
Still standing strong with that match win streak, of course. The top dog of the league still standing. with 90 Globan excruciating a lot of the team fights during this game number 5. But with that early aggressive, they took that chance and milked it in every way possible until the very end that they can actually secure a win here. During the highlights, you can even say a lot of the engages even started by Influence Rage or even started by 9Z Globan, for somehow 9Z Globan is still standing strong on top, always finishing for what anybody started. And wow, Gabriel, I am just satisfied with this one.
Yes, we saw a really good match today. They were 90 Global were too desperate to close out the game, and that led to several costly mistakes. And it was a hard-fought game where they are constantly forcing team fights at every opportunity. We saw so far we have 20 kills on this match, 21 right now. So it was a 90 Global because of the Feramis. They have instinctive to force team fights. Feramis ultimate could bring another cover of the life for the Argentinian team, and that's why they were forcing that every second, every time, in every opportunity. And that's why we just saw a best of 5 series completely done 3-2 for 9Z Globant.
All hell L predict for today. A 3-2 clearly done for 9Z Globant. Really, Gabriel? This is why you're the analyst.
You gotta turn towards it. You gotta do it.
Wow, full day. Wow.
it was such a back and forth series though, right? I think Influence Rage definitely kept us on the edge of the seat because Yotun was looking for that 1v1 against Hide on Bush. Lucky for Hide on Bush, he had that Blade Surge, was able to immune it, get out of harm's way, and then now Yotun is not in like no man's land. And I think it all came down to the emblem setup as well, having that temporal rain.
Yes, and that's actually what he need to do because we know it helps a lot actually doing the clean waving in the entire phases, but I'm not sure if I like it, the not the primer but the second emblem for Bruno. He were using Master Assassin. He probably wouldn't get 1v1. If you don't know it, the assassin spell that is on purple, the Master Assassin increases damage to lone heroes, which means if there is only one enemy hero nearby, the damage dealt to them is increased by 7%. It's not a good strategy for Bruno if you have the Wilderness Blessing, that it's the boost, the boot that Paquito and Chen have, which it's an extra movement speed in the jungle and in the river. So Bruno, after the laning phase, when the team fight started, go to those areas. Not really interesting thing for him to do. And the temporal rain for Joy, it's an obligation emblem, needs to be with the Joy because of the ultimate, and we can see that none objectives by Influence Rage were made because they gave up the Lord. I'm not sure I can say they gave up because
I don't think that it is in a position to say that we are giving it up because it was just pushed so far away. Like both of our teams, they were just fighting it out so much, they were juking it out so much. It's not even contesting in mid objectives, it's actually just contesting in any way possible in any objective scenes that they can actually get. And all of those little things finally piled up until the end that you can actually see how they try to perform. But 9Z Globan stays victorious on top of Influence Rage because, again, whoever started in can just finish their job. 9Z Globan can just come in and finish the fight, can come in and finish the invade. Even if you try to attack back, 9Z Globan can have the solution. And throughout all of that, it's just a very, very great thing to just go through and see the fifth game unlocked, and it is a very satisfying thing to see with today's second match. All action packed, not much rest. You see, Kronos is just pumping in a lot of energy on each play by play because all of them are just as good as that. Highlight worthy plays were just pulled out, and this is just week number 2, guys.
And we saw a 40-minute match with 30 kills. That was an all-out brawl because they were just not playing. Let's go kill everyone. And we have now the MVP on your screen in a real quick time, but I'm not sure if he is on a screen or if he's hide on bush, because the MVP by bonus of this match was Suyu's hide on bush. He was a really great jungler on this match.
Yeah, the
definitely.
way how he executed it was just well.
He was really good, wasn't he? Hide on bush on the Suyo, just able to be there every neutral objective. But if you take and at the same time, the draft was just well done for the Suyo. He was there, present, and every time he dived in, there was the Nether Realm from the Faramis to keep him alive, and he was just securing objectives. He was able to get a kill with his skill 1. Not usually what you see, but definitely a difference maker in that one for sure. So 2 MVPs for Suyo, 4 for Granger today. So 2 strong picks and definitely going to be 100% contested so far in MPL LATAM Season 3.
Overall satisfied with what happened here today with 2 matches. Technically can say it as a determining match of these 4 teams' faith, because like make it or break it, that's the title for today, and it was so hot to see. It finally broke, it finally made it, and it was a very full day to at least see a clean 3-0 in the first series and unlocked even the full potential of the 5 best of 5 series in the second match. And overall, we are done for today. All action packed. Wow, can't wait to see. Yeah, can't wait to see where they stand though, because coming into week 3, we'll see some of the teams who are already sitting in that relegation spot. Some of the teams have already advanced yet to the knockout spots, or they will try to juke it out later on again. I need to see the bracket though, so we're still waiting on that, of course. Kronos, what do you think? Your first week here in MPL LATAM Season 3, how was it?
Hey, fabulous, absolutely great. Amazing co-casters, amazing production, amazing teams, amazing gameplay, amazing Grangers, and amazing Suyos. That's what I gotta say, because it's nice to see that yes, the meta is there the entire time, the same way as it is around the world, but the style of gameplay, you know, it has that extra Brazilian samba flavor to this, and you could see that coming through in MPL LATAM Season 3, of course. And looking forward to next week right now, especially in that relegation phase, and also the ones who made it, like 9Z Globan, going on without a loss in a single match. I know they lost a couple of games, but haven't lost a single match yet. Yet being the key word.
Yet. But no jinx, guys. And hey, we made it. No jinx day in day 4. We made it, guys.
Great teamwork.
And virtual high fives. Of course, it was a very fun day to get ready, and for all of this time, really, I'm just happy to get a chance to actually witness here in MPL LATAM. We have the Swiss stage bracket already updated. Wow, okay. First relegation spot for Malvinus Gaming. And on the other hand, we see one of the first knockout stage places for 9Z Global. For 6 of the other teams, they still gotta fight that out because on the first one you see there's Corinthians, also Influence Rage, can go up next again in week 3, and there's Entity 7 and also going up against Alpha 7. Both the number 7 teams are going to duke it out, and our last to see Infinity and also DreamHack will be determining who will go to relegation because they're at the 1 strip 2 bracket down below. And wow, getting closer to knockout, getting closer to relegation. What are your thoughts, Gabriel?
Actually, I'm looking forward to see what they're bringing us. We have a lot of strong teams that, for example, Infinity against DreamHack. It would be an amazing match because we have 2 strong teams and no one wants to face off the relegation, So let's see what they can bring to us. And I'm looking really forward to see what Corinthians can do against the Rage, because we saw like 2, 4, 6 games of Corinthians. We saw a lot more games of Rage because like only today we saw 5 games of Rage. So Corinthians will be really able to study the other team, will be really had a lot of information, especially after this patch note, the new patch note. So amazing matches we're up against.
And how about the second match though, Kronos? And also the third, what do you think about it? For me, I think it would be spicy for Alpha 7 going up against Entity 7, finally breaking their lose streak and going up against a very strong team also. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the battle of the 7s, right? Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 just found momentum. They are on a hot streak. 3 victories back to back. Yes, there are 3 games, but oh my goodness, were they dominant games in 1 and 2, and the third game was losing game, but they made a comeback at what, like 17th minute, and that just goes to show that Alpha 7 just had to get into gear, right? That's what they were looking for. Okay, they had a bad first week, shake it off. Second week, we're here, we're ready to rock and roll, and I feel like Entity 7 better brace themselves, better do a lot of homework. You got some time going against Alpha 7. Test out the new patch properly, understand what they've done before, and with the new addition of DOMs as well thrown in there, that is now a championship worthy team, dare I say. So Alpha 7, I think, will be going into that as favorites. But of course, they'll be the ones to try and look out for. Everyone will be looking at them right now, especially with the addition of DOMs. And also for the third game, Infinity versus DreamHack. Yeah, you don't want to be on the losing side for that one. DreamHack not having a great game, so not having a great series thus far. Just having the first victory in their hands. And then also Infinity. I think that one's going to be going down to the wire, right? It's probably going to go into the last game. But the battle of the 7s, Alpha 7, hey, I'm watching. Alpha 7, I think there's someone to watch out for sure now.
Yeah, I'll be interested in that though. But of course, throughout the whole day, we won't succeed without our sponsors. Of course, Bonox.com is the way to go for you guys if you want to recharge your Divas with a 5% discount. BNX MPL 3 at Bonox.com only. special just for you guys who are watching. Go top up now because with good discounts comes with good prices. Of course, you're not paying in full. Technically, you're getting more diamonds with less price. It's grow math, guys. It's grow math. You're getting more skins.
5%.
Yes. Yeah, 5%, it's a lot. And you know what? Community Gaming is also our sponsor and is the Udemy platform offering esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for communities. You can host your tournament. If you want to compete, you can also join there because they provide the tools and full support to organize your esports event. Included Mobile Legends esport event that we will probably be watching. So if you want to host or compete, just visit communitygaming.io right now and start your legacy.
Ooh, of course, a legacy being lived one by one and climbing up. And I see Kronos scratching on his hands. But remember what we said. All we want is to save. All we want is the freebies. All we want is the good stuff. And Girl Math coming in, the only last good stuff for the stream this week. Our code, the last one right now, it's OV4E71Q9F. I'm gonna talk about it in speed so Kronos doesn't have to dictate from what I type. Dictate from what he's typing. Sorry. He gasped.
It said exceeds exchange amount. Oh my god. I think I exchanged too many skin codes today. But on the bright side, that means I don't get it and one of you can. So make sure you redeem that skin code. And I didn't get any skins, but you could be the lucky one to actually pick it up for yourself.
Ooh, okay. Grab it as fast as you can. Again, one code can actually redeem a few other skins, so you're not going to be alone. It's not just one. So to all of our viewers right now, to our concurrent viewers, thank you so much for staying from the early start until to the late game. We've seen awesome matches for today, good streaks, good games, good vibes, of course. And we're here, three of us actually from different regions, staying up. And we are ending our lives with me from Indonesia. It's 8:40 right now. How about Gabriel, all the way from Sao Paulo? What time is it there now?
Here in Brazil, it's 10 p.m. Almost 11 p.m. because it's 10:40.
Almost
10:40.
11. How about Kronos? What time is it in Manchester right now?
It's 1:40 in the AM. It's time for me not to scream anymore. Otherwise, my neighbors are gonna start complaining to the police. Though, yeah.
Okay, some there appear at the morning, some appear at the night. They cast. We are happy to be here as your English casters because hey, we cater to the global community. And once again, thank you for watching and tuning in for MPL LATAM Season 3, Week 2, Day 2. We'll see you guys in the next week. Bye bye.